2026 PACAF Esports Championship. My name is Korn. With me is Proper. We have 4 teams here in the region, all fighting for supremacy in their chance to move on to the DAF Esports World Championship later in July. First and foremost, though, Andy, it's a pleasure to be here with you. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing fantastic. Any night spent with you, Alex, is a good night to be spent indeed. The fact that we are able to sit here with our Air Force friends all the way in Japan makes it even better.
Yeah, it's kind of insane that we get to do this all the way back from in the States and be able to enjoy everything overseas in Japan. What's a 13-hour time difference that it is between us and them? So that's a really cool thing here in the modern day of gaming. Talking about overall inside of the tournament here, 4 different teams are going to be featured inside of our PACAF region. That, of course, will be Alaska, Japan, Korea, and the Pacific Islands. All 4 of these teams, again, will be fighting to move on to the DAF Championship later in July. All matches will be best of 5, including a grand finals, which will be best of 7. But speaking a bit more on the region here, Andy, this is a ton of very talented teams and rosters that are going to really have some firepower as they look to push forward into potentially getting all the way to July.
Yeah, some returning faces. If you watched the DAF championship just at the end of the last summer as well, and if you were keeping up with any of like the regional championships, like what Alex was just talking about, you're going to end up seeing a lot of familiar names and well, some familiar faces as well, and some new blood that's also coming across the seas as well. We'll get more into that as we end up getting into the nitty-gritty as far as this PACAF championship is concerned, but a lot of air bases are being put together just to be able to put a lot of these different teams, Misawa, Yokota, how everything just kind of culminated from the Korean aspect, Japan, Alaska, Pacific Islands, all of them playing with their own individual tournaments just to find themselves here as top 4, but the job ain't done yet.
No, not at all. Double round robin into a single elimination bracket is going to be the format overall throughout the course of the tournament this week. Also, just for anybody that is curious, this is Call of Duty, of course, and there is also a Rocket League stream going on at the same time for their own championship aspirations. So if you want to find that, you can go ahead and follow through on the socials and get over to that Rocket League stream as well. Tons of talented individuals over there. And of course, that will continue throughout the rest of the week. But just kind of speaking a bit more on some of these regions, of course, in the Pacific Islands, you look for Seaskirk down there and Breadwinner as well. 2 names that I actually have jumped off the page to me a bit inside of this tournament. Seen a bit of them, and they have been playing extremely well when Call of Duty is considered. So lots of things to look forward to throughout the rest of the regions, and more specifically, a few of these teams who have some really bright and shining stars.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I mean, just as a handful of players that immediately jump off the screen. How about 2X Big Mike? Big Mike, one of those players that comes all the way across from Guam just last year. Big Mike actually played for Anderson Air Base, and if you're familiar with what Anderson was doing at the end of the DAF championship, that guy and with what Anderson Air Base was absolutely shaking things up. Here's the schedule for all of you at home as well. We got 2 different matches happening simultaneously. These round robin matches are going to be setting ourselves up for what will be that elimination bracket, but we're kicking things off with Team Japan versus Team Korea. Over on the side is the newly formed Team Alaska taking on that Team Pacific Islands roster. We're going to be hanging out with Team Japan all the way until the final series of the day, Alex, where we got Team Korea versus the Pacific Islands.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, all these times there are in JST, so anybody that is joining us from the States or across the globe, that, of course, is going to be Japan Standard Time. So just keep that in the back of the mind, do a little bit of thought conversion, and be able to push yourself on through that way. But as Andy said, we're going to be following Team Japan throughout the course of the day. Let's take a look at some of the returning players that we have for the PACAF region as we push forward in this esports championship. And I guess we'll start the conversation with 2X Big Mike from Anderson AFB, of course, in the top left there. We got Seaskirk and Breadwinner, as we've mentioned beforehand. And then down towards the bottom, we can see Sweet, Nismichi, and of course Goldfish. And that is kind of the story, I guess, for me more than anything else, Andy, is the more players that you have returning on the team, the better odds, at least theoretically, you should have going forward here throughout the tournament. Not exactly sure how that's going to shake things up, but I believe at the same time there's also a defending roster.
Yeah, absolutely. That Misawa air base is definitely one that jumps off the page. Like you're already talking about, Sweet and Nasamichi is definitely one that is going to be shaking things up. We were able to see that they were the third best in PACAF, and well, even we have Sweet saying and claiming that he is the MJ of PACAF as he's the top 250 player. But you're absolutely right, man. I think that when you're looking at a lot of these players that have a semblance of playing with one together, teamwork will carry you through a lot of these instances.
Yeah, absolutely. First place team in the PACAF region for Black Ops 6. They placed top 6 in the world's competition as well in the same title. So a lot of great stuff from this team overall. Pushing a bit further forward here through the rest of the show, of course, we have ourselves some new players and some other regions to talk about as well, and some departing players. We'll take a look at that as well. But I do want to just quickly shout out to Hickam as well with Seaskirk and Breadwinner, as I've mentioned beforehand. Just talking a bit more about that team, I think one of the cool things for this roster, more so for me, is the fact that we see some new faces coming in. I guess we'll take a look at this right now as well. Conus arrival from Green Gred out of Dover. One of the players playing inside of the Conus region. Andy, you and I were actually talking atop a show before we got live on air about how good the Conus region truly is, and the fact that having not only a player come from the Conus region over to PACAF, but it being Green Gred of all people, this is a pretty big shakeup for the region here.
Yeah, people would probably end up utilizing the terminology packet punch if you're new to Call of Duty. Basically, it means a level up for your gun if you've ever played zombies before, but that's kind of how Team Pacific Islands will be looking at Green Gred coming in towards this, like he's already talked about, Alex. He's from Dover Air Force Base, that is in Delaware here in the States. But it's insanely enough, Green Gred, what he's going to be bringing to this table is a lot of different slaying prowess. So, I mean, you got 3 individuals that have at least some time spent together, Seaskirt and Breadwinner, now alongside Green Gred, bringing in a lot of that firepower as well, man. I think that it's going to be shaking things up quite wonderfully for this bracket.
No, I absolutely do as well. And I think having that be an AR coming into the picture too for this team, I think Seaskirk and Breadwinner as subs and kind of flex players themselves, having another strong AR to add into the picture is just going to maximize all the potential on this roster. Speaking of new teams, though, we'll take a look across the board here, and we'll see out of Korea, we got Y2, Mossy, 2X, Big Mike, and Ice-T. From Alaska, we've got Junie, Atomic, Kugi, and Throbby. Down in the Pacific Islands, as we already just mentioned, of course, we have Seaskirk, Breadwinner, Green Gred, and I Wept. And then, of course, we look down into Japan with Nasamichi, Sweet, Goldfish, and Chain. Plenty of great names to play here today. But again, new teams, new challenges. And of course, that means we could have a new champion here in PACAF.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, with all these different names and all of these different individuals coming in towards the mix with all these different teams, it's undoubtedly going to be setting ourselves up for an absolute bang out. So, I mean, as all teams coming in towards the mix here, again, as far as it's all concerned, we're just very excited to be able to see, and shout out the 374th Force Unit Squadron at Yokota Esports for supporting on site to have all of these teams just jam-packed together to what is going to be an absolute banger of a week.
No, it absolutely will. Just talking a bit about the format of the weekend. I know I said beforehand it's going to be best of 5s all the way through, but we will have double round robins into a single elimination bracket. We will follow the CDL rule set, where it, of course, is going to be 4v4 gameplay throughout the entire time. If you need a refresher, we'll have a couple of those for you as we kick into the game in a bit of time. But again, just kind of talking and touching on a few more of these teams. I will say I'm kind of looking down to the Osana Air Base down there. I don't know. There's something that's just kind of speaks out to me about that team that I'm kind of putting my finger on. That's going to be a team that I'm watching for throughout the entirety of the weekend here. I'm actually quite excited to see how that team performs stacked up against some of the top challengers within the region.
Yeah, I think Misawa definitely jumps off the page for me as well. I know I already gave them a lot of their flowers, especially for what Sweet and Nasamichi was putting together towards the end of just last season in BO6. And Alex, you know as well as I do, BO6 not exactly too far away from the way that BO7 does play, but you know, you add a little bit of extra wall bounce and a little extra movement, and hey, I think that this team might just be able to continue up at the pace. They are the defending champs from last year. It's hard not to keep all eyes on them going in towards this.
No, it absolutely is. And you mentioned one thing that I actually want to bring up here too. The lack of aim assist, or at least the degradation of what it was from Black Ops 6 to Black Ops 7, definitely is going to throw a punch in there too. So quite a bit of a swing when we talk about title-to-title comparisons. Black Ops 7, though, I do actually quite agree with some of the points you made there. The movement abilities out of the majority of the players here, it is going to be quite a different challenge for them. This game is, in a really weird way, much more fast-paced than Black Ops 6 ever was. And I think that has served a lot of great purposes. I also think, though, that is going to kind of be a challenge for a lot of these teams to have to navigate through, more specifically just because that requires more concise and quick communication efforts between the teams, being able to make that conversation not feel as panicked or as rushed. But getting into our main game here, I guess we'll start talking about Team Japan here as we take a look at the roster overall inside of this best of 5 series that they will play against Team Korea. Andy, going into this match, we talked about Team Japan just a bit in the pre-show here, but I mean, I guess we can go ahead, kind of take a deeper dive into this roster and kind of see what they bring us.
Nasamichi being one of the ARs alongside Sweet ARs on the right, SMGs up on the left with Chain and Goldfish POV. I think we'll probably just shorthand that to Goldfish because that just seems a whole lot easier than saying 3 letters at the end of what is a beautiful fish. But hey, man, like you got combined 6 years of service between your AR players. 15 plus years for Nasamichi, and that's actually the lowest number when you think about it.
Insane.
61 years between Chain, Goldfish, and Sweet. These guys are a bunch of shooters, man, and I don't just mean that for what they do for our country. I think that what you're mostly looking at is that this team is definitely one to be trifled with. Again, last year's champions, just with the new player, you know that the core 3 are definitely going to be bringing it, man.
Absolutely. I mean, you look to Sweet too. 3 first place finishes on LAN, 2 online first place finishes, and the first ever PACAF championship winner. I mean, that's just some stuff right there that you absolutely love. Apparently, they're saying he's the Michael Jordan of PACAF. I'm not 100% sure, but apparently he's a top 250 player, so Dog might be a shooter. Look at the opposite side of Team Korea now and introduce this team, a team that also needs really no introduction, all things considered. Y2K, 2X, Big Mike, Ice-T, and Mossy all on this roster. First time competing here for Y2K, so this is going to be a great look in to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table. And of course, you have some other players on this roster who have some coveted titles bringing with them as well.
Yeah, and Big Mike, he played for Anderson Air Base. He was the one that jumped off the page for me, not just for having a fantastic mustache and being absolutely tatted up beyond belief, but also just for what he was able to do across the entirety of the map. You know, this game, albeit very, very fast, you're always going to be relying on your ARs to be able to pick up that extra slack that the SMGs could not. Ice-T is going to be leading a lot of that charge from what we got to see just last season at BO6. He finished 4th in BO6 Worlds with Ramstein. When they showed up, there was the only team from USAFE, and Ice-T was leading in a lot of different numbers. So it was fantastic to be able to see what he was able to produce. So I'm very happy to be seeing both him and 2 at times Big Mike side by side, not to mention Y2K, like you mentioned, and Mossy. I think that this team, albeit not 3 of the defending champs from last year, definitely one to be trifled with for sure.
Absolutely. Well, hey, guess what? We have our map set ready for us, Andy, and that's going to be Scar Colossus, and then Expo all the way at the end of the series. So again, best of 5 series that we have in front of us. Of course, guaranteed first 3 maps. And Team Japan, I'm going to be honest, not looking to slow down one bit. I think this is going to be a great look in to see if they can continue their 2025 form here in 2026. They've gotten this far in the tournament for a reason, but the biggest thing that I look for this team is that consistency and being able to face up against some younger guns on the side of Team Korea, because as we mentioned with Y2K having his first showing, these are things that can kind of catch you off guard. Even if you are a seasoned champion or a seasoned winner, I mean, we've seen how many new faces inside of the collegiate, not even collegiate, but challengers and even the pro level this year who have come out and surprised a lot of people. So here in the PACAF region, there's nothing different here. It's all storylines, and I mean, we mentioned it beforehand, different titles, BO6 to BO7. It presents new challenges for you and your roster, and especially with new players being able to learn the movement tech. Hell, if you get one person on the roster that can just start shooting you, he gets lost in your spawn, buddy, it might be all a world of pain, and you might have to start kind of thinking about some alternative strategies for your roster.
Yeah, I'm glad that we brought up the map set too, because like Scar Hardpoint is one of those maps that it can either be done or not by having one of those players going rogue behind enemy lines. If you've ever played rank play in BO7, you know you always have that one guy that's constantly just sprinting towards the enemy team. He might find 4 in the feed, but by the time he already pushes across P3 and towards back blue, and you're trying to anchor P5 spawns, and you ain't got nobody in towards Bufu, towards the backside, you're probably going to be losing those spawns. So you do have to be rather careful with that. Not to mention how it's the first series of the day. I know that these guys probably been sitting there for about an hour or two warming up. I was looking through the Discord as well. These guys are all sitting down, getting some grub together. Gotta appreciate all the friendship that this does bring with each other, but it's the opening series of the entire tournament here in PACAF,
Yep.
so you gotta make sure that the jitters are maintained so that way you don't get too far ahead of yourself, because like I was saying, Scar Hardpoint is one of those map mode combinations. It will absolutely benefit you just to hunker things down, anchor out those spawns, iron up, watch the flank, all of those good things that we've been doing in Call of Duty for such a long time. The fundamentals gotta be on point.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. A lot of the players that we watch on a daily basis, Andy, are younger kids usually, and most of them, I hate to say it, don't have the strongest mental fortitude or the composure. A lot of them are breakers. Here inside of the PACAF Esports Championship, and really across all of DAF, the one thing that I consistently look to is the fact that all of these individuals have a lot of experience with training and inside the field and whatnot. A lot of these things will add to the ability to stay strong in tough, intense situations. There's moments where you're going to be tested and you're going to be put back against the wall. And it doesn't feel like, at least the energy is not there for these players, where you see a bunch of breakers here. You don't see them getting into a tense or pressure-filled situation and going, oh man, this is scary. It's like, no, these guys have seen a lot, and it's like, okay, we know that we can get the win here. We know that we can run it down. We know that we can kind of fight back whenever our backs are pressed against the wall. So I don't anticipate there being a moment where we get into a game and we see, whoa, we're down 60 in the hard point, guys. Chalk it up. It's not like my rank play teammates or my collegiate teammates where we're like, all right, we're down 60 and it's GG's, go next, and we're already thinking about the S&D in map 2.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's going to be like that at all. I was fairly surprised watching all the regionals just last year in BO6 all the way into like the finals as well. These guys are composed, man, and like they're all like sitting there to be able to lean on each other. I think that's what's like most important when you're looking at like the aspect of like just the Air Force culture as a whole, is that like it is a team-based environment, and they're all understanding of that as well. It's like, yeah, you may only be as strong as your weakest link, but it's how you end up bringing up that weakest link to be able to be up to par. There's a point on the map for everybody to hold their angle, and honestly speaking, if it comes down to you just playing 4 corner challenges inside of each hard point, that could work as well, because good fundamentals being watching each other's backs will always end up playing for those trades, and albeit having that one rogue player finally getting in behind enemy lines, if he can't produce a 3-piece while everybody else is getting gunned up front, well, then you're looking at a solid about 40 points, especially on this opening map.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking to Scar a bit more here too, when kind of looking back at some of the like the roster from Team Japan, I believe last year with their AR composition, that was actually a big like kind of strong point for them, and it was kind of like one of the things that pushed them forward the most throughout 2026, at least specifically in PACAF. And when I look to Nase Michi and Sweet as the AR duo on this team, this is a map, at least a map 1 here, where they're going to be able to kind of set up and lock things down. I think if you give opportunities on Scar specifically for your submachine guns to kind of roam free, that's where you see the most success on this map. I know it's already, what are we, in March of this game, so everybody kind of knows that already, but I think it's important to kind of put that at the top as well, and just kind of give the precedent here and say, yeah, the ARs that are going to be trying to fry and holding the power positions, whether that be top green, holding middle map, or making sure that there is a strong power position held of top red when we get over to P2. I think big things like that are going to really allow Goldfish and Chain to kind of exponentiate the map in the favor of Team Japan. And the same thing can be said on the opposite side for Korea. I think Ice-T and Mossy have a really, really good opportunity to get out here and play with a lot of pace. And that's what I'm more so wondering of what we're going to get out of Team Korea because of the new guns coming in, because it's not the same roster that we saw last year. I want to know what the pace looks like on this team. I want to know if it's going to be something to where we're going to have to kind of rely on the SMGs to get the information to push the lanes through, or if we're going to have to see the ARs just kind of sit back and take that main role and be able to get the map opened up.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that you're going to be looking the tit for tat, right? Like Ice-T trying to go rogue alongside Chain. Same thing for Mossy as well. Albeit he's saying that he's too old to be playing Call of Duty, but he's just absolutely addicted. I mean, like if you've been playing a lot of Call of Duty, whether that be ranked play or not, like those timings are kind of like ingrained to the back of your skull to be able to know when you're supposed to be pushing through shop, to know when you're supposed to be pushing through red as well, so that we can get behind enemy lines and get these power positions for two times Big Mike, your AR, if you're looking from Team Korea's perspective, or for Sweden Asemechi for Team Japan, to be able to then get a little bit further across the map. Because like Scar, it's not exactly a small map with the Omni movement in BO7, but like if you can get your ARs in those power positions, then set up your SMGs for those very easy, successful 1v1s, I think that you could easily run away with this game. But I'm glad that you brought up at least like the core that is like the 2 SMGs, 2 ARs on each of the map, each side of the lobby, excuse me. You're going to be looking for a lot of these different instances to go down in your way for your SMGs to be able to win those crucial 1v1s to open up the plot hole for the enemy team and their defense.
Yeah, I guess another thing we could also talk about here too, while we have some time, is the vetoes in this series as well. When we look at the across the board from Team Japan, Blackheart was the hard point that they wanted to get out of here. Den, S&D, and Den Overload, which is a bit interesting because I feel like at this point in the season, a lot of teams have favored Den over a lot of the other maps. So seeing that not slip through for an S&D or an Overload, at least to me, kind of feels like Japan isn't trying to play bang out on the B site for Search and Destroy, bang out on the A site for Search and Destroy. But then again, I look to Colossus for map 2, and then I just immediately flip that back in my mind and say that, well, that's not right either. So I wonder what the struggles for Team Japan look like on Den and maps that are kind of similar to that flow and pace style. I don't know if it's something that comes down to the ability to kind of just like wrap the map as a team, or maybe just they don't feel comfortable taking some of those like kind of weird 1v1 chows, especially at the beginning of S&D rounds. Like if you're playing out on the A site over on the top plat, you have a couple creddy spots. You always have to worry about a flank because it really a lot of the time on Den you're not going to have that flank watch. But I'm interested to see, you know, kind of the reasoning as to why they didn't give us a Den inside of the series. And I guess that kind of goes back into our map set as well. And just kind of overall, I guess we'll kind of be able to kind of dissect and pick apart what we see within maps 1 and 2, just on the Scar and the Colossus themselves, to kind of give us some reasoning into that. But I mean, I understand the black card ban on HP. If you don't want to sit there and look at 4 unique spawns, that's completely fine. I completely get that. That's all right. I will say, and we've pointed this out plenty of times, you and I, we have sort of an affinity for a nice black heart in ranked play. We, you know, not to toot the own horn or anything like that, but we have ourselves a pretty good setup.
It's pretty good, man. We have a good understanding of the like P2, P5, P3. Like, do not chow that. Like that's I got the spawns on log. Alex getting mixy up front of the hard point, man. Like it's just one of those things. Like when you know like the way that you can manipulate the rank play simulator that is Blackheart HP,
yep.
Like it's a very easy thing to be able to get going in your favor, right? Because and maybe that's the reason why Den Hardpoint wasn't even picked, albeit being open like you were talking about, because you do have to sometimes hit like that 4-player route all the way from rooftops. And when you don't hit that 4-player route, or even setting at least your numbers towards that very lucrative route all the way on the outskirts where nobody could see it happen unless you're inside of weapons, I think that you're going to be setting yourself up for what is a very easy read. Like if you're P3, just as an example, like if nobody's taking that long route, because I don't know why you would, like you're only going to be looking front over by tower, lockers, or you're going to be looking mid-cut. Or if you're on the opposite side, it's dojo mid-cut. Like it's a very 1- or 2-dimensional map. And I think that Blackheart also plays a very similar way. Versus Scar, like Scar, you're gonna get mixy beyond belief. Like you got players in shops, mid-cut. Plain heady is certainly a conversation I can make a 10-page PowerPoint on, but like it's also like you got the red side of the map. There's just so many different angles and off angles that you can be taken to just giving yourself a leg up in a lot of these 4v4s.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Scar too, it's just spawn flip city. Every time it feels like you have no idea what's happening, because you have one person who is just pushed up either through plain side onto the white heady, or back over by green or something like that. I mean, it's just like it's crazy stuff all around. But I'm sure you're tired of hearing us yapping, at least for a short period of time. So we're gonna step aside. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we will have our best of 5 series up in front of us, and Team Japan will take on Team Korea in this best of 5 series. Welcome back to the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship. Of course, my name is Goran. With me is Proper. Apologies for the brief delay that we had there. We had some technical issues that we had in the background that we needed to figure out, but we have got those all situated now, and we are ready for our best of 5 series between Team Japan and Team Korea. Hardpoint on Scar going to be our first map coming up, and I believe we have a little explanation video to show you guys exactly what they'll be playing for in Hardpoint.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first Hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the Hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
Well, here we go. Scar Hardpoint here in map 1. Team Japan looking to go ahead and march their way forward through this tournament. They want to be able to claim their second PACAF championship, move on to the DAF Esports World Championship at the end of July. And Team Korea, one of the newly formed teams, a brand new player of Y2K. And Andy, it's going to be a whole lot of fun seeing what this team is going to bring to the table. But we know what we're going to get out of Team Japan here on map 1. We've got ourselves a beautiful Scar. Let's see what can happen here. Nades in the opening assault on the P1 is going to be Ice-T who slides into market, but it's Sweet who gets the opening gunfight.
Yeah, and remember, like you were talking about, like, you have to win PACAF. This is not Kona's where you have to get top X. You have to win the entire damn weekend. In Japan, 3/4 of them, we've already talked about in the pre-show. If you missed that podcast, roll back the tape. It's just one of those things that you know that they're coming in as the favor. But Team Korea, they are no slouches. We already talked about Ice-T and 2 times Big Mike, and I'd be able to see what they're going to be able to do. They're on the favorite side of the map, at least thus far. You can at least make that argument for Team Korea, the team in red. You see the bottom left of the mini-map. They're going to be the first ones to at least get an avenue going over towards top red, but they're losing gunfights in and around green. Goldfish currently locking it down.
Got a double setup on P2. In through Jen and the 18 bus. Ice-T's going to be the first one to make the push forward, but a teammate's going to take him out early, so that's going to weaken up the numbers for Team Korea to push on to the point. Team Japan, top red control, playing the bottom side of Jenny. Great kill in from 2x Big Mike on the opening assault. Now can slide back around the Jenny side. It is going to be a 1v that goes the way of Sweet, and Goldfish tags along. 3 bodies and now all 4 down.
All right, so here comes that rotation fully over for P2. You got to break, or you either got to rotate towards New. Sweet trying to get Mixie back over by the red steps, but he'll get cut down. Good damage, sets up Goldfish to maybe try to get himself some trades. Chain only got 10 bullets inside the pistol, but Nazamichi's right there to find 3 on the back end. So what was turning into be rather disastrous, I mean, the 2v4 comes through off the initial trades. And now watch the way that Team Japan started to work that mini-map. All the way in the backside of green. They're going to get those favorite spawns. They may not be the first towards playing, but they got 50 points to play with.
You got 2 coming up through mid-cut. You got only 1 player left on the plane heady here in 2x Big Mike. He's going to lay down for just a moment. Knows a gunfight's going to be over the top, but it's a double challenge that comes in. Y2K, though, on the trade. He's actually had himself a great start here, just 7-7, but for the first time playing in the PACAF Championship, it's going to be good stuff from him. 68-16 now as Korea is on the point. They're going to at least get a bit of time early on here. Let's see what the break looks like from Team Japan as they get 2 down.
Gotta get control of this godlike head glitch that is that plane, man. 2 times Big Mike feels like he has to make a play forward because all of his other teammates are dead. If you can lock away this mid-cut area, you're peppering down players. Ice-T finds the third forward. 2 times Big Mike to clean up the back end, and then he's gonna be able to find one as they egregiously chow him out from front of green. So this is really good time. And you're looking in from the better side of the map now as we rotate over towards 4, and only about 12 seconds left to fight over, and all the other teammates for Team Korea die at the old time. 2 times Big Mike, though, playing off the cutoff.
Good stuff for Big Mike up middle map. But unfortunately, the rest of his team has died on the wrap back over from blue side. Up towards the top side of blue, it's going to be Chain who finds one. Now it's a break into the back spawn, so it's going to be on Ice-T and the rest of Team Korea to now break this back. Good timing into the short shack on the right-hand side of the map. Another one over the top jump of the wall. This actually should influence the spawns completely, and they're going to basically get a 4 down here with some significant time to go along with it. So that's really probably the best break we've seen so far from Team Korea within the first 15 seconds.
Field out for Ice-T, though he's only going to use it to lay on his belly. But like you said, those gunfights that came through him towards the back did force all the spawn outs over by mid-cut. But the sheer numbers, Team Japan just bully their way back through the front door. You got a player that hopped up towards top blue. 2 more hit down low. They're going to be able to walk away with this scrap time. Team Korea electing to play for the rotation over towards New for 20 seconds from 4 to 5. Not a bad call.
Ice-T going to hold on over on the plane wing. Everything about getting the rat back over by green, but you can see Y2K in the deep spawn has influenced this perfectly, at least for the time, of what Team Korea want to do on the setup here. First one to touch the hard point will be Ice-T. You got 2 up in middle map. Goldfish, though, will knock down Mossy. This is going to allow them to start pushing this back line out, and Y2K, once again, just going to be laying down on his stomach. Would love to see a nade in the back here, maybe try to blow up that truck, but as the pistol challenge comes through, it's going to be Y2K who holds the spawns in solidarity, but Nasemichi will be there for the trade that should flip, and it will for Team Japan.
Oh, 2 times Big Mike. He's always the cavalry, isn't he? I mean, would the other 3 end up falling ever so short? 2 times Big Mike gives up his power position just to try to keep them within that fight. It's still just about a 50-point game. Team Korea would do well to be able to get the majority of this time. Ice-T staying alive somehow. He's got a teammate that's all the way up top. 2 times Big Mike off the respawn block from these very close spawns. Can always keep players relatively weak, but instead of playing for the reload, tries to slide in for the initial damage. Ice-T might want that gunfight back, as they will lose the back 10 seconds. Doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're down by 50 points at the end of the first set, it certainly is.
Well, Team Japan actually didn't elect to go for the back 10 seconds. Sweet actually went top green, so it just sat gray for the back end of time. 3:30 left on the game clock here as we hit our second set of rotations. Nasemichi inside of market will hold 2 down, looking for the second as he flies on in. That's 4 dead immediately. So inside of middle map, full possession and full control for Team Japan, and they can read these spawns perfectly. They know they're back green.
18 and 9 out of Nasemichi, finding himself a heck of a lot of good multi-kills. Sweet also able to find 3. That's 4 dead in the feed. And we're just right back to where we initially started. The only difference is that Team Japan are on this side of the map just to start off this side. And maybe that was the reason why they didn't want to try to fight all the way for the back 10 seconds. Just keeping them in that spawn trap over by back green. If you've ever played Overload, you know it can be egregious, but it's just as powerful here at HP.
Yeah, they've done a really good job blocking the spawns where they want to, and kind of controlling the map based off of that. Now we look back to the bottom side of the map on P2. You can see some of the red arrows already set up. You got 1 on Jenny, 1 playing top red. That's a ripper from Sweet, as he's able to find the player that it was first set up inside of P2 initial. But now you got 2 more gunfights that you're gonna have to win. You find 1. Y2K gets a retaliatory 2-piece on the opposite side. Now you know that the spawns are flipping out. Sweet somehow still stays alive, and up in top red, he's gonna chow it out with a pistol. Overheated maybe just a touch, but that is the break in from Team Japan.
Sure is. 165 and counting on up. Double the score. Running it up right now is Team Japan. I mean, Team Korea, they got to make a choice here. You got 30 seconds. Someone needs to try to take a route. They took down Sweet inside of shops, but it's Nasemichi, Goldfish, just right off the respawn block. They answer back with 3 in kind. They had every single bit of control with Nasemichi. He's lurking around P1, expecting players to come around from the mid-cut. Goes 1 for 1. Second player is weak. That's Ice-T, so he can't fully take the next gunfight. But Y2K will be there to at least lock away the next few. But the problem is the rotation. You got these rogue players from Team Japan just all over the place, causing chaos in the front line and just causing distress around the back.
Yeah, the first 5 hard points, it was relatively close between these 2 teams, but after P1 popped the second time through, 1 and 2 go fully the way of Team Japan, and Team Korea have been reeling on the back end of it. So 215, 35 points for the secure Game 1 victory on Team Japan. And you look at Chain, who's still in middle map trying to wreak havoc. Shots on the second are good enough to weaken him up, but that's going to allow the rest of the teammates over on P3 to knock down the rest of these players. Now with just 20 seconds left, they can win it on P3.
They certainly are in the prime position to do so. You got all of the back bow control. Nasemichi, he was the only player that was around the block to at least hold off the initial good snap comes through from Chain, but he can only walk away with damage. So we will end up looking like to go new unless the pinch comes through from Goldfish. He's cutting off respawners, but yeah, Y2 is just going to start pushing around the back end of blue. It's going to essentially be flawless from here on out.
Nasemichi in through middle. How are they going to opt to back end these spawns out? You spot the second player there. Nasamichi will get slid on by Mossy, and then up and towards the top side of 2x Big Mike. He's going to try and go ahead and make sure the spawns are blocked deep in the back. This is a really good feed of kills coming in from Team Korea right now. These spawns are going to be quite deep all the way over by red. However, it's going to be a quick push from Team Japan that allows them to get 2 in through the front door. Mossy has to back off with his life. Now pushes back over to the staircase as Sweet is still up in top blue. Now it looks for the spawn flip, and with 15 seconds left, Team Japan is broken back.
And trying to take every single challenge going forward. Now it's desperation seeping on in. You don't have the luxury of playing from the spawns. You just got to hit from the front.
Sweet now on the back end of one, looks out to the second, knows one's inside of middle map. They just got to kick a few more of these kills off, and they've got themselves map 1 in through the front door. They just got to sprint on through. The contestant is there, but nobody will be able to make it stick. 250 points. Team Japan gets there first. They will take map 1 in this best of 5 series, and they're looking to be back in great form, just like they were in 2025.
Hey, they didn't get 100-point club. At the very least, you got that going for yourselves after the little bit of a delay. It is what it is, man. It's a slaying discrepancy, Alex. I think we can just chalk that one up to just be as simplistic as it is, man. Japan got a bunch of shooters, as you've seen right here. 30 and 19 out of Nasamichi, 31 and 19 out of Sweet. Combined 61 eliminations in 66 with the top player as well. Non-traded. If you can't tell by the canter of my voice, that's egregious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times we saw 4 down in the feed throughout the entirety of that map 1, but it was more than I could probably count on both of my hands and my feet at the same time. So a lot of great breaking opportunities there for Team Japan. And I will say, Team Korea, there was a significant amount of pushback in the opening assault there between P1, 2, and 3. I think P3 is really where I saw them kind of start to shine a little bit there. It felt like once they were able to get a little bit of control of either one side of the map, those gunfights seemed to come to them just a touch easier. They got plane control. They were able to cut down a few players pushing in from green. That opened the doors to allow the spawns to be relatively close, getting people in and out of the hard point. They were playing by committee there throughout the rest of the game, though. I think that's where we started to see Team Japan really start to kick it into gear, though. We saw them start to just pick it up in the gunfight department. And yeah, as you mentioned already, the slaying department was really not all that close between these two teams. So that's pretty much all you can say there. Cut and dry. Team Japan, the better team in map 1. But as we shift our focus forward here, Andy, now we have a much different look at a map. We saw Scar where it gets mixy from long-range gunfights. We saw that where you can really influence the spawn in a lot of ways, and people are going to be taking routes all the time. How about we just amplify that by 2, make it a smaller map, and do the exact same thing that you can do on Scar on Colossus for S&D?
Colossus Search and Destroy can be played relatively big if you have a sniper rifle at your disposal. We're seeing that all the way up to the Call of Duty League perspective, whether you're like your Caesar Skies Bueno, Sib, Dashi, all come to mind, especially for Super or the Heretics, man. Like, if you got a good sniper, like, Colossus actually feels closer to an Arcloth peak than it feels closer to a raid at certain points in time. If you know, you know. But it's just one of those things, man, that I think that you're going to be trying to keep them at a further arm's reach, because when we take a look at the replay package from the Scar hardpoint, you're going to see a lot of different plot holes, and that plot hole is all from the front. I mean, there was so many different points in time where Team Japan were just running them over. It wasn't like some fancy routes. They were just playing cutoff, and then from that early damage, they just ran them completely over from the front. That, you know as well as I do, Mr. Collegiate All-Star guy, you can absolutely take it to home and back again when it comes down to search and destroy. Sometimes you just recognize, I'm just shooting better than the option. We could just run you over in these rounds.
That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Andy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But no, you're 100% right. The name of the game is just run it down city at a certain point. And I mean, as we can kind of see from some of the replays here, I think it was the first at a hard points. It was Sweet who was playing bottom P2, was just kind of just backed off in Jenny, waiting for the rest of the team to push up. And Team Korea had the right idea. It was a triple chow directly through the front. Yeah, the team nade kind of cost them at the beginning because they lost the body there, but they were able to get 2 up top. But it was the last player that was surviving down on the bottom side of red behind Jenny that kind of just threw off the pacing for the entire team. He was able to get a 3-piece for it, and that was everybody on Team Korea. So that just kind of knocked everything out of order, and that kind of allowed Team Japan to build that early buffer lead for them before they got to P3, where we did see, again, Team Korea kind of have that kind of mainstay push That was probably their best hold that they had throughout the entirety of the map. I will say, on P4 in that first rotation as well, there was a really solid break that they had within the first 15 seconds where they influenced the back spawns and were able to kind of win a majority of the gunfights there. I think that you had mentioned it inside of map 1 as well, where it was kind of 2x Big Mike. We would always hop on him with his POV, and he would be in the mix, whether it was in the hard point or out on rotation. He was in the right positions, but again, it just simply came down to having to win those big gunfights while putting yourself in that position. The right idea is there. We just got to get the gun a little hotter.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that you need your SMGs to start firing off a little bit more. It doesn't need to be all cylinders, but maybe be able to get that third and maybe the fourth as well. Don't need no Hemi or V8 as well, man. You just need to be able to get your SMGs in a position to where they can try to get those 1v1 gunfights, if not to be able to find the trades. Because when you got your AR like 2 times Big Mike, he's giving up these power positions, like take top green, for example. He's dropped down to contest P5. Like, that's such a powerful position that you are then giving away for enemy players to try to cut back through mid-cut like you saw right there, or all the way through P3. And that's just damage that cannot be going unchecked, because it could be the difference in between your team getting back and contesting the time, if not being able to get that little space forward. But I'm glad you also pointed out like that P4 break that came through as well. We're going to end up seeing a lot of different situations where teams will find that four-player break. They're going to find 4 dead, but they never feel comfortable with the HP that they have left over to get further space forward. Without that space forward, the break can come through so quickly because you're leaving so much of the map open.
No, you really are. And it's really, really difficult when you're not able to not only communicate that to the rest of your team, but be able to effectively trade that out. So there are a lot of moments on that Scar where I think I would want them back for Team Korea, because I think if they played it just a little bit slower, they would have been able to kind of have that ability to go back and forth on the bounce back between each other and be able to really hammer down a lane that they need to pick up. I think it was a lot of just letting one person get lost for the most part on Team Korea as well, because Japan just kind of had one person running around willy-nilly while they were blocking spawns, and that just kind of, and that was what we talked about top of show, right, too. It's just like, when it's the same thing on a Blackheart, and it's interesting that you saw the Blackheart banned out of Japan, because like they were influencing the spawns, they were blocking, and they were allowing one person to just kind of push up the map. And I feel like if you do that against Korea, I mean, I feel like that's a winnable map that you could probably win by maybe 250 to 50 with the way that you were shooting. But Y2K, I think that's a story I also want to talk about before we go into the S&D too, because that was at the beginning of the hard point. I was kind of shouting his praises on some of the routes that he was making and the gunfights that he was winning. It wasn't the flashiest performance by any stretch, but I mean, it really wasn't for Team Korea, all things considered, across the board. And when I look to Y2K, I think, especially with the first time competing, you're in a position where this is, Nerve City. Like, we talked about composure and stuff at the top when we had our pre-show. But one of the things is, like, when you're competing for a championship for the first time, every match matters. There's not that kind of like, hey, I've been here before. It's like, no, this is my first time being here. I need everybody else to like help me get calmed down and just level it across the board. So I don't think Team Korea, I don't think that was their best performance in map 1, but I still think that there's plenty of room to expand into the search and destroy here. And speaking of search and destroy, we've got an explanation on how S&D is going to break down here throughout the PACAF Esports Championship.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin, where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
Got a little recap there on explaining the search and destroy. If you're a little unfamiliar with the S&D mode, or maybe you just needed a quick refresher, or maybe you know everything about the S&D mode regardless, it's good to have for everybody out there that may be watching, any age group, any sort of skill level on Call of Duty. You never know who's going to be on the stream. Maybe it could be parents, maybe it could be friends that don't have any idea about Call of Duty, so maybe you might not need that, but I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that love having that little explanation for themselves, and that's going to keep them up to speed with what we talk about in the S&D. Maybe you won't be able to understand exactly what we're breaking down on here, because we do use some technical language when we're talking about our kind of deliberation about the maps and modes, but across the board, like I said, it's really good to have those explanations, and I'm glad that we have those here this weekend.
Yeah, we can even simplify it that much further. Kill them before they kill you. Plant bomb, win condition, Good. Great. Love that. Colossus Search and Destroy underway, just to see if Team Korea can get a little bit of a bounce back. And Y2K is going to be the first blood out here in Team Korea's opening offense.
Now, Sweet will jump down and find Ice-T immediately. One more back inside a green tunnel. We'll get some shots onto Sweet, but unfortunately it won't walk through with anything else. Mossy, the last one alive here. The 1v4, it's a good flank in the back. He's able to get one for his money until, of course, Team Japan is able to fully collapse on the point. So keeping up with their winning ways from map 1, first round goes to Team Japan.
Don't worry about the in-game client here. Just trust our very sultry sounds of our voices here. Sweet, of course, from Team Japan. Will end up taking that first round. He found a way with 2. Just as a second point as well, we were talking about for Y2K. This is his first time competing, like you were talking about. He is replacing Hate, and if you're familiar with like Hate from PACAF just last season, just some mighty shoes to be filling, man. So like the pressure is only as big as Y2K makes it. Mossy was the only one to find a single kill in the previous round. Now we get to see what Team Japan look like on their offense. Just keeping it cool so far. They're getting some space over by boat. Could be a BXQ late, which you don't see too often.
No, you don't. However, when you win the first gunfight like Chain there does on the 2x Big Mike, that is going to open up that side of the map completely. Sweet once again gets into a spot where he's weakened up to about a third of his health. He'll wrap back out over by ticking on the statue heady now. He's got 1 in his sights. They know that Y2K is here. The trade comes in immediately. 3 versus 2 for Team Japan, and back up into middle map. Now it's a 1v2. Mossy once again, the last alive.
1v2. See if Mossy's going to be able to produce anything. He does find at least 1. He's up against Nasimichi, who's quickly trying to chase him around. He's not going to turn around in time, and well, Nasimichi's going to be able to walk away with that gunfight win, thus leading to 2-0 for Japan. Yeah, like we were saying, like, you don't see that be executed all too often, not without a sniper rifle, but we already alluded to it at the end of that Scar Hardpoint map 1. I think Team Japan is just starting to realize that they could just probably gun the opposition, which they do, ripped off the initial over by that back 10 heady, and then just ran it all straight down. Overwhelmed with numbers by the point where you thought it was a good read. Nasimichi's already behind you.
Offense and defense to Team Japan early on here. They're back to their defensive ways once again. It was rather quick the last time they pushed through. They want to take space, and you can see that's kind of what they're trying to do on the south side of the map, but it's going to be 3 players there on the offense from Team Korea at the same point. Sweep will be the only player outside on B, just watching the lane through, but as Goldfish, who opens up with the opening engagement onto Ice-T. There's a trade there comes from Y2K, though, and up through the green tunnel. Sweet needs to be careful, back off with his life and play it through. It looks like he wants to flank this around the back, so they need to be careful, Team Korea does at least, to make sure that this doesn't slip through unchecked.
2x Big Mike, he's watching it. I expect he's all the way to the back. Yeah, he saw him cross. He's going to be able to get the cutoff in time, but Mike's the only one over here. Oh, the snap was there, but Mike had the initial damage. 1v3 now for Chain. Team Japan going to be staring down the barrel of a round loss. Bomb's going to get planted over here at A. See if he can retake.
And you really want to hope that he gets a god timing up in through the cut here. You got 1 playing outside of the tunnel in Y2K. He probably spots us out here in a second, but they're all going to collapse directly on top of him there as he slides out. So no opportunity for a clutch there. Team Korea played that to perfection. We're able to cut down the flanking player. Doesn't go unchecked. And of course, that post-plan setup, especially in a 1v3, they don't give free 1v1s. They collapse in full.
Power of numbers. I mean, things could have gone a little bit out of hand if Mike doesn't end up finding that elimination on the cross. Luckily enough, he did have the advantage of information over here, back yellow, cross back over towards P4, but I digress. And it's that first round on the board here for Team Korea. Very much so could be the floodgates. Though the offense last time around took over towards B here for Japan. This time they're running it straight up through P1. Sweet, not looking back.
Will he check the tunnel, though? I think Team Korea is able to get through for free, and Ice-T was the one who did. So that is a huge engagement there for Team Korea to shut down this offensive push from Team Japan. Problem is now the entirety of the B side is open. Sweet sees some feces laying down there. We'll say goodnight to Y2K here in the round, and now this should be the bomb down. Need to be careful, though. Obviously, it's the full wrap back from Team Korea in their spawn.
And Mike and Mossy, though, they're kind of doubled up on the backside of blue, right? You're hoping to try to retake this together. You really don't have the luxury of maybe someone trying to take a route, but Mike, Mossy, they're just currently holding on, trying to weigh out their options, see what they could potentially do to work this retake. So here comes that late hit. Gonna be Mossy off of that off-put timing, and Mike's gonna be playing him around the back, but it gave Sweet the opportunity.
It does. Mike got one weaked up, but it's really not gonna matter in the end of things. It was just a good post plant setup with numbers that they had on the B site. And when you're in a position like that, especially against the Team Japan roster, who's extremely practiced and is going to play well together, you're not going to win that 9 times out of 10. So we go back to it once more. Now a 2-round lead that has been extended once again by Team Japan. Team Korea going to be on the offensive try this side. And we'll see what they can do on a little bit of a wrap back and retaliation effort.
Offense last time around for Team Korea, rather slow, but they were lurking just around their spawn. 2-2 split as far as the defense is concerned here for Team Japan. They're going to take a lot of space through mid. Sweet, though. Oh, those are some dirty shoulders coming out of Mossy. Yeah, I don't want that gunfight either, man.
How many times will you? Up in P1, though, this could be a very easy opening engagement, but instead wraps all the way back around to P4 and gets caught off guard on a bad timing as Y2K was playing passive on the P4 heady so many times in an S&D. You can be put in a bad position such as that. Bomb now wrapping through the yellow side out to Statue. Chain's able to find one. It's Goldfish who tags for a second. 3 versus 2 once again for Team Japan. And as the bomb goes down, it's Mossy. Who would have guessed it in another 1v odd? No, this time he won't find it again either.
Just bomb pancaked over by Statue. It just felt like a little bit of desperation, right? They even got first blood off of the overextension of Sweet. He was going rogue, trying to find something that probably wasn't even there, but trying to take that proverbial square peg and stick it through a round hole. Team Japan still in the 3v4, able to get it done. It's just one of those things. You find that first blood, you just use your numbers, you just play the trade game soon after. Very tough scenes as Goldfish and Chain find themselves up to a combined 5.
Goldfish will run directly into P1 this time. He's got a teammate there with him. They're going to play this extremely quick as Sweet is able to find the opening engagement onto 1. Second one over by P2. Slide on the right-hand side. He finds his double in the round. Already, 2 players dead from Team Korea and a 4 versus 2 Team Japan looking to fly through the blue side spawn. And that round ended so fast that you didn't even have time to blink.
Nope, didn't even have time to barely even blink whatsoever. We go back to it, man. Sometimes the best strategy in Search and Destroy, you may think a good defense is a good offense, but the best offense of them all is just running them over. Like, I don't even know what else to say, man. Like, this is kind of the same thing when it came down to the Scar HP map 1, where you're just constantly getting the upper hand by being able to blitzkrieg the enemy team. I mean, we're to Neptune at the end of BO6 season. The team that blitzes together stays together.
Only got one more round to close out map 2 here. Put themselves up 2-0 against Team Korea. Iridescent players on the roster of Team Japan. Skill ceiling very high. Sweet wants to take this round again. Yeah, you'd think you'd check the head glitch this time after you got caught off the last time doing the exact same thing. Instead, it's Y2K who will afford himself a double off of it, but now it's Nase Michi who's going to be able to see one in the back. 2x Mike will drop to the floor. There's a second one. Please don't challenge the sniper, Mossy. I beg you. Don't peek your head out on it. They're going to be pushed a double on the P2. That's probably the best play I've seen in the S&D so far by this Team Japan, or excuse me, Team Korea roster.
Nase Michi, he's going to be back behind 1 here with the Jaeger. If he catches good timing, he could even things up. He actually does pick up I thought he picked up an AR, but that was super weird. I ain't never seen something like that before. Bomb planted here at B, and Nase Michi's got a Jaeger plus a sniper. He's going to throw one shoulder out, see if he can get the drag shot. No, not going to be the case whatsoever. And yeah, I think that's probably the best look that we've seen coming through for Team Korea, right? I mean, you're able to block away with the majority of the statue side of the map. You pivot all the way through big cut. You're able to get the bomb plane over at B, but the biggest question mark of it all is why Sweet felt the need to double dip. I don't need to tell you guys at home, but you never double dip. Don't go back and take the same route twice. Not without checking the corner you died with in the first place. What are we doing?
Unless your name's Dylan Envoy.
Okay,
you will
that's
double
fair.
dip every round.
Yep.
And still lose the gunfight. But
Sometimes you triple it.
Hey, that's more like a Colt or a Vanguard dig. That was a while ago. He stopped doing that. But you know what? I'm still going to give him it for what it's worth. Trophy system down. Going to be exploded immediately by the grenade that does come through. Unfortunately, Sweet is the one who will fall. The aggression that he's played far forward with has not paid off in the last few rounds. And it's allowed Team Korea and Avenue to really get some good positioning. Nasai Michi Goldfish, the last 2 alive. Once again, they're all the way back off inside of blue. You've still got a gunfight up and through middle map. Now it's an opportunity to get a double there for Goldfish. He tried to double dip right there. Instead, he'll back off, go over towards P2 and just play a corner. So what was a 4v2 is quickly evened up. Team Japan actually in a really good spot to maybe work this A.
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, what was a immediate 2v4 now brought down to a 2v2. Got both players stacked on top of each other. Bomb being planted. They got 2 players isolated. Ice-T gives away his red dot. And yeah, he thinks twice about hanging up around P1.
Pretty sure you just saw him on statue. Had a up and towards top P1. Ice-T. Oh, great timing in the back. Shots are good on the first, and he's able to walk away with it, but it's a wrap all the way back through. Goldfish now on board. Ice-T up top. 23 seconds left in the round here. Needs a defuse to hold on to the search and destroy. Checks the left side corner over on P2. The slide out is good from the opposition, and Team Japan will close out the search and destroy with a 6-2 victory. A 2-0 lead for them here early on. This first best of 5 is going perfectly and according to plan.
Yeah, I'd say decisive as well. I mean, the rounds that were given away was probably from Sweet's over-embellishment to want to hit the overextension, or the OE as we like to call it here, the Call of Duty terms. But shout out the young gun of Y2. He's stepping in for those big shoes of hate, albeit only fighting 2 rounds. 6 of those 7 eliminations were non-traded. It's just really tough when you put himself in that situation of like, at what could have gone better. The answer simply being, just use your numbers and just try to play for trades. That's what it most comes down to. It just always felt like they were in a numbers disadvantage. And I mean, shoot, even when they were in a numbers advantage there, Alex, sometimes it just came through with some very unique timing to be able to flip that back on its head. And then Team Japan were just able to convert to, what was that, 2 2v4s, I believe?
Yeah. At the end there, yeah, 2 2v4s. And I believe there was a 1v2 or something like that in there as well, where they were just able to kind of flip things around. It just didn't feel like first bloods really matter that much for Team Korea. And it's a really weird situation to be in, right, in the search and destroy, because I feel like a lot of teams will get into this mindset, and maybe not in a mindset, just kind of a flow set on the map, where you'll get that first blood, and they'll kind of be apprehensive on what the next play is. You kind of get into like a set rhythm where, all right, we know where we want to go off rip, but after that, it all comes down to individual plays and being able to communicate that to the rest of the team on how you want to play the rest of the map out. And if you're in a position where you get one, but you don't back off and you kind of just meander around the same area, the info is still good for the other team to know that you're there, and they could throw a double chow at you. And if you don't have a teammate to be there in a tradable position to be able to trade you out, then all of a sudden that first pick means nothing anymore, and you're still back in a 3v3. And now the other team has full information on maybe even the side of the map. Maybe they have the pressure to fill out over by P2 if they're on offense, and that completely shuts down the flow for what you want to do on the map of your Team Korea. So that's where they got caught off guard. The same thing could be said though about map 1. A lot of it just came down to not winning gunfights that they had in front of them, and it was just an over-aggressive push every time from Team Japan, and sometimes it's just a little bit too difficult to get caught up in the flurry. Really, the only times that it felt like Team Korea had opportunities in that game is when they were sat back on head glitches, and Team Japan just kind of got a little bit tried to overwhelm them, and it was just a bit reckless.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is as simplistic as that, right? Call of Duty at the end of the day is a run and gun game, and well, if you're only doing one, if not 2 of those things, sometimes you're gonna have a really tough time. But you gotta be able to gun just as much as you run sometimes, especially when you're going up against like the powerhouse that is just this Japan roster. Keep in mind, 3/4 of this team did win last season of PACAF, and I mean they showed up there at the end of the DAF season, and they ended up at least shaking a lot of different heads for being the only representation, not as much as Ramstein did, but I will hold my tongue there. I think that is just one of those things that you're mostly going to be looking for rooms of improvement. Gonna have to be almost immediate, because Overload is the 3rd game mode, and that is a game mode that really hinders off of finding a lot of good kills.
Yes, it does. Well, we will see Overload when we come back from a short break. You're watching the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship. Keep it locked here. We'll be back after a short break. back, and thanks for joining us here at the PACAF Esports Championship 2026 edition. I'm Corin with me proper. We just finished up our second map in this best of 5 series between Team Japan, the reigning defending champions of the PACAF region, and Team Korea on the opposite end. If you're watching this match or you're coming into this expecting a Team Japan victory, well, you'd be in shock. By no margin here, because they are up 2-0 inside of this best of 5 series. We'll run the replays back real quick from that search and destroy of what we just saw, give you a little refresher if you're just now joining us here inside of this best of 5. But I will say, Andy, you and I kind of deliberated on this inside of the intermission there. Realistically, it was just from start to finish, run it down city for Team Japan.
Yeah, I mean, it became to a point where, like, Sweet's just taking a lot of different overextension plays, leaving his team in proverbial 3v4s, 2v4s, and, I mean, Team Japan are just converting it, too, which is just insane. Because at any level of Call of Duty, you rarely ever see that happening, even in your rank play games. Being down in numbers typically means that the enemy team is just going to be playing for trades, which Team Korea just never really had a grasp of maintaining, but... Team Japan just being one of those teams, we kind of clocked this at the end of the Scar hardpoint. Like, they're a bunch of shooters, man. They just came through and just started running over a whole bunch of different people in any one of those different avenues that Colossus does have to offer for itself. And Y2K, try as they might, stepping in for hate, of course, for this Team Korea that we have known and love from this PACAF region. Big shoes to fill. He was trying his damnest, but it's so tough to be able to do when you not only just have to deal with Sweet, but you're also dealing with Natsumichi that's also just running amok, not only in your backline, but also dealing with the sniper too.
Yeah, absolutely. We look ahead in the series, though. We saw map 1. It was a Scar hardpoint. We'll go to another respawn on Scar for map number 3. It is going to be our Overload. Chance for Team Japan to close things out here in this map 3. And if you're unfamiliar with Overload or haven't been paying much attention to the competitive season here for Black Ops 7, much like maps 1 and 2, we've got a little explanation for you on how Overload works here for this weekend.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
Well, you heard it there. First to 8 points, first to 4 in the first half of gameplay here. We got 5 minutes on the clock for both of these two teams to get as many points scored as they possibly can. But I'll tell you what, those 5 minutes, they disappear like that. Sweet first blood onto Y2K, gets a nice explosion over the top on a set nade, and Chain's already up through middle map. And really, the name of the game here, at least for when we can see this from a litmus test standpoint, is just playing with pace, grabbing that device as quickly as possible and just sprinting it down their throats.
Yep, and then you can get a little bit of American football references coming through. You want to have a lead blocker just to try to take those initial gunfights, so that way your device carrier can try to mosey their way forward. But here you go, Team Japan just immediately getting a handful of kills. They still have the device in pocket. They're wrapping all the way around the backside of green. Now here comes the assault over by P3. Keep in mind, this is the first half. If you get to 4, the half will end.
Be a tough challenge here for Team Japan as they push forward. Ice-T on the head, he's able to find one. Pistol challenge comes in immediately in from behind. Out towards the outer boat side, though. It's going to be Big X Mike, unfortunately, taking out one there of his own teammate. However, it's a turn back around, and the device has been dropped. This has been a great start from Team Korea here. They have been overwhelming Team Japan in a lot of these number situations. It feels like they're a bit more maybe versed in this overload than it has been in the first 2 game modes.
And Mike actually gets a really good timing to get all the way through shops. He gets that crossover vibe mid-cut, but that might just come back to bite him in the rear end, because now he's down into position to try to deal with this as the device is now being worked a little bit further forward over by A, and Sweet finds himself up to 5 in a row for finally getting traded out, but still, damage more than done. This should be a capture here, and it will be the first on the board for Team Japan.
Natsumichi will run it in on the back end of a couple of great kills from his team. Now it's all about the spawn trap. And what Team Japan can do here to keep the damage going and maybe rally the point all the way back for a second score through middle map. However, as Chain is able to find one there, it's good kills that came in from Team Korea. They stopped the pressure for a moment. It's going to be down to Big Mike trying to find a couple that are rotating in through the outer boat side. First gunfight goes to the submachine gun, but it's Y2K up close, and he's just going to escape through middle map. I'm loving this. If they can push it directly to B, maybe they have a chance. But in through middle map, the reinforcements for Team Japan were there.
A tough call, too, especially you find the clearance around the back, and you're hoping to maybe try to move that device further forward, but just picking it up and trying to not only be the device carrier, but also your own lead blocker is one of the most difficult things to do. Device is going to reset. Back over that north side of the mini map. You can see right now over by P3. So you're going to start playing for kills, and Team Japan are doing that wonderfully. Sweet's already double positive, 12-6.
In the back lines, he had Goldfish who's still there. He's able to find two. Once again, Big Mike's in the top side of blue, and this time it's going to be 4 dead, but they need to read the spawn out directly behind them, and I think they will. When Sweet doesn't check anybody here, they're going to know everybody's over by plane side. You're going to see those arrows start to turn back around, and on the bottom side of red, the device is going to spawn here. Ice-T has a nice flank through the back end, looking for one, gets shots out, but the information that he is behind is now there. Inside of the mail room, in behind, Ice-T's flank will finally come to fruition as he finds 2-4.
He was chasing not only the device carrier, but whoever else could have been spawning out, and just a little bit too late. Team Japan able to recognize that they had full coverage of the shed, so that was going to be immediate boat and white wall spawns coming through for the team that starts on the blue side of the map, but you rarely are ever going to find yourself in a situation where that is going to be happening regularly. Spawns can definitely get away from you. Device recaptured now. Masi's going to be able to double things down, and now it's going to be Team Korea's turn to be able to push a little bit forward with Ice-T being the lead blocker.
Good shots on the one. Second one here. Loving the way he's playing his life at the moment. Pistol challenge is good, but the device has just been pushed so far back. You would have loved to see 3 challenge at the same time. Instead, you've got this just stuck up in top red with Masi not really making a decision on where he wants to push that. So what could have been a cap, genuinely speaking, from Team Korea, now is going to turn into Team Japan's full position over here. Yes, the back spawns are blue for Team Korea, so they'll have pressure here, but this might be a reverse cap.
Hey, Goldfish, though, watch this timing around the back. This needs to be well-timed. Ice-T chows out from Shed and just dragging a little bit behind enemy line. Goldfish, though, here comes the flank around the back. Device not only picked up, but then captured what should have been Team Korea, finally getting themselves on the board. Now it's Team Japan, 1 score away from completing the half.
It's one of those things that just half second of anticipation of not knowing exactly where you wanting to go and then just playing a bit passive just comes back to screw you in the end, and Team Korea is going to feel that in full force now. Just 1 away from being able to end the half here with a 4-score lead for Team Japan. Ice-T up top will get gunned down. Nase Michi still in top blue, looking for the second gunfight, but what a snap from Y2K. All the while, the device is being ran in on the opposite side of the map. They had no bodies over by the B zone, so we get to the halftime point with Team Japan getting to the 4 first before the timer runs out.
Yeah, and like we were talking about before we hopped over to break, I mean, if you're looking for any sort of like continuation within the series between a Search and Destroy and then a respawn game mode of Scar Hardpoint, you're looking for any sort of continuity, the team that is going to be blitzing together is probably going to be doing very well, given that you're always picking up flanks. You're always in a constant 4v3. Here's a nice little look in towards our airbase here in Yokota, Japan. Shout out these guys, man. They're absolutely grinding away, but still a lot more work to be done. You got the 4-0 lead here at the half. Y2 still shooting at 15 and 13, but his teammates need to try to pick things up. Sweet, on the other hand, ever since I pointed out his 12 and 6, has not skipped a beat. He's 20 and 10.
Yeah, some of these boys might be a bit more jacked than Doug Sensor Martin here at the airbase.
Shoot, what do you mean, maybe?
These things are... No, they definitely are. Training every day of the week. Ice-T, though, and a really good shout for our Team Korea hit at this point in time. They had the A site potentially open there. You would have loved to see Ice-T get a bit further forward before that device was picked up. Maybe an extra kill or 2, and then you could have the last person coming off spawn being the one to grab it, so you have more bodies and more guns able to be at least kind of causing a nuisance in the spawn side of Team Japan, but they have flipped this around completely, and this is where things get shaky. They're able to get 4 dead, and now the spawns are going to be deep all the way in the backside. They need to be careful. I thought maybe for a second they'd have a backside spawn out over by red, but instead it's all 4 bodies in the back here, and they are just corralled.
Remember that spawn trap I talked about, P5, back in map 1? Now you're on the favorite side of the map if you are Team Japan, and you'll be able to see why if they were ever able to get a player inside of top green. Chain might look to do so. You're going to have everybody just effectively spawning right in front of you. But now you just have to iron up, play some really good defense. Late pinch coming through. Masi actually catches really good timing to weaken up Nase Michi, who was the ball carrier. Here come the wave of gunfights, and at least the kills come through, but just as soon as they do, you have to expect the next gunfight to be there immediately. That's just how this game does play. Ball picked up now from Chain, and he is just running to the hills.
Up top, oh! Pistol challenge, and he runs all the way back out left. And this is the hardest part of Overload, especially trying to play this top green side. Ice-T does get the good timing and is able to find one for it, but if you let somebody get lost in top green, there is an escape route either side to get that point score. They're going to pick this up and they're going to park it for a moment. It looks like they want to take an exit route over towards right side of red. Instead, they actually just have to sprint it directly down the middle of the map. That's the second time we've seen Y2K kind of pick the device up and just almost run recklessly with it.
Yeah. They're just trying to at least get the ball a little bit further down the field, but you spawn up, you got to play for kills first and foremost before you can even think about the device. And a lot of people don't think about it, especially with Overload being the newest game mode to BO7 and competitive for Call of Duty, but you spawn up, you got to play for the kills. People really do underestimate as godlike as the Jaeger is with the 10 bullets in the clip. It does not replace the Dravik, which cross-maps people still. Same thing for the M15 as well. Like, it's just better weapons to be suited for it. Unless your name is Bruce Dashy, sometimes that pistol can hit a little bit different. But Chain, looking for score number 7, now just one away. Our Team Japan for running it home into 3-0.
And what a great read that was from Chain up through middle as well. Yeah, that was a complete solo play to get that dunked over on the B zone. That one outside of market, ran it down through. Nasai Michi will find one, and now the device is inside of market, but you don't recognize that you still have Mossy inside surviving. Wallbang shots are going to be good in from Sweet as he's able to walk himself back up through market. Now it's all just a waiting game here as they're going to try and pick this device up. Good kills over through middle map, but it's a double trade back for Team Japan. Once again, Mossy will stay alive inside of market. And how many times are we going to say that? It seems like that's his home throughout here on Scar.
You need it, though. You need that green control. Here comes a Hellstorm missile, which was earned by Sweet. I want to say back over by the first half, he'll clap that down for Ice-T for his 30th kill in this game number 3 of Overload on Scar. 30 and 18 for the kid. And he's going to start hitting routes around the backside of green. Like you said, trying to find refuge inside of shops.
There we go.
It's realistically the only place where Team Korea has found any semblance of success. And yeah, I mean, you're able to at least turn what was an enemy Hellstorm in towards your first cap, but there's still so much more ground to be covered and only so little time to do so.
There's going to be deep spawns out over on B. This is the opportunity up through top green. Are you going to get the jump out on it? Are you going to try and wrap back over towards B? And it looks like that's going to be the game plan. Sweet clears the lane out. And in from behind, Team Japan is able to deliver the final EMP device to the zone. 8 scores in 2 halves. That's going to give them the 3-0 sweep over Team Korea in their first best of 5 series. Again, this is a double round robin, so plenty more matches for this Team Japan team to play. But I would say this, Andy, they are in form. From what we saw last year in 2025, the double chime PACAF champs could be back again.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anybody's going to be disputing that. I mean, a lot of people, even within the Discord or even inside the Twitch chat, would probably agree with you as well, Alex. You're not insane for saying that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, their gunnies coming in towards that map, number 1, were absolutely firing on all cylinders. Search and destroy. The only reason why they were probably losing a lot more rounds is because they were kind of just throwing caution in the wind. At least it looks so. But even in the Overload as well, like, it's just one of those things, like, this team is just constantly sprinting together, but it's their proactivity that is going to make them a true force when it comes down to Overload throughout this entire weekend for the PACAF champs.
No, it absolutely will. Congratulations to Team Japan once again, of course, as we saw this series. Through and through was really not all that close against Team Korea, but that is what happens when you have a well-practiced team only adding one new individual to the roster to really get a go of things back here inside of PACAF once again inside of 2026. Just kind of speaking on this Team Japan roster real quick too. You know, we talked about Goldfish, we talked about Chain. Chain in his first year competing again, by the way. This is something that we had at the top of our best of 5 series before we really started breaking everything down. To be able to see some of the plays that Chain has been making here inside of the PACAF Esports Championship, it has been great. I know we noted that one solo play that he had up through middle, although it was already a 6-0 lead. To get them that 7th cap and get them even closer to the end, that was really good stuff. But throughout the series, I mean, say what you will about Nasamichi, Goldfish, and Sweet, we know what we're expecting out of them. Chain is such a complimentary player to this team. It is actually great stuff.
Yeah, that feels like he's been playing with them forever. But, I mean, he goes in towards this working system that is the former PACAF 2025 championship between Sweet, Nasi, and Goldfish, like he kept pointing out. Chain being new, he's playing at home. Keep in mind, like he is based here in Yokota, Japan. So I mean, you want to talk about comfort? We are in his neck of the woods, and when you're surrounded by these three guys that are not only used to winning, but they're also used to just shooting straight as ever. When it came down to BO6 just last year, you got to really feel that these guys are really going to be the pinnacle when it comes down to your next step to either represent the entirety of this region or just going on home. These guys are absolutely crazy with the way that they're constantly hitting routes. They're constantly putting themselves into situations where they're always in a winning position. But I think that it even goes further than that. These guys are just making sure that the enemy team doesn't even have a second to breathe. When you're playing with such pace and vigor, and the enemy team can barely even have a second to think, you're probably going to be about 100 points up in the hard point. You're probably going to have a life advantage in the search and destroy, and you're damn well going to have all of the map advantage when it comes down to overload.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see some of the replays here just from Search and Destroy once again. If you did miss the first two maps and the overload, Team Japan once again in form. The same thing can be said, though, for Team Korea. I don't think this is the last we're going to see of this team by any stretch. It was just a tough game. Realistically, that's all it came down to. It's a tough matchup for you. You guys have not played all that much together. Relatively new form team. Yeah, you've been playing decent, but it's really, really hard to go up against the Team Japan roster and expect great results, especially right out of the gates. The hardpoint kind of told the entire story. But the one thing that we did give Team Korea credit for inside of maps 1, 2, and 3 was the ability to break together. I think there were moments where, the gunfights didn't go their way, and maybe they're not the exact straightest shooters like Team Japan are in some of the moments, but there were moments inside of each and every map where we were like, you know what, that was a really good play. That was a smart play. And I think if they can kind of string those together and have those smart and correct plays be something that is moment to moment instead of once in a blue moon on the map, that's when we're really going to start to see Team Korea kind of find their rhythm. They've got a lot of Call of Duty left to play throughout the weekend, so there's going to be some great stuff there. But I do believe we have an interview coming up here with Sweet from the winning side of Team Japan. We'll hop on board with him now. Well, Sweet, congratulations on the first series win. You guys are in realistically great form, same as you were in Black Ops 6 season. Coming out of the victory here in this first best of 5 series, how's the vibe feeling for the entire team?
We're just here to shoot our guns, have some fun. We know everybody here. We all play every day, all the different teams. So it's really nice to see the boys in person and play some nice competitive COD. The vibes are pretty high. We're just riding the wave.
That's awesome.
Sweet, it's good to see you again, man. Again, coming back as far as the 2025 PACAF champions, I want to talk to you a little bit about your new fourth. Let's talk about Chain, man. It's his first year competing. He's playing at home there in Yokota Air Base there in Japan. Tell me more about just how Chain fits into the system for y'all.
Oh, that guy's gross. That guy's nasty. Coming off our fourth last year, shutout night, we didn't really have like the best fit team dynamic as it. He likes to play sub, and my main role is a sub. I was kind of having to play AR last year and flex all over the map, but now I get to kind of do what I'm meant to do, and you guys saw I was pretty gross last year, so now I'm able to play my role, and it's gonna be even better this year.
So let's talk about that role then, man, because you are the self-proclaimed Michael Jordan of PACAF, the top 250 player. Tell me a little bit more, man. How often you keep the sticks in your hands, man? Because you said Chain is gross, man. You're making some of the most egregious plays. You're making lime turn into lemonade out there, brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't say self-proclaimed Michael Jordan of PACAF. That was more Zig, but I do love it out here. I do love all the people out here, and I'm just here to shoot my gun. I go back Conus very, very soon, so I'm excited to get into challenges and stuff like that out there, and really get to show my worth out on bigger stages more than just Air Force gaming. But having my teammates and stuff be available is kind of what keeps the sticks in my hands, and an amazing wife that lets me play the game as much as I do. I go to work, I come home, I shoot my gun. Some days are different than others, but I try to get in, the reps with the boys as much as I can, making sure we're all, together and building that team chem up.
Oh, hell yeah, man. This is going to be kind of a question outside of the game real quick, but what's it like over there, just being in Japan and being able to play Call of Duty out there and just be kind of in that environment out there, especially, 13 hours ahead of where we are here back in the States?
It's amazing. Just a little bit of a story. I was originally supposed to go to Alaska at a tech school, and I really wanted Japan, and somebody swapped with me for it. So I'm super, super grateful that that happened, and Japan was always like a dream place for me to come to. It's, as you can see, it's gorgeous outside. It's a little rainy right now, but it's beautiful outside all day, every day. We went to a beautiful garden yesterday to kind of do some team media and stuff like that. Japan is amazing. The cherry blossoms are amazing, especially up north in Misawa, where me and the other two teammates are from. Sakura season's normally in April, so it's coming up really soon. Going to be very beautiful, and Japan as a whole is just an amazing country. If I wasn't in the military, I'd live here the rest of my life.
Well, that's awesome here. I was actually going to ask too. I was like, is that a green screen in the background, or is that just how beautiful the background environment is over there in Japan? And you answered that perfectly, so we appreciate you for that. Glad you're having fun over there, and it was a great series to watch you guys play. I'm sure we'll be talking to you at some point throughout the rest of the week here as well. So congratulations, good luck on the rest of the matches, and good luck one step closer on going and being two-time back-to-back PACAF champion.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, all right. Well, dude, that was actually a cool story about him like going to like Alaska and everything, or like supposed to be going to Alaska and then getting back over to Japan and being able to swap out between those two different places. Like POIs like that is like insane to me. Just like think about that. Like in one moment, like one world, you're going to be in like one of the coldest places in the continental United States, and then on the other hand, you get to go to one of the most beautiful countries in the world, as he just told us about, and like just seeing the background and everything there. Like, I mean, you know this. I wanted to go to Japan for the last, I don't know how, 10 years, something like that. So like just to be able to get another like first person recollection of Japan is just super, super cool.
Yeah, it was super nice to be able to hear like the whole idea of like the cherry blossoms and just to be able to see the scenery as well. Like, I mean, Japan just as a country is really, really beautiful, and where they are in Yokota as well. Like, you just really got to appreciate that for all things that they're coming together. Like, all of these guys are representing for the Air Force. They're coming together to be able to play Call of Duty and just to overall just have a good time. Like all the friendships that they're building along the way, man. Like, it's just an absolute beautiful thing. Sweet. May as well be a humble king, man, because he was absolutely hooping on them as far as that series was concerned, man. I'm definitely appreciative for his insight.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, maybe he'll take a trip over to Shizuoka this weekend for the Formula 1 race that's over there, and maybe he'll send some pictures or something like that to us and check back with him then. But for right now, I believe we are going to send things to a quick break. We're going to set up our next best of 5 series. When we return, we've got a couple more great teams dueling it out in the battle here for the PACAF Esports Championship in 2026. I'm Corn. With me is Proper. We'll be back after a quick break. our first block of the day has been officially finished off as Japan was able to take down Team Korea. On the opposite side, we have now the Pacific Island team going up against Team Japan in another best-of-5 series. This is the second for both of these teams in the round robin that we have here. Again, it's a double round robin over the next few days into what will be a single elimination bracket. That will, of course, get us to the point where we have a grand finals to crown a champion in the PACAF Esports Championship here for the 2026 season of Black Ops 7. What they're fighting for, Andy, of course, that is to go all the way over to the DAF World Esports Championship at the end of July, where they will have to fight off against 4 teams from the CONUS region, and of course, another team that's going to be coming in from the USAFE region as well. So that is a lot to play for. Team Japan, of course, as we know already, was a team that was able to do this last year. There's still adversaries in their way, though, and that starts out with the Pacific Island roster. We'll take a look at Team Japan's roster, though, real quick, though. First, Andy, as we, of course, saw them in our previous best-of-5 matchup on stream.
Yeah, if you missed them in that 3-0 versus Team Korea, just shy of 100-point club in the Scar Hardpoint, 6-2 on the Colossus Search, and then 8-1 on the Scar Overload. And a lot of that was done, I mean, pick your poison, realistically. I mean, Goldfish was hitting a lot of good timings. Chain's the new kid on the block. Sweet was gassing him up. He said he's the GOAT. And also that guy was just absolutely blitzkrieging everybody that he possibly could find. And Asamichi is a more than a well-rounded player just to make this 4-player roster 3/4 of your defending PACAF champs. Of course, Chain being that newest Chain on the in the link, of course. But this Team Japan roster is absolutely ferocious, man. They are not afraid to set pace.
No, they are not. On the opposite side, though, the Pacific Islands roster that we will take a look at here also has a culmination of a lot of great faces on this team as well. For example, you've got Seaskirk, you've got Green Gred, who is now the player that has made his way over from the CONUF region into the PACAF region. This is a player that we are both excited to watch to see how they perform on this roster for Team Pacific. Breadwinner and IWEP, the last two rounding out of the 4-man team here. As we were mentioning beforehand, this is a team that could very easily start causing some problems here within the bracket. This is a team that, at least for myself, I'm not exactly sure if you were thinking the exact same thing as me, but this is a team that I have my eyes on, not only because Green Gred's on this team, but because there is a lot of playership between these individuals, more specifically playtime. Seaskirk and Breadwinner have a lot of practice as a duo. I think IWEP and Green Gred getting in on this roster is going to provide a ton of benefit for this team.
Yeah, and look, but IWEP got a little bit more of like a magnifying glass on what he can do, at least for me personally. He's new to Air Force Gaming. Everybody around the block that's there has been saying that this guy's really good. It just comes down to convincing the team that's on the opposite side, because the Misawa champs of Team Japan just simply are not convinced. But those are your 8 players on both sides of the lobby. Let's take a look at the venues where we're going to be starting off all our adventures. The way that the modes will be sticking around the same, starting off on Hardpoint Search and then Overload Hardpoint and Search if we need to go there. But got ourselves an Exposure, a Raid Search and Destroy this time around, Alex, and then the guarantee for the Scar Overload. But if we do have to go that map 4, we finally get to take a look at Den Hardpoint, and then to round things out is that Scar Search.
Yeah, I'm very happy that we are breaking up the map set a little bit here than what we've seen traditionally throughout a lot of the modes and map sets throughout the entire season. If you've been watching any sort of Challengers or CDL, this shouldn't look too unfamiliar to you, but that first series with Scar Colossus definitely threw me for a loop. So this is a bit more back to tradition, at least in the standard go of things. So the Expo Hardpoint map 1. This is where I want to talk about Team Japan more specifically than the Pacific Islands roster, since we just had an ability to watch them previously in their hardpoints. I think a map like this is going to work out just fine for them. I think you give the ability for the SMGs to start pushing pace around the map, and that's going to open the door set for everybody on Team Japan to really have a coveted role here on the map. I think you allow Sweet to get aggressive. He's going to be the one to push around. He's going to get up close to you, and he will be a problem throughout the entire map, as we saw against Team Korea. Expect him to be in your face, playing up through the long cut, being the first one out on P2, getting up close inside of P3 and P4 with the SMG in hand. He is going again to be a problem. Second player I look to on the opposite side, I look for Nasamichi. Nasamichi with the AR had locked things down on the first Scar map that we saw inside of that best of 5 against Korea. I want to see the exact same thing here once again. Hold P1 over the middle. Just play top P3 window. Play the top ring side. Be able to just hold the entirety of the middle map open. That is what I want to see from the ARs from both of these teams, but for Team Japan, that's obviously their keys to success.
Yeah, and then the opposite side for Team Pacific Islands, let's go ahead and just address the one thing immediately. There are 4 teams in towards this tournament. 2 teams are 1-0. They're those 2 teams that are currently in this series right now. I believe that Team Alaska as well as Team Korea should be starting off their best of 5 here sometime soon on the side station. But who's going to be kind of meeting that pace on the opposite side? I'm going to be looking at Seaskirt and Breadwinner. Those are your Flex or your SMG players. Of course, Green Grad would be the easy cop-out answer coming from the CONUS region, coming from what is considerably regarded as the toughest out of the regions that we do have here for the DAF World League. I think that you're mostly going to be looking for Seaskirt and Breadwinner to be able to keep that pace, man. If they can somehow catch fire, then honestly, this Team Japan might get humbled a little bit.
Absolutely. They're kind of the wild card coming into this, and I guess that leads us into predictions here, Andy. Last series, I said it was going to be a 3-0. I'm starting off 1-0 on the week. I'm going to do a little humble brag right there. You had a 3-1 for Team Japan in this series as well, I believe. So, look, I'm going to stick to my guns here. They are a wild card of the Pacific Islands. That's okay. They need to show me something before I go ahead and give them the credit against a very strong Team Japan roster. I'm going with a 3-0 in this series.
Yeah, like Brody was doing the same exact thing all throughout DAF the finals, all throughout last year as well. So it's sound strat, man. Sound strat sometimes pays off, sometimes it does. I think that if there's one map mode combination that Team Japan might end up like giving up, if they are met with some sort of gunny resistance, it's probably going to be the Search and Destroy, because I mean there was a lot of different opportunities that candidly, Team Korea should have been able to convert those rounds, but it just comes down to being able to find those follow-up kills and then being able to play around the objective that could have gotten them over that proverbial hump. So I'm going to give Team Pacific Islands at least the benefit of the doubt. They should be able to take at least one map off of these guys. Though I'd love to be proven otherwise. Maybe it could go the distance for map 5, but I still got Japan taking it in 4.
Yo, let's lock in. Why are we on the phone right now? Come on, we got to lock in. Let's get in the range. Let's start shooting some targets down or something like that. Let's get locked. Thank you. You listen to me. I appreciate that. Now, overall though, let's just, I guess, kind of just dive into the overall theming of this series and kind of phrase it up in an overarching way. I would say for the most part, I think a lot of people are going to expect Team Japan, myself included, to kind of be at the upper echelon of this. I expect them to take the first gunfights. I expect them to be out on rotation. I expect them to be able to break with relative ease. That being said, as we kind of phrased up Pacific Islands roster as a wild card team, this is where I could see things starting to shake down just a bit. I looked at P2 immediately as the first kind of, I guess, litmus test of what we're going to be able to see there. Specifically, if we see either team take the P3 spawn side and create just a very strong block. Because if you set somebody back over by Jenny's, you have one person playing top solar, and then you have one person in the hard point, that's going to force them to spawn all the way back by behind P4, and then you funnel them there every time because there's not an emergency spawn out because of the player that's blocking so far deep back by Jenny's on the P3 wrap back. So if we see that from either one of these two teams, that's not only going to give me the confidence to say that they might just take this series handedly, or at least the first map handedly, but that's going to also tell me who has done their homework, who's got the spawns locked down, and who has got everything going for them. Again, I'm going to be so honest here. I think Team Japan is the one who has the upper hand advantage here, but I would not be surprised if the Pacific Islands roster is able to kind of start getting through the back line, sending one, getting one lost, and being able to start committing to a lot of the flanks that we saw fall apart for Team Korea.
Expo is one of those maps where you can absolutely have that luxury. I wouldn't say it's 1-for-1 for Scar, but like you do have a lot of these inner workings from like a connector all the way, all the outskirts over by dirt. And then honestly, just the inner workings, like once you do get over towards P4, like it just takes one player to be able to slip that net from long going over towards top ring. But seeing some fist bumps already out, seeing some players loading in towards the lobby, you know what that means, Alex. It is time to get underway with our second series of the day. Team Japan versus the Pacific Islands. Will Japan continue to be flawless, or will Pacific Islands start to humble them a little bit? I'm interested to see the same thing that you just pointed out, man. I think that Team Pacific Islands have something really good ahead of them, and that's just being the wild card. There's not a whole lot of VOD for what these guys do bring to the table. Might catch our previous PACAF champs by surprise.
Nades out immediately. Nasamichi, you're going to be playing in through dirt. You got two up through top P3 in middle and one playing in through long on the opposite end. So we'll hop on board with Breadwinner. Looking into P1. Good shots are initial. They're going to back them off over towards the black boxes. It's 3 down immediately from the Pacific Islands. So nothing to buy stock into just yet, but a great opening assault.
Fantastic opening assault, right? I mean, you can see player number 8, Greengrad, new kid on the block coming all the way from Dover, Delaware. He's already locking away the rotation over towards P2. That's a lot of blind trust that his teammates are just going to be able to cover everything over by the current time. And Seaskirt gonna get the last laugh. That just means that Green-Gred, he can just keep his feet up, smiling. Nice nade comes through, at least from Nasamichi, but needs a little bit more kills. They're electing to try to hit through this old time and then try to get themselves over by P2, which they're able to do the latter, but they know they're missing a handful of players.
Oh, I'm loving the wrap back, though, from P3 from Pacific Island. And you have iWept on the opposite side. Doesn't realize that the pinch is coming through. Good gunfight from Sweet is going to be one through the front immediately. However, from behind, Seaskirt and Green Guard also going to be able to find a couple. So now you have the opportunity to really start pushing out through middle map. You've got the block set up by P3 side. The push is on through the front. 3 gunfights go the way of Pacific Islands. Yeah, uh-oh. This is getting out of control pretty quickly, Andy.
It really is. 4 in a row for Seaskirt. Oh, the drop shot for the 5th. Pinstripe kill feed, at least thus far, but the only avenue forward is through their side of solar panels for Japan. They can slide in for some contested time, but they need some kills if they want to walk away with the majority of the scrap.
iWeb's going to have 2 through middle map. Good shots on a jump chow repeatedly there. He's got Green-Gred up top looking to drop on down. Hip fires are good enough to hold them out to the front. This is going to be scrap time back to it. However, the spawns will flip around here for the moment as Pacific Islands now have the P3 hold in their favor. They need to make sure not only that they pick up Green-Gred coming in through Zig Cut, but holding on the onslaught from P2 as they push forward. iWeb will open up with 1 Breadwinner going to hop over the top. Is the timing good enough into the backside? Well, iWeb will go ahead and lock down everything on P3. What a break immediately. I might be eating the humblest of pies.
Hey, you might just be 70-6 going in towards P3, and they have every bit locked down. Not a whole lot of space, so through P1, iWeb's going to have to hold on. No trophy system to block that fragmentation grenade, but you still have back spawn, so Goldfish, he's weak, but he is the tip of the spear for Team Japan to try to break for the back 30.
Goldfish slide in, though. Slide challenge there. iWept will once again be a strong fort inside of the hard point. Another 4 set down. 25 seconds left in an opportunity to break out across the map over by P4. The back spawns are in from Team Japan. This is falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, it's falling apart going in towards P3. That's insane. As soon as we go in towards P4, it is about to be 92-20-something. Breadwinner is 10-6 so far. 10-8 on the opposite side for Sweet, but an abysmal 2-8 for Goldfish is a very slow start comparatively to what we saw. I mean, we're apples and oranges as far as what the previous series did look like for Team Japan, but starting to wake up a little bit now, boys. I know that it's a beautiful day over there in Japan, but we got to get our gunnies going.
We got 1 in the corner, 1 playing up on the top square inside of P4. Outside, Sweet will stay alive, and Breadwinner will have 17 HP inside of the hard point. Split spawns, but a deep spawn in the back from the block that came in from Team Pacific. But now it's 3 that go through the front, and Team Japan are finally starting to wake up. 3 kills go their way. It's a trade out immediately, but the spawns have flipped out. 30 seconds of ripe time here, but it's iWeb trying to find 1.
Yep, got deep back spawns being anchored by Nasamichi, but nobody's expecting for the solar panel push to come through, so Seaskirt, he breaks around the back. Still 20 seconds left to fight over here before we go towards the final hill here of the first set. That's 20 seconds that you really wanted if you are Team Japan, but all because Nasamichi wanted to try to bump out, get back in towards the time. He lets that opportunity come through from his own solar panels. That means that the back 20 seconds will garner an 80-point lead still for the Pacific Islands, going down low over towards P5, right where Nasamichi's located at. All the spaces all the way through connector, but nobody's expecting for the push to come through from the P2 door. Even going 1-for-1 is fine. You leave your teammates in a 1v1 for the time.
I like a lot of this, though. Still a lot of mid-map pressure. Nasamichi can just play his life on side of P5. This is probably the best look that Team Japan have had at some significant time here inside of map 1. Still a lot of pressure up on the black box by Sweet as he pushes in through long. Gonna spot another one, and his teammate should be there from help on the bottom side of P3. It is blue, blue, blue in the kill feed right now. Combined 7 streak for the team.
Look at the cameras and the difference as far over in the bottom right. Just leaning a little bit further forward, trying to put themselves in a situation and trying to regain control of what started off cataclysmically for Team Japan. What was an 80-point lead has now just been dropped down to 40. Will be somewhere near about 30 plus in between that ratio going in towards the second set, but I will say an absolute necessity of about a full 60 of P5. Otherwise, we would have been talking about that map number 2. But Breadwinner has certainly been put in his place. When we talked about his 10-6, he's now at the 13-13. I don't need to give you that math, but it's chained up to 5 in a row. Looking for 6. Needs some assistance over by AS&D. iWept has way too much to look at. And although the spree does come to a rest, Team Japan with a good majority of this map control until Breadwinner finds that last kill. Now it's all Pacific Islands surging through the middle.
So it seems like second half hardpoint team here from Team Japan on Expo. First half was all Pacific Islands the last time around. Their mid-map pressure, when they have the bodies thrown at it, seems very, very good. They're not getting lost in the chaos. Sweet now pushing up onto the side of the box. Goldfish up inside a top P3. Window will get traded out immediately as Nasamichi. Breadwinner up and through middle will go ahead and find the last player inside of time. And now it's all about getting topside north control of the map. You got player 1 on the rotation out there. 2 now rotating over by back. Solar. Good God.
You just put him on a poster all the way out there in Japan. That's insane, IWEP. First year, putting the champs on posters like that. It actually sets up for a very easy rotation once again for the Pacific Islands just to get over towards this tank head glitch first, but the popcorn takes down at least 1 plus a teammate for Nasamichi. Is that enough to set himself up for the easy 1v1? The answer is no. Green Gred comes back through, finds the last kill required, and the time is ticking on up for the Pacific Islands.
We saw last time on P2 as well, just not a lot of ability to push out of the P4 spawn trap. This is exactly what I was talking about beforehand of what I wanted to see set up. Nobody's pushed too far forward just yet. They're funneling them all through the inside of Solar off the P4 spawns. Chain's able to find one, but 40 seconds of uncontested relatively time has gone to the Pacific Islands roster, and now you're looking at a 70-point deficit and a barrel directly in the front of your face.
E3 back spawn, so still here right now for Team Japan. The problem is they have a very angry IWEP inside of the time, playing around the pillar, almost got himself with that double jump. Last few trades need to come through, and it's Goldfish that needs to lock away from the time. And what should have been a very easy transition from 2 to new just comes absolutely blown up back in their faces. Breadwinner, even with the pistol, assists his team for a 4 dead. No trophy system, no anchors in towards the back. You got 2 players in split spawns over by Jenny's.
Double push. Now it's a pinch opportunity. This is a much needed and realistically game-saving break from Team Japan here if they can get inside. It's still chaos in the point, though. You have one through the side door. You have to try to challenge for the 1v1, but wisely. It's a back off out through middle map and a contention back inside of the hard point. Nasamichi down on the bottom of P3, looking for the first gunfight there and will be able to win it. However, doesn't have a lot of teammate pressure with him. Hipfire shots and the toe shots are good. Last player inside is 4 dead here from Team Japan. It's only 15 seconds they'll fight for, but it was a much needed 15 seconds. Down 80.
And now you gotta somehow break over towards the Fortress of Solitude that is P4. Got for player number 5, C-Skirt. He's watching all of the solar panel push. And because of this push that's starting to come through, IWEP is actually going to be granted a nice little flank opportunity, but he comes through just a little bit too late here, Alex. He finds one upon exit, but the spawn secured it towards the back for Team Japan.
This is great time to walk away with here, and this is what we talked about beforehand. It was P4 and P5 and half a way through P3 where the map really started to flip out. It seems like Team Japan much more comfortable playing on this solar side of the map opposed to P1, 2, 3 side, but that could be spelling trouble even if they're able to hold here on P4 and 5 when we get back to that next rotation inside of middle map. C-Skirk looking to push the bottom side of ring will be able to find one for himself. Now to the back end, you're looking for a few more through the front door. Goldfish, who started off slow, having himself a bit of a resurgence here, got a good amount of hill time to go with it. Green Gred, though, can he break in through Green?
Breadwinner is still even. 23 and 23, 25 and 24 for IWEP. Green Gred getting things hot, 24 and 20. The back 10 seconds will be picked up here. IWEP, John Wicks the M15 in his hands, and that's 4 dead in the feet again. And what was the best hill on the first set for Japan is now just all the way out of reach. They are spawning in Bufu comparatively to where the rotation has already been won by the Pacific Islands.
But in the situation where you needed a 4 down there and you get a 4 down, if you are Team Pacific Islands, that's probably the best case scenario for Team Japan. Not a lot of back-end time off of P4, but apparently here in P5, it really won't matter. Little spinnies at the bottom of the screen. C-Skirk now looking to push his way forward. We've got plenty of opportunity to close this out here in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. They got all the head glitches. They got the black box. They got A, S, and D, all the space through P1. It's looking like game right here. Nobody's going to be able to contest in time until that last kill comes through from Chain. Sweet also able to convert over by 1 by black box, so they're still alive with 20 seconds left to play here on 5.
All right, 90 points. You got to go. Without 5 going to the Pacific Islands roster, it seems like an impossible task, but maybe it's good enough. Just kidding. Trades up through middle map. They're going to sit on in the back. You have to push here if you are Team Japan. There's one more playing inside of the corner. Hipfire shots to Goldfish are good, but the second one is there. You have a mid-map rotation, but there's only a few seconds left to play for here on P5. Now in towards the middle map, it's a 2v3.
It can only allow 2 seconds before it's truly the end of the game. 247 to 178. This might just be where they start to flourish. 2 for 1 in the feed. Nasamichi's gonna run out of bullets, and the final kill comes through from Green Gred, the newest Conus player coming over towards PACAF. Seals the deal for Team Pacific Islands, but I think we can all agree that was settled about halfway through with the second set.
Well, I'll be damned. The wild card team comes out and stuns Team Japan in map 1. Everything on paper was telling us that Team Japan should have this locked away, but again, with them being a wild card, with Green Gray coming over, with Seaskirk and Breadwinner also having a ton of chemistry between the two of them as a duo, I will gladly eat the humblest of pies right there. I know I said 3-0s. That might have been a faded take. That's okay. I had to stick to it. I said I would change my opinion if I was shown something that was going to give me the insight to it. That map 1 showed just that. It's not even just because they won the map. It was everything that they did on it. I literally said it before the game. If you lock down that P2 side and you block the spawns out and you trap the team over by P4 and you lock down 40 seconds at a time, I'll call you the winners. That's exactly what they did from the first set of rotations into the second set. It was gorgeous.
I mean, regardless of what map you're on, I mean, Scar may be one of the maps that you can try to chain a lot of these hills together, but when you're thinking about exposure, like 2 to 3 isn't exactly right next door to each other. 3 to 4 is quite literally across the map. And 4 to 5, the way that the spawns do work, especially you saw there at the end of the second set, the way the Pacific Islands manipulated the middle of the map, they forced them to spawn all the way over to the back P4 spawns because they had the rotation. Like, that's way too smart knowledge coming through from the Pacific Island boys. And I'll be completely honest, man, they completely caught all of Japan off guard. It certainly looked like that they're going to have to eat some humble pie as well alongside you, Alex, because although 3/4 of them are the PACAF champs from BO6 and just last year, it's not looking like it's going to be a very easy route. Not in this series, no sirree. These replays are going to be quite indicative to show that when you have an 80-point lead advantage, it's very difficult to lose a hard point.
Yeah, it's not like Colossus where you can string like 2 and 3 together or something like that. And it's like, okay, cool, awesome. We got ourselves some good time here. It's not. Exposure really does play out like some of our longer range maps that we saw last year. Like Rewind, I think, is a really good example to kind of like pair it between Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7. You have to play fundamentally correct Call of Duty. You have to play smart. You have to think ahead. You have to influence the spawns in a way to where it's not just like, okay, bang out 4 here and we should probably win the hard point. It's like you have to intentionally design your entire play style around setting up for a hill and then holding that there while winning the gunfights. So there's a lot of added layers on Exposure that I think the Pacific Islands roster showed us that they have the capability to do just that. And that is a really, really strong start for what is going to be their aspirational run here for the PACAF championship in 2026. There's still a lot of matches left to play and a round robin to go through, Andy, but for the most part, I can say with absolute confidence that this team has shown me a great deal just within a very short sample size of map 1, and the 3 individuals from the Hickam Air Force Base and 1 from the Anderson Air Base have really popped off here in that map 1.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, all the experience of just having to be playing Call of Duty just comes through wonderfully in fruition right there, regardless of how much time they have spent being played together, or even just within AFG. Again, it's IWEP's first season playing in the Air Force gaming space, but like, you could have fooled me, man. That guy looks like he's been playing at some pretty molecular level when it comes down to Call of Duty. Good decision making, good centering. We also saw some good snaps, but also just good routes. And again, I know I've said it a handful of times. I'm going to sound like a broken record until it doesn't impress me no more, which is not going to happen. But like, it's just the map manipulation on Exposure. Like that only comes with time spent inside the game. You can watch a lot of VOD all day long, but the execution for the Pacific Islands, man, that was absolutely chef's kiss.
No, it absolutely was. We'll look ahead to the rest of this series, though. We've got a map 2 coming up here, what will be a search and destroy on Raid. And Andy, this has been a polarizing map, at least for myself. I know you and I have expressed grievances about Raid search and destroy in the Black Ops 7 season. It doesn't play like Raid of old. It really does require you to kind of play this in a different way than you used to. Keenly, that of course showing that offensive side getting into middle map first. And I think where you have an offense getting into middle map and then you are able to kind of assert pressure that way, the traditional 10 years of this map that we had seen beforehand, there's still a lot of elements that play very, very similar, but that does shake it up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference for me is how there used to be a wheelbarrow over in the cutout window, and that used to be the call out for it. It used to be wheelbarrow, and now it's just a hole in the wall. Like, it's insane. But I think Raid, especially comparatively to BO2 and even Cold War, look at how fast Goldfish just got all the way through pillars. Like, that's the difference, man.
a 10-second push, and he was a little passive off of spawn too, and it didn't even take him all that time. So I left inside a kitchen. We'll back off. There's one on the staircase trying to watch out for it. Sweeten the top side of window. That's something that he's not going to be able to do all throughout this search and destroy. Is just play very, very quick and try to get too aggressive. He will get caught out by Pacific Islands, where maybe he wasn't going to against that career roster. However, it's a 1v1. Bomb down inside of the ring over on the A side. IWEP just playing his life. He's in a great spot to potentially take this off.
I think he saw his nameplate. Oh, he might have seen it right there on statue, but that information might be mutual. Dravik versus Chain on the opposite side, and IWEP is playing this perfectly. Go ahead and plant that bomb, young man. I'll play for that retake.
Oh, but the bad timing. He's going to go all the way around through library side.
We didn't see him.
So Chain's going to be able to get this for free, and now can slide all the way back. Has the AR against the Dravik at longer ranges. Yes, the Dravik is still good, but top ring jump up from IWEP. Shots in, shoulders good. Chain looks back to the left-hand side. Now back to the right. IWEP still playing the top side of ring and will absolutely gun Chain to the bricks. I'm not sure if I love the challenge out there to the right side, but maybe felt like he had to make a move. Regardless, 2 kills in the first round here for IWEP, and the first round of the opening search and destroy goes to Pacific Islands.
It's such a hard call, though, isn't it? Because it's like, I mean, you've been in those shoes as the SMG player. Like, you get the initial damage. You're expecting for the immediate challenge to come through, but like, he almost plays that like an AR, doesn't he? He gets the damage. And he's like, "Come on, man, take the challenge. Try to play for the timing. I'll just say you got to slide out on one of these sides of the white van," and it happens inevitably. And as the regen's even coming through, he just smokes him, drops him dead. IWEP in the 1v1, icy as ever in his opening series here on stream for the PACAF Championships. Now it's Team Pacific Islands for their offense. They got nades coming over to the cross the statue. They got good stuns over by Laundry. But the bomb might just pivot back through mid to open stairs.
Yeah, both teams opted for a 2-2-1 split. 2 to the A side, 1 middle, 1 B on the high side. Seaskirk will be able to find at least some shots on the opening engagement. That's good information. Problem is, he peeks a little too wide on the left side of ring, and that will allow Chain to get the first blood. Now it's a 4 versus 3 for Team Japan. Their first blood here in the Search and Destroy.
Sweet might have made the play, but is he going to catch the timing? Here comes the push over by Driveway. Green Red just is ready for that. 3v3, what a hell of a trade.
Sniper out top on the mansion side. Now you have IWEP who gets directly onto A for free. I think Chain and the rest of the Japan roster think that this is going to be a wrap back over to B, and you can see that number 3 arrow in the back of Chain being like, dude, what? And then he wraps back over through jungle. Now he's inside a kitchen with his teammate, but the sniper has moved positions, and he's able to find one with the pistol as well. So Breadwinner takes down 2 of the 3 players on this Team Japan roster. Now it's all down to Chain in a 1 versus 3. Spots the second one out over by ring. Shots good enough. Doesn't realize where the second one is, and unfortunately, he's just on the head glitch of the staircase directly behind him. So what was a good try, and a first blood that went to Team Japan completely shut down a Pacific Islands take a 2-round lead.
A couple things that are absolutely certain in life. Death, taxes, and Breadwinner not being afraid of taking a gunfight. That guy is absolutely just, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, that guy's twisted. There's just no way that he just ends up finding the first, slides back out with the pistol, converts it into a deuce. Like, that's... You don't teach Moxie like that, kid. I'll tell you that much. But IWEP's still alive from that initial round where he found the 1v1 for the 2, found another in the previous round. If he continues on this streak, yeah, you see that right there. Score streaks, baby. Could be working himself towards a Hellstorm.
Once again, first blood goes the way, and dude, and that's like the problem that I have with that. It's just like you just run directly into money with no trade availability. And it's just cost them so many times. And now you're in the 3v3, so that first blood virtually means nothing. You get the bomb down, yes, so at least you got the space taken over on the south side of the map. 2 will wrap back through kitchen. They're all going to play this to the backside of Laundry.
Yeah, they're going to have to. IWEP, though, I mean, he's second-guessing. Nobody's pushing back over by kitchen. Might have to clip that clear goldfish, though. Premature shots gives away his red dot. No information where the second player is located at. You got Chain giving pressure shots over by Zig, but they gave away all this ring for free.
They did, but it's wasting so much time because you can see Pacific Islands are having to just chase every one of these kills. So if you get a good pop out here and are able to take that player offline on the bomb, then you should be sitting pretty. Nasamichi has to pull the sniper. He didn't have enough ammo left in the AR, and Breadwinner sticks the defuse. Forget everything I said. I mean, it really was a good play. Yeah, he just ran out of ammo.
It was the right play. It just comes down to who was that initial player? IWEP, or not IWEP, I'm sorry. It had to have been one of the other teammates that just hopped up over towards top driveway, guns the first inside of red, and that just causes so much dismay for the players that are playing around the rocks. And You got to double back through Zig, hit a player all the way through pillars. They get crossed up. Now iWept hasn't died in 3 rounds. He's averaging 2 kills per round, by the way. He doesn't even have a Hellstorm equipped. That's what he might get a dog. You can't call it though, but he might get one.
Now you're hoping for the bait here. Ooh, Breadwinner directly up top. And it's just another direct push in through B without getting any sort of information that cuts Team Japan's player count down to 3. If First Blood doesn't necessarily go their way, but I mean, that's just another tough gunfight from Sweet. And again, he's just caught running in a position that is just not with the rest of the team. You're trying to play for a pick there, and instead you're just running onto the ring side. It's just ill-advised challenges right now that are coming out of Team Japan. You got Chain, who's last alive. Yeah, the shots are good enough, but ends out through money and the window jump up. It's just a straight onslaught of players coming from the Pacific Islands, much like this Team Japan roster did to Korea inside of the Colossus. They are getting ran through right now.
Yeah, I'll say. And it's like they're not even being kind about it too. Like, let's buy these guys some lunch or something. Like, crying out loud. You know, maybe that's the reason why it was raining. When we were interviewing Sweet, he was like, "It's a beautiful day, but like it is kind of raining." I think that's what the rain is for, because I mean, like this Pacific Islands team is just, they're moving a little diffy on the map right now. It's not even about hard reads, like good nades off the rip. Obviously, it's raid. We've been doing this for like 12 years, but like, it's just the ferocity that they move through the map and how they're able to collapse on all the information. Offense for Team Japan, you can see they are stunned. They got Sweet pushed up over by Kitchen. And as soon as the push tries to come over by Ring, Bread just eviscerates Chain off the chow. Who are you looking at?
I love the play that was being made up through Kitchen there. I don't necessarily love the bomb flying all the way through, but I like that Goldfish was playing in middle, at least with Sweet. The problem is Sweet got too aggressive too quickly before his teammate could actually get into a position to where he could be directly with him. And so Sweet gets cut down in Kitchen for free once again. Breadwinner forced back with the pistol. Almost takes a crazy gunfight against Goldfish up close. It got Mixie there for a second. 2 versus 2. Probably the most winnable situation we've seen Team Japan in here throughout the entirety of the S&D so far. Nase Michi on the outside of Ring. Bomb going down on the backside of A. They're playing this for the laundry side.
Yeah. Got one player at least crossover by the open stairs. Greengrad, that information is going to be mutual. I believe should be over by Goldfish, but they're going to expect for one player to be all the way to the back inside of Laundry. The answer is yes. 1v2. Greengrad's best hope is to smoke the first and hop on the defuse, but that head glitch versus Laundry, it's been ruining players for years. The Team Japan finally getting to get themselves up on the board, and all off of what is a day-old, like a very age-old play. You get a player all the way through P5, play for that lurk outside of Kitchen. Yeah, it's not exactly commonly played for the bomb then to fly back through, but if you do find that pick inside of Kitchen, you can fly back out through money and try to get that bomb plane over at B. But I love the veteran pivot, just to go 1 for 1, get yourself back over towards that A bomb, play for the win conditions. It's the only difference. The Pacific Islands just kind of split themselves up, hoping for a play.
Nade tossed up through middle. Pacific Island should realize that nobody's inside of the Kitchen here. It is a very aggressive challenge as 3 are out on the ring side here over by the A point. Sweet up top, drops down. 1 is directly behind him, and they are directly next to each other. They have no idea. Sweet will get the turnaround, though. Information good. First blood goes their way. Traded immediately. There's good shots from Sweet. He's got his 3rd kill here, and the S&D starting to come alive.
1v2, getting slid on almost there from the driveway angle. Breadwinner's just going to hold it. Yeah, he's going to lose his teammate of Greengrad trying to get Mixie over inside of Red. And here we go now. Team Japan, don't let these boys start to cook, man. And albeit a very inauspicious first blood, that's an egregious challenge coming through from Pacific Islands. You get a player past rocks inside of P5. You get your sniper watching everything over inside of Red. And then your bomb carrier is the one to actually get dropped because he's the tip of the spear over by Ring. So maybe just a miscomm. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be the player to pick up the bomb. Whatever it may be, it's 2 rounds immediately in a row for Team Japan, just halving the deficit within 2.
7 spree combined for Goldfish and Sweet. 2-man takeover here on Raid for the last 2 rounds of Search and Destroy. Almost an ace there at the end of the round from Sweet, but it was Goldfish who was able to tag on. Unfortunately, this time, though, they will fly out. They don't recognize that iWept is playing the far side of the pool. No trade given. However, on the opposite side of the map, a technical kill comes through in from the sniper of Nase Michi. Now, as iWept is inside of Tiki, he's going to back all the way off. Sweet will find himself dead inside of middle map. Wasn't the most egregious challenge in the world right there. It's just unfortunate timing.
Confidence booster as well for Nase Michi, taking down Breadwinner, who's been a problem with the sniper rifle. C-Skirt, These guys are wrapping all the way inside a garage, but you can see both Chain and Nasamichi. Back-to-back status quo. You know that your flank is more than open, but the bomb's going to get carried first. Chain knows that there's still a player inside of Tiki, but yeah, they just might isolate this player around the back. This is brilliant. Secret just needs to hold on and wait for reinforcements.
Oh, wow. Nasamichi able to find it. Trade in from iWept around from the pool. That was just overwhelming force with numbers there from the Pacific Islands roster. Not much Team Japan could do there. You get the first blood, but it is traded immediately. They had them from multiple angles around the backside of spawn, and if you're Chain, I just don't think you expect that challenge to come through from the pool side all that fast, especially since you just gave up the positioning and information there. So 5-2 match point. Pacific Islands 1 round away from going up 2-0 on the defending champs.
Emphatically, might I add.
Yeah.
Just the way that they're going away from these challenges and how quickly they're taking the map away. Again, like I want to go back to the broken record term of like their map manipulation is just putting an absolute like Grinch-like grin on my face. Nasamichi for the first blood there for C-Skirt.
Oh, yeah.
Finds a second on a breadwinner. Oh, yeah, indeed.
Won't be able to turn around, though. Green Gred in through the pool. The lurking swimmer. Now he falls himself into a 1 versus 3. Going to be a technical ace and a 1v4 in the round for himself if he's able to do it. But the stun check inside of money is perfect. Kill cam watched to full success. Hanging on by a thread is Team Japan. 2 rounds to tie this up at 11.
All starts with 1, and then it leads to a 5-3 curse if you're superstitious like that, but I don't know, man. One good alteration towards that defensive set or that offensive push, and you're looking at something entirely different, but it just really goes to show, especially with the sniper being back in play here for competitive Call of Duty, like the difference that it can make. We saw it early from Breadwinner. Nasamichi makes that swap. And although there are certain pro players that do like to snipe on raid, it's not as common as you might think. But if you can find picks like that, numbers are everything.
Oh. Whoa. You're not going to be afforded many opportunities to get away from a snipe shot like that, especially up in through kitchen. Sweet is here. Shots aren't great.
Smoked.
There should have been a trade there, but Goldfish was weakened up and had the back all the way off. Chain is able to find 2. Now it's Nasamichi to keep the map alive in a 1 versus 2. As the sniper and a pistol, information has been given to the opposite team. They know that he's in the backside spawn somewhere here. Will they give him a free 1v? Has to look over towards the staircase side. You might get some good timing here, but the spot out. Sniper challenge, yeah, he's not going to give that to you in a million days.
No way. He knows that one's coming over by pillar of the drop shot. Not going to be there for the pop-up. The HP advantage. The over-egregious chow that comes through should have benefited for at least a trade. But as you said, Change is not healthy enough to be able to follow up there with Sweet, who honestly is probably sitting there punching air thinking, I should have had that kill dead to rights, but a few bullets go to the left, and as you're strafing to the right, next thing you knew, iWept is 10-4, and you're down 0-2 here in a second series of the day, coming in towards the entire tournament as the favorites. What an insane scene's coming through. Breadwinner early, iWept continuously. He started off 6-0,
Yep.
Continued on with the hot hand, man. It's just the plays that are being called, it just feels like that they're always the right plays. And when you're on the opposite side of the bomb there, from Team Japan's perspective, every round is so frustrating. Even after they found 2 in a row, the next one immediately just blew right up in their face, pun intended for the game mode. And it's just, it goes beyond just their understanding of the game, but also how they can take alterations from how they're progressively learning against their opponents as the game goes on. Very impressive.
No, it really is. And I don't want to take anything away from Sweet either, but and I feel like I've kind of like hit on this so many times throughout both the S&Ds, but I mean, if the glaring issue is going to continue, you have to keep hitting on it. The one thing that he just continues to do is after that first blood comes in throughout the map, if he's making a mid-map hit, if he's making an outer lane hit, like what the continuation of just trying to get forward and get pressure is really, really good. But there has to be somebody running with you, or there has to be communication to your teammates saying, hey, I need it. And we saw that one of the rounds with Goldfish. It wasn't the last round there, but there was a round where they both were able to get inside a kitchen. They got aggressive. They got 2-4, and that led to a round win. But when he's pushing money by himself, trying to get up through kitchen after they get a first blood, yes, you're thinking that you have the map positioning now because the first blood's down, and you see that number kind of tick down, and you feel like you probably have that gunfight to yourself, or at least one for it. But the problem is if you get caught off on a bad timing, which happened multiple times, if you push a lane and somebody's just on a power position, you're just going to lose your life every time. You're putting your teammates back in a 3v3 position, and that opening engagement that you got for the first blood has no purpose or meaning on the map except maybe getting a little bit of space on one of the sites. And it's just been an unfortunate circumstance that's happened over and over and over again. We saw it 3 different times in the first Search and Destroy they played against Korea over on P4 when he was pushing through the statue side on Colossus. We saw it multiple times throughout that Search and Destroy. Again, I'm not trying to dog on him whatsoever. He's had a great day of Call of Duty so far. But if he can just tone it back a little bit, play with the team, if he can slow himself down like we know he can, this is going to be a completely different looking roster in Search and Destroy. But that was the map that you had said at the top of the show that they were probably going to get caught off guard, and you were absolutely correct.
Mostly just comes down to those over egregious shouts, but like you even saw like the alterations on the opposite side, just to play devil's advocate, like C-Skirt getting up close over inside a kitchen, IWEP proactively trying to play for those trades, being the bait or the switch, doesn't really matter who's going to be the first one in. But like, you almost got to feel for Sweden in those certain points in time.
Yeah.
I know you know how this feels being a collegiate athlete yourself, Alex. Sometimes you just got to try to pick up some extra slack. You're forced to make a play happen, and it just blows up in your face sometimes. Communication falls by the wayside, and next thing you know, you're 0-2 down in a best of 5.
And the thing too is like you also sometimes like even if you are making the best play possible and you are getting that aggression there, the one thing I will say just before we go to break is like you don't know if your teammate's going to be there or not with you. Like that's the biggest thing. You just don't know if your teammate's going to be there or not with you. You might think you have somebody there and then you challenge out without them. So we'll save a little bit more for when we come back from a break. We got Overload on the opposite side of this. Don't go anywhere. The 2026 PACAF Esports Championship continues after a short little intermission. Welcome back to the PACAF Esports Championship. The Pacific Islands have absolutely come out and put a stop and a dampening on what this Japan run was supposed to look like for this team, but to no dismissal of what the Pacific Islands roster has done so far. Andy and I have at length discussed some of the stuff that we have seen out of this Pacific Islands team that I think we have both enjoyed, but going into an overload in map 3, this is where things start to turn around a little bit differently. We saw from the bans earlier, Andy, Den again was removed for the S&D and for the overload from this Japan roster as we go into what will be an overload on Scar. This was a map that they had success with in the first series. Maybe we'll see a glimpse of what we saw against that Korea roster with just the Japan team.
I'd have to go back and look at the vetoes. I actually didn't write it down. I was only keeping track of the scores. But Pacific Islands also had a 3-0 in their opening series. It was versus Alaska, and it was 8-0 on whatever overload that was. It was 250 to somewhere in the teens in the hard point, and then 6-1 in the search and destroy. And I know Alaska, I'm not sitting here saying anything otherwise. You're a team you just formed 4 days ago.
Yep.
But are you seeing what these guys are doing right now? Anybody else want to address the elephant in the room? These guys are putting B2A right now. They are not stopping. They ain't slowing down. And they're absolutely on fire when it comes down to how they are approaching each one of these game modes, man. Yep. And going into Scar Overload, we'll resurface the same conversation that we had back when Japan were taking on Team Korea in our opening series between you and I, Alex. And it's one of those game and map mode combinations that if you find a 4 dead, a 3 for 1, and you're starting on the blue side of the map, and you're seeing them spawning over towards backside of green, dude, you are gonna put them in the absolute blender, and you are rarely gonna get out of it unless you have a shooter right off spawn. And you don't spawn centering looking at where you just died from, just by the way.
Not only that, you have the availability to run literally anywhere on the map out of top green after that too. So if you have the pressure, hey, guess what? I can run out onto P5 and then chow you from top green on the little hop up there down the alleyway on the crossback. So yeah, it's going to be difficult to get out of that. We did see Japan do that to Korea multiple times. We saw Korea not really able to break out of that spawn trap all that much. The only thing that you could really hope for when you're in that spawn trap back green is that you get maybe 1 or 2 players to spawn out over by red. If the team that's holding you in the spawn trap pushes up just a bit too far or has a line of sight on the back spawn that they can see you with. So that's your saving grace there, unless you have the guns to shoot out of it. But as we see here for our series, of course, maps 1 and 2, it was a 70-point hardpoint win for the side of the Pacific Islands, and then a 6-3 search and destroy here on Overload. Again, trying to close this out in a 3-0 series, give Japan a taste of their own medicine from what they did to Korea. But the one thing I can fully say is that this Pacific Islands team does not look like they have any signs of slowing down or stopping the pace. They have been not only just running through winning the gunfights, but their aggression on the map has put them in positions where the SMGs can do quite literally whatever they want to against this Japan team. And of course, the ARs are not missing. They're frying at range. I will say this, Green Gred has been a incredible pickup for this team. He has slotted right into this roster seamlessly.
Oh, yeah. That guy's a real problem. I even to go beyond that too for Green Gred, bringing in the experience from the CODIS area. I'm gonna sit here and just continuously shout out iWept. I think that iWept has probably been one of the most standout players for me alongside Green Gred. And what he is doing to the table, Breadwinner's sniper rifle is certainly one thing, but keep in mind, this is this guy's first year in AFG. Players are saying that he's really good, and I think that all of Misawa are going to finally put some damn respect on this guy's name. He ices up in a 1v1, but the popcorn nade to start things off is really just what you need to try to get some momentum in your boots if you are Team Japan.
They had the push-up too. It was 1 through white wall. They had a hop up on top blue. Unfortunately, though, it was read out by the Pacific Islands spawners. So now you can start pushing the map back on the opposite end, flip some control in your favor. You got to look through mid-cut as Seaskirk has to back off inside of Market with 4 HP. On P1, there's a few more players there. Nasamichi just trying to get some pre-fired shots onto it, lay some suppressive fire down. There is a route that's coming around on a flank, though, from Breadwinner up through the mid-cut. This could spell trouble.
Yeah, it just might be. I mean, just when you think that it's always going to be green control and you want to try to always be inside of shops, you let that P3 go by the wayside, and now you got a winner of bread in your spawn will be traded out as he peeks out from the big window, and yeah, that's going to be the spawn over by blue. Should be a capture, but iWept The new kid on the block comes back through, and he finds the last 2 required to keep it dead in its tracks over by the concrete wall.
Oh, and that feels like it should have been a cap. And I know you're just trying to run through there, but I mean, if you're going to slide through that, you probably have to at least just slide and maybe ADS the top window to get a couple of shots in, maybe get the flinch away so you can get to the safe harbor behind the tank. It's one of those hindsight's 2020 things, but now you're getting those deep spawns all the way back over by green, and you're pushing in through red side. So you have a player up through market, able to get some shots onto one, but it's Sweet who trades that out instantaneously. Green Red with the AR down low, now looking for a second gunfight. This is opening a lot of space. If you're player 2 and Breadwinner, you're not pushing the spawn. You just need to cut this last player down and chain in the back here.
Chain, he's so weak, had to double down, maybe even find a third, but he does set up for an easy trade. But I mean, those train cars, man, they are big. That box will cover that B zone, and it's a first goal capture for Team Pacific Islands. Albeit Team Japan definitely won the opening breakoff, whatever that may be at this stage of the game. They are absolutely dealt a swift hand to try to get that capture over by that A control zone on the blue side of the map. Next spawn comes over here by the P3 side. Green Grad's going to be the first one over by the plane head glitch. Does find one. The flank gets snuffed out. It's a 3-for-2 trade.
They spawn close on the device, though. All the way back over by the blue boat. Seaskirk on the plane heady. Green Grad down low, looking to push his way forward. Spots one out on the top side of plane. Knows another one's going to be up through mid-cut. That almost is 4 down, and it absolutely will be. It's the red spawn outs here for the defensive team all the way on the opposite side. They don't have the device, though, and that might be the sin here, but they're trying to push Green, get it all the way towards the back. He's got good shots in. He's getting the pressure flipped all the way out, and here they come with the device up the map. However, it's going to be a little bit too late. They still got 2 bodies here, shots in, but they might be able to escape it out to B. They're running it all the way around. He's got long range with the SMG, and they slide it all the way in with iWebs, and once again, making another route.
And just like Ross from Fred said, it's like an overload, man. You just gotta pivot. And that's exactly what happens. 13 and 8 from Breadwinner, all off of those handful of spawn kills that came through. No more pressure going over by the A zone, so just convert back over towards the B portal. It works out wonderfully. 2 for 1 goes the feed until Seaskirt evens things back up. Breadwinner finds the 4th in the feed for his 14th elimination in the opening 3.5 minutes of this overload. I cannot stress enough that that is some godlike level of pace that he is putting on the board right now.
Goldfish will drop down. That's 3 dead. This is going to give them a great avenue to push up the B zone. They have to get the player top blue, and Seaskirk is the first to fall. Breadwinner, no, he knows a couple are coming through the satellite push. At least the device will be dropped. And I think there's everybody dead on red side, and it absolutely is. Now it's all down to Nasamichi. Playing inside a market. They've got another 2 kills. They're trying to push out this player who is up top red. Seaskirk will fall. Now it's 2 players in the backside, all the way by mail that they have to take care of before they can push this on to B.
Seaskirk kind of oversteps there. Drops the device on the backside of the red stairs, but just no kills being provided on the blue side.
Yep.
And now the device, I didn't need to get picked up, but I mean, this could convert into something wonderfully. Some assistance comes through for Breadwinner. He's taking his time playing the cross, and then Green Grad wins the 1v1 with the pistol, has another one over by red stairs. Changes, jumps right over top of the opposition, does get traded. Green controls here for the boys in blue, and off the trade department alone, it's down to 30 seconds. You got to turn this into a capture just to rectify the 2-0 lead that's currently being held over your head.
Yeah, but you're happy there's only 2 that they've been able to score on the favored side. All the way through plane, here they come. It's 2 kills. iWep now, 38 HP, throws the stun out, goes for the wrong person. It's right at the goal line where it's dropped, but they're able to pick it back up and get it in with about 10 seconds left in the round. I thought there for a moment they would fall short once again and have a calamity happen directly in front of them. However, it's only a 1-goal deficit going into the favor side on the next half. But wait a second, we're going into overtime. Just kidding.
Device tried to hit a little bit of a pivot, tried to get inside, I think maybe bottom blue, but like there was no coverage just to watch the top side of the rooftops here. 34 engagements through the opening half is just insane. I keep on watching like this number just like ticking on up, man. And it's just like I'm flabbergasted. I'm mind blown. We're in the nameless, man. Like he's taking routes that like you would never expect, because again, like when you think of Scar, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Overload, it's all about green control, trying to get inside of shops.
Yep.
But this guy's hitting routes over by plane. Like, that mid-cut is a godlike crossfire. And even though, like, he does get gunned over onto the backside of the A zone, his teammates just hit the really good pivot. And that just really shows just on the mini-map, like, I'm not hearing the comms. These guys are absolutely humming.
I'm surprised it's going as unchecked as it is from Team Japan to be able to get behind. Like, it's a good 2 from Goldfish there, and this is going to really apply some pressure early on here to the backside of red. They got the ARs on the crossfire. waiting for this push to come through. Back over by mid-cut, though. They have a free avenue here up in top green. Sweet's going to be able to find another one. If you just sprint this out towards the back, you might be able to get it, but they're going to pivot. They're going to go all the way around, and they're going to be able to score this over on the B zone on the back end of Sweet playing in top green. It was a great lead block effort that time through from Team Japan. We're tied back up at 2 apiece.
And look at the spawn. Look at the spawn coming through from the device. It spawns over by P3. If they can keep slaying out, they can actually try to rally this. Player number 7 in Chain, he's still anchoring out over towards the spawns, but are they going to expect from the green push-up that they're spawning over by P2? Chain, he sees one late. The device starting sprint over towards A. It gets scored before it's all said, and Chain finds 4 in a row. It's 3 for 1 in the feed, but it's 3 scores now for Team Japan.
With the stalemate that we had been in at the beginning of that game, we wasted about 2 minutes and 30 seconds before that first goal had gone in. So any sort of pointage you can get in this half is going to be big, especially for Team Japan, as they now have that 1 goal advantage going forward. Inside of middle map, though, top blue is where we're starting to stay at. Goldfish now being able to find a double for himself. Outside of market, Green Red should be able to find a trait, but does not. SMG wins up close that time. Breadwinner with the pistol, able to slide around to the right-hand side, had the device in hand, but now it will be dropped. They're still applying pressure on the offense. Here to the blue side, iWeb looking for one on the hop out. Oh, shaky for a moment for both players all around, but it is going to be finally a little bit of calm in the water here for Team Japan.
Did you see the way Breadwinner swung that satellite back with a pistol of all things? Like, you need to tell me this man feeling himself, because it looked like he's feeling himself a little bit. 26 and 19 now. He picks back up the device. Got one player, C-Script, getting lost inside of blue, and all of his other teammates do die in the fold. So can he find anything more? Answer is no. Headshot comes through there from Chain, and now you can start pushing things up here over by the red side.
They don't want to play this super fast. iWept is going to play on the outside of market. They just lost one to a nade. Second one snapped on the middle map. Had help from Green Red there. Jumped down with the pistol. Ain't able to find anything. And it's Green Red who will find 3. Now it's an immediate push back to the other side. Look how fast Breadwinner has looked to push his way up. He's got one caught off guard in the back, but it's a double that comes in. 2-2 feed. Now Green Red trying to go inside of the bottom of Mail. The device has been dropped. They know they're still missing one in the back line, but this has been the push at least thwarted for now.
It's such a tough read, especially on this side of the map. Like, where are they going to be spawning on the side of the blue house? Like, is the A zone easier to try to hit the A portal? Excuse me, yes. But, like, the device was over by B, so that you're trying to make that a little bit easier. Here comes the push, over by the train cars. Nazamichi's just going to start sprinting forward. He has assistance here already from Goldfish, and Sweet is able to find 2 in tow. 27 and 26 now for Sweet, but it's a 2-score lead with just 2 minutes on the board.
And it's crazy how fast the map can flip. 1 second, you're getting a stop on your defense. The next, you're getting a wave of kills that allows the pistol player and the EMP device to be scored. So with a 2-division lead, now it's going to be another opportunity, and they're going to get basically 4 dead. They're going to sprint around the corner here, wait for the lead blocker to fly through. It's 5 here unanswered for Team Japan. The Pacific Islands have had nothing to stop them.
They scored 4 just on this half alone. You mean to tell me there's a favorite side of the map? I implore you to rewatch this side. 30 and 25 for Breadwinner does not mean diddly squat. When you're trailing by 3 and there's only 90 seconds left to play, Goldfish has the device. He's also got assistance from Chain, but he's got to reload his M15. Goldfish just ain't waiting. Green Grad's ready for it, but he doesn't get the bullets in time before the 6 comes through.
Oh, this is one of those halves where you just have to sit and marvel at the effort that they're making. It's rally after rally that they're continuing to make. It's going to spawn back over by red. The spawn trap is not slowing down. Andy, you talked about the blender you put them in, and they're spawning them so deep. iWeb with the submachine gun in hand has the hip fire, but it's not ready. Now with the pistol trying to push his way forward, they'll finally shut it down, but with 50 seconds left, it almost seems impossible.
It really does. You can score the device. It takes 10 seconds for the next to respawn. There's just simply not enough time. Mathematically impossible. And now it's just a victory lap coming through for Team Japan. Keep those gunnies warm, boys, because you're going to need them going in towards that Den hard point. Reverse sweep, maybe. Woken up late? Absolutely. 7-2 now, the score line. 30 seconds here on the final lap as far as victory is concerned. And albeit Breadwinner's putting up fantastic numbers, like Team Japan were finally able to put themselves in a situation to not only play off of their team kills, but to be able to play off of that moxie that we got from that previous series versus Team Korea, albeit completely bulldozing over the opposition. Like that, this right here was everything we expected them to look like coming into this series.
37 and 29 from Breadwinner, all for naught. We look to the opposite side where Sweet was 38 and 29 himself, which is a bit more damage. The non-traded kills were absolutely the tale of the story here. 8 from iWept, but on the opposite end, you had about 70 between 3 different players inside of the lobby. That is just tippable stuff from Team Japan. Backs against the wall, might I add. It's still in the round robin portion. Not even in the bracket are we just yet. And I'll be honest, Andy, this is, again, you kind of pointed to it already. This is what we expected out of Team Japan. 100% agree with you. I think this is the first steps in getting the momentum back. I think they've realized now that they can kind of shoot back.
Yeah, first map 4 that we're getting here, albeit on the second series, man. Like, this is everything that you want to see. I mean, I can't sit there and start putting coins into the hat of a reverse sweep, but
of course not.
Honestly speaking, if we continue to sit there and shoot the way that we're seeing, like, who knows what could possibly be on the cards, because that's realistically been the Pacific Islands MO, has it not? Like, be the first one to the gunfight, win the gunfight, play for trade if all else fails, but like, you're starting to see these two pieces come back here from Sweet. He's back into fine form. Goldfish is finding these multi-kills. Nasamichi's finding these multi-kills. And on the other side for Team Pacific Islands, especially for Overload, you'll see through a lot of these highlights, like they struggled to be able to predict where a lot of these second gunfights were coming from. But the pivots that were coming through from Team Japan over on the better side of the map was absolutely sublime. But setting themselves up for this moment right here, the continuous spawn trap is just insane to deal with. Like, they scored one on the bad side and then immediately flipped it for 7 to reach the score limit. Absolutely absurd.
Kind of look at this too, and I kind of feel like those first two maps, a lot of the pacing and a lot of the map was kind of dominated by I Wept and how the team kind of rallied around that. And on a map like Scar, where ARs are extremely important, it really felt like the conversation of domination came from being able to get top green with the SMGs, being able to kind of rat out inside of blue and be able to take those gunfights inside of market. And that kind of opened up the map for both of these teams. ARs were still absolutely influential across the board, but when it kind of came down to the nitty gritty of things and we looked at Breadwinner there, yeah, he had a great game, no doubt about it. But when I Wept wasn't able to control Sweet, wasn't able to control Chain, and then Nasamichi and Goldfish were able to pair into that duo of the SMGs with the AR presence over the top, that's what swung the map around. I Wept wants to get back to his winning ways, but Sweet's just going to gun him to the ground. We're in this one quick.
Yeah, we are. And this is where you really got to be careful. If you are Team Pacific Islands, you continuously get way too far ahead of yourself. You're going to be putting yourselves in a situation where Team Japan are going to start bullying you all the way across this map of Den. First time we're seeing it here. Keep in mind, you at north side of the map, that's the brutal side of it. Mostly playing for the P2 side, but we'll get there eventually. There's still so much time to play over, and Team Japan has soaked all of it thus far.
Looks like iWeb's actually going to opt to pull out an AR here over by P3 to hold it down. So the first challenge that he had was directly onto P1. Instead, this time he'll be opting to play for either a little bit of control on the outsides of the map or maybe for the spawn. Seaskirk is going to be the first one here, but he doesn't realize Goldfish is inside of the corner. So now you have two pushing in through couches. It's a full stack on the north side of the map here for Team Japan. They've got numbers.
30 seconds off of P1 is nothing to scoff at. And this is with Team Pacific Islands starting on the favorite side of the map. They're still spawning so far deep. This is a realistic hill that you can hold from the front.
It is, but Sweet's here. Now to turn back around. And inside of couches, there was nobody that went for the push. So now you can just play a numbers game here. You know it's only one player left alive that's going to have to play on the outside. And Nasamichi has pushed up into the spawn. Doesn't realize that it's going to be all the way deep back over by the tower. But you're still getting significant time here. First 25 seconds, relatively uncontested here for Team Japan. Slide around the corner and a pistol finish from Goldfish. He's now up to 3 in a row, looking for potential streaks as Breadwinner in through the garage is trying to find himself a cheeky 1 or 2.
Soaking up 20 seconds worth of OBJ time. Goldfish is going to be able to find another one, but finally traded. Don't think he generated enough score to be able to get himself in a situation to get that Hellstorm missile, but regardless, that's a job of Gooden. Like, you leave him spawning all the way in the backside of P2, play for any exits, but they fail on the latter portion of that. You got I Wept all the way inside of Dojo. You got the information coming through from Greengrad that they're spawning over by couches, so they'll be there for the initial time of P3. You got Seaskirt going 1 for 1, thinning out the numbers.
Yeah, they're going to spawn back deck here. If you are Team Pacific Islands, over by the tower push, though, Japan now is able to get the nade to land inside, and that was, of course, from Nasamichi onto iWeb. Now the SMG is going to provide some cover support over the top. Goldfish inside a tin. We'll take another gunfight his way. That's essentially 4 down. You've pushed everybody back into Dojo, and now if you're Pacific Islands, you have to make a decision. Do you continue to fight this through the front here on P3, or do you watch the back and play out through middle to make sure you secure the spawns for P4?
You would like to be able to do a little bit of both, but you got split spawns coming through. Greengrad all the way into the backside of Dojo. Oh, they're not going to expect Chain. He is just fully sprinting just to completely
blitz this from behind, but it's a good 14 seconds to fight over. You want to hit through the old time if you are Team Pacific Islands. You got one player getting lost inside of red, one playing over by the desk. It's sweet. He's going to be able to at least find damage on towards the first. Player just completely runs away, but it's fine because his teammates are right there for the trades.
Now it's a 2v1 at the hill, while all the while everybody from Team Japan was pushing through the top side. Pacific Islands were making sure they couldn't get through the middle of the map, fully neglecting their spawn side and the direct front of the hard point. Now it's another challenge that comes across. Nase Michi gets a double chow on him, was able to get one for his troubles. It goes back and forth to a piece. Iwept on the outside of the roof, able to gun one with the SMG, turns back around with the pistol, laid back down. Goldfish there. They'll breathe for a moment. The next hit's coming though.
That hold is all thanks to Greengrad. Greengrad was the one that picked up that pinch that came through over by the desk side, and if he doesn't do that, that pinch and those spawns are all but gone. 20-point disadvantage now in towards the hard point. All for the trades, and it's C-Skirt looking for 3, and he locks away 4 in a row. 7 and 10 for C-Skirt, as you saw the little pop off in the player cam.
Hey, Chang said, I don't want to do this no more, man. I'm going on the map. Backside of P4, wasn't able to get the hop around the corner. Nothing taken away, though, from C-Skirt because he's on 4 in a row. 13 and 9 from Gred. And now things have started to turn around completely. What was a hot start from Team Japan on the front end, the Pacific Islands now are able to double back on the opposite side. 3 and 4 go their way in basically full. Now you got Green Gred trying to challenge out from the P3 tower side. 3 players directly inside of middle map for the Pacific Islands at the moment. C-Skirt continuing on his spree. Looks to the top side of blue window. It's deep spawns by P4 and full mid clearance for the Pacific Islands.
C-Skirt playing for streaks. See the Hellstorm missile is that first one he's going to try to work towards, playing a good corner. He's now 1 assist away from getting it. Hops over towards the window, and there it is. Hellstorm missile for C-Skirt. I mean, he was 3 and 10 not even a few moments ago, but with 40 seconds of time and 7 kills in a row, he'll get himself that Hellstorm missile. Quite influential on that P3 rotation, but otherwise very difficult to find value with when it comes down towards Den. But you remember those 35 seconds that went almost unanswered on P1? Pepper Farm might remembers, but Pacific Islands do not care.
Well, they'll at least get the south side spawns over by the tower. So you will have the opportunity to play this up through the mid cut and into the backside of ammo. But all the while, inside of middle map, you have another flank that's coming through. It's going to be split spawns for both of these rosters, but now fully secured in the back as Iwept is able to find a third one as well. Last player inside of couches. This is going to allow Breadwinner to push all the way out onto the roof side. You've got the hard block in the back. This is so much time that Pacific Islands are about to win if they can get a couple of gunfights.
Oh, good shots coming through from Breadwinner. Can't walk away with the gunfight win, but he's got the information. There's only one hitting over by the rooftops. Everybody's coming over by couches. Spawn still being anchored in towards the back, and this is a tough call to make if you are Team Japan. You already got numbers on the side of the map, but they are starting to be thinned like no other. In all of their attempts, completely thrown away. 145 will be 165 to 94. Has Team Japan even gotten a second on this set so far?
I think maybe at the tail end of P1, I think that's where they might have gotten a couple of seconds off it, but it has not been much. I think they were at 86 as we ended the first set of rotation. So 8 points on P1 does not look good here, and there is no signs of slowing down on Team Pacific at the moment as Breadwinner once again inside of 10. That is an egregious gunfight to win. Now you can just on trap him in Dojo and say to hell with it.
Here we go. Gonna have to hold on if you are Team Japan, but just when you thought you're sliding in for the chow, it's Breadwinner to find himself up to 4 in a row. These boys are humming once again. I thought we were going to be talking about the reverse sweep, but C-Skirt, he's lapping streaks now, man. Still got the Hellstorm missile, another 7 in a row. There was at one point this young man was 3 and 10, now he's 17 and 12.
Green Gred. Yeah, I don't blame you. Hop up hipfire shots there. They finally go 3 for 2, and Japan has a glimpse of hope, but it's Sweet who just gets caught sprinting this time in a respawn all the way across this middle map was not picked up. Rotations go their way, though. They have Dojo held down, so this is an opportunity now for them to start getting a little bit of time back in their favor. The problem is they still got to win gunfights over at the next point. Nase Michi doesn't realize that one's already slipped through the spawn cracks. Player 8 and Goldfish is able to find one, but Breadwinner from the opposite side is now there. It's a 3v1 on new time.
Nase Michi, he's gonna have to find a little bit more. The split spawns comes through. He gets the read. The stun comes in. Is the damage good enough? You got back dragon spawns being anchored and all the flood coming through from the front. Breadwinner has to play his life, but reinforcements coming from behind.
Yeah, Nase Michi getting those 2 there was enough to weaken up the defensive line for the Pacific Islands. For Japan to hop back into the hard point. Goldfish on the outside, though, isn't able to find anything for his life in this point in time. Sweet good hit fire shots, and of course the ADS pre-fire that's able to get it. Chain turns back around, still spawns in the back here from Team Japan. A lot of time to sit here. 30 seconds to play for on the back end of P4.
This is the difference in between the double century mark being it competitive if you are Team Japan, which is an insane thing to think about. We were looking at the first set of hard points, but these boys are coming to life. And towards the tail end of the second set, it'll be about a 70-point lead. Team Japan cannot afford to allow the Pacific Island roster to accrue as much time as they did off of P1 within the second set.
And now you got to tweak a little bit because you don't know if the player that was out P3 has gotten behind in the spawn or not. So you're going to have a bit of a slow push in the middle map because you're trying to clear everything out on the rear. The good news is you've won the gunfights on the initial time. So that's 4 dead. Now you can kind of reset. You know somebody's going to grab your time. Goldfish is able to push inside of computers, wins a gunfight forward, and up on top blue, another one drops down. That's another 3 that go the way of Team Japan.
The time, Alex. Oh, they might just be able to put themselves in a situation to win it, but those gunfights come through immediately, at least forcing the rotation, but it ain't looking good. 60-point now down to a 50-point disadvantage. You got to be worried about mid-cut, mostly because the Hellstorm missile finally gets called in by Seaskirt. It's going to force everybody off of the time, and it's going to put Team Pacific Islands ever so closer to putting themselves in a victory scenario, but still, that Hellstorm missile being thrown away forces everybody indoors, and Seaskirt, he wants to try to race for the spawns, but he's met with resistance.
Yeah, it doesn't net you a ton of time, but it nets you all the mid-map positioning that you want. However, you still got to get to the spawns. You don't recognize that Sweet's in the corner, so he's going to be able to knock down the first one. Double push inside of the couch now as iWeb comes through. Good shots on the deep end. Was almost able to line up a couple there on the side of Team Japan, but now it's Trays that come back. Greengrad all the way through the spawn. Spawns are going to flip out completely now, and Nase Michi is going to have to play his life in the back here, looking for the second. 3-1 trade. Sweet on the outside, looking in, will now touch in the first gunfight. Hipfire is good. Spawns once again will flip, almost finds the second. He's got teammates in for help, and it's Seaskirt trying to go ahead and survive the chaos. Inside is Greengrad all the way on the outside. He's by himself here. Still 2 bodies in from Team Japan, and they will hold at least for the moment.
So have to hold for all the majority of this time. 20 seconds left to play. Could put themselves up to 200 points. But Red Runners trying to fight at least for all the old time. Any elimination they find on this side keeps them trapped. But they actually end up falling towards that unfortunate error of trying to hit for all of this old time. It's putting themselves closer towards 250, but in a tougher scenario to try to fight for old.
And Seeker, I mean, they just kept flying and flooding over and over and over again. They didn't try to slow down once. They said, you know what, we're going to overwhelm them by force. It's a 1v1. This is crucial here from Goldfish. He has to win it before the reinforcements get here, but iWept is just going to wait for the rest of the team to now push forward. He's got a good timing in through 10. He's found one. He's found a second, and now the trade comes in from Chain. Time not sitting great. It's a contestation that now comes in. There's 3 up through middle, but they win the gunfights, and now with 5 seconds left, it's a dead push in from Dojo. Green Bread going to weaken one up. Goldfish isn't going to be able to challenge out directly, and because they can't touch the point off of the suppressive shots, Team Japan will falter, losing the series 3-1 as the Pacific Islands play their respawns to a T.
Getting hard stun there at the end, ever so tough. We favored Flak Jacket in these days because stuns, they don't really hurt your aim assist too much, but damn, are you stuck in the mud for a solid 2 seconds, man. Cannot even get out from Dojo to try to contest P3. What a turning of events, too, as well, because, I mean, Pacific Islands were at one point, we were talking like, okay, here we go, reverse sweep surely on the board. T-Skirt was 3-10, then he goes on a 7 spree, laps that streak, goes on another 7 spree. His damage doesn't really look that impressive comparatively to Greengrad with 4k damage and with relatively similar numbers as well, Alex. But, man, I got to tell you, that was a very fun watch, especially to be able to see the not only just the understanding of the map, again, that manipulation that I was talking about under the exposure map number 1 also did come through in spades on that map number 4 of Den, but even still, like, I think Resolve is like the only thing I could possibly think of, because like Pacific Islands, like, they had a plan and they got smacked in the face with sheer ferocity ever since that 8-2 loss on the Scar overload. But man, they come back in, man, and they just completely reset themselves. Not even initially, it took them about like 2.5 hard points to finally come back, and when they came back with a full force.
No, they really did. And this, honestly, I don't know if you're feeling the same way. This is feeling to me like a potential preview of what we'll see come the grand finals for the PACAF Esports Championship. And I don't think Team Japan's done there. We saw in the Overload that they can absolutely take a map. Now, will they probably ban the Scar out? Probably the next time through. But, I mean, we'll take a look back at the overall series. I think map 1, it was just a slow start from Team Japan, if I'm going to be completely honest. I think they just kind of got off guard when they went down 80 points. And then it was just all playing from the back foot the rest of the game. They started getting hot throughout the series, and it just was like, okay, well, hey, we lost map 1, is what it is. We go into the S&D, and the S&D didn't really go all our way, but I think it was also the way that they were playing the raid. They were getting first bloods, they were in positions for trades, but they were throwing lives away at different points in times throughout the rounds, and like there were so many winnable 3v3s. There were winnable 3v2s and 4v2s that they ended up losing. It's just like, if we can correct some of those mistakes, the S&D goes a completely different way. The overload, that's good stuff. That's your starting point. Build from that outwards and try to get at least another map at the beginning of the series. But you go to number 4 on map 4 there, they start out hot once again. What ends up happening? They end up faltering halfway throughout the map. When it started getting chaotic, but when Team Japan couldn't start winning some of the gunfights that Pacific Islands were starting to throw at them, and the adjustments were then made on a couple of the breaks that they had, that's when things started getting chaotic. I really do think it came down to some of the communication there. I don't necessarily even think it was as much as the positioning or the gunfights. I really think it was just losing players in the comms.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, when it comes down to BO7, like, comms do need to be blitzkrieg. Like, they need to be just as fast as your gunplay. You have no time to be retroactive. You very much so do have to be active while you're in the gunfight. Player dojo, one shot dead. Next going to be up inside a dragon. You have to be expecting that, calling out spawns constantly. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just really absurd to try to think about and putting your mind in toward the player. If you're not an active Call of Duty player, that's just how it has to be. And just watching from the player camera perspective, it really did feel like that Pacific Islands, even when they were in that deficit, they were constantly always keeping up that small talk to keep themselves in it.
Yeah, they absolutely were. Speaking of talking to a couple of players, we got Seaskirk on the line for an interview here, so we'll go ahead and bring him on to the broadcast with us real quick, get some breakdowns and some thoughts from him. Seaskirk, how you doing? Beautiful background, looking good as ever.
Sir.
How do you feel about the map win? You feeling pretty good? I mean, you guys were the wild card coming into the tournament, so how does that kind of put you guys over the top of everybody else?
Yeah, it was a big win for us. We knew that coming off of last year's loss to them in the grand finals, we needed to show up this year and really play as a team, kind of focus on the communication, working together, playing together, right, on the same pace on the map. And we're starting to do that better as a team. We lost a little bit of our momentum on the overload, but when we're really working together and playing as a team, we have a lot of individual talent on our roster, and so when we're playing as a team, it's dominant.
Yeah, so I wanna talk about some of that individual talent, Seaskirk, because coming in towards this, like between both you and Brad, like you guys are kind of like the vets as far as this roster is concerned. IWEP comes in as like a new gun, but I want to take a little bit more of like a focus towards Greengrad because he's been the talk of the town, right? Like he comes from Dover, he comes from Conus. What exactly does he bring to the table for y'all?
Yeah, Green has been really actually fundamental for the team. He's a great main AR, so he kind of fits right in where we need him. It allows Bread to kind of play a little bit more fast AR or flex if he needs to. Bread's really good with both guns, so having a main AR solid like Green who knows what lanes he needs to be watching, it fits perfectly into the team component. But that's also not to say Wept is a dominant sub, and he's been a great addition to the team as well. I think all around, we've got a great team. I'm kind of the unk of the team, so they're carrying me a little bit, but I'm calling what I can. We're kind of calling the shots as a team, and when we're all playing together, I think we're really good.
I'm glad that you gave Wept his flowers as well, because like that 1v1 in the opening round of the Raid Search and Destroy was icy beyond belief. But come on, Unk, give yourself some flowers, man. Let's go back towards like that Den Hardpoint one time, right? Because like you'll go back, you'll watch the broadcast. I know when we played the game, you got EKIA. You were 3-10 at one point.
Yes,
you go on this massive 7 spree, and then you flip it back. You lap your streaks, dude. What was the turning point for y'all in that Den Hardpoint? Because it was looking like we were about to be going to map 5.
Yeah, so we've played Den Hardpoint quite a bit, and we know that Misawa is a formidable team, right? Like they're a good team, and we know that. And after that overload, we're like, hey, we need to lock back in, right? Like it's not over, job's not done, and it was starting to look like that, like you said. So we kind of had to regain. We were down a little bit at the beginning, but we kind of regained as a team. Said, hey, like slow down. We'll play as a team. We needed to get a break as a team, and so that's kind of what we did, right? Like obviously, winning your ones is a part of that, but it's just really like playing as a team, communicating, and when we're challenge stuff single, like that's when we start losing, like when we're not communicating and playing together. So I think we just kind of brought that back together.
Yeah, I mean, on the point of communication too, like especially when you guys are down in some of those moments, and it's either one or two players that are kind of getting lost in the spawns, or maybe it's just kind of like a missed timing on the map. How do you guys kind of like lock in on that final player? Like, what do the comms sound like? Is it more conversational based, or are you guys kind of just like making sure that you're locking down that final player?
It's usually pretty direct. Our guys are really good about, hey, we're missing one, we're missing this guy, or hey, 3 down, 4 down. Like, we're usually pretty good at keeping track of what's going on the map. Like I said, Fred and Wept and these guys play ranked all the time, play 8s all the time. So this is nothing new to them. They're usually pretty good about knowing where they need to be out on the map, who's where, or where the enemy's going to be spawning. So they're usually really good at keeping their comms direct. Hey, we got 1 down or 3 down. We're looking for 4, stuff like that, right? So super fundamental stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, that's good stuff. Well, Unc, I got to apologize real quick before we let you go. I did have Team Japan taking a 3-0 win in that series. That was my prediction. The thing is you guys were the wild cards coming into this, and the one thing that we were kind of saying is, like, once they show us something, hey, that's going to change the opinions. You guys came out in map 1. You guys absolutely dominated, so that was a great series played out of you guys. I guess one final thing I want to ask you, Overload. How are we feeling about Overload right now?
We've played a bit of Overload as a team. I think it is a little bit momentum-based, but we're also just kind of hesitant, right? Like, when you're on the back foot, Overload is not an easy game mode to come back from if you're at a deficit, especially like we were going into the second half, right? Like, you have to be pushing out. You have to be taking space. But when you've got players like Sweet who are great at getting lost in your spawn and getting a 2-3, it makes it very hard to spawn up, try to take space, and push them out of your side of the map. So we just need to work a little bit better on that. Obviously, we're going to VOD review and look back at how we can, play better going into tomorrow. But we're not bad at Overload. I just think we need to lock back in and kind of figure out where we can improve.
Absolutely. Well, grand final potential there between both of those teams that run back from last year. Once again, GG's on the game. We'll see you back here, I'm sure, at some point. So, Seasker, congratulations on the win. We'll look to see you the rest of the week, all right?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, Mr. Andy. Well, we got ourselves 2 series down now. We've got ourselves a lot of storylines actually to run off of here, because we were kind of coming into this weekend almost going like, okay, Japan's going to be the favorited team. We got some wild cards. We got this, that, and here and there. But now Pacific Islands are the team that's going to be the talk of the town. And looking at them going forward, that is now the team to beat. And that is going to completely change the landscape of everything that we have in front of us. What was going to be like, all right, well, who's going to be the team that's going to come in and beat Japan? Now it's who's going to go and take it toe-to-toe with Pacific Islands. And can Japan actually stand up to test a challenge against them in a hard point or a search and destroy? Those are things that we have yet to be able to see. So, Andy, before we send it to a break, any closing thoughts on that series between these 2 teams?
I am just terrified for anybody that is willing to go up against a team that, when you're talking to Seasker like that, like, again, we were already highlighting it just visibly. Again, like, I cannot stress y'all, we do not have the player comms, but like, you can genuinely tell, like, their communication, their small talk is absolutely on fire. And anybody that's able to constantly stay within the play and plan for the next one continuously like that in a game like Call of Duty, we're talking like mere seconds, is going to do quite well in a title like BO7. So I think Pacific Islands, even today, I know it's a very small testing, but we will end up seeing them play against Team Japan once again tomorrow. But regardless, I think that's one of the scariest things any team could be bringing to the table. They are looking like the champions already.
They absolutely are. Well, the triple from the Air Force Base has done absolutely everything and more on the map to impress us, and I'm sure you guys are also impressed by themselves as well, and I'm sure the rest of the competition is going to be looking at them with a bit of a side eye, trying to go ahead and gun them down for the rest of the week. But we've got another series up on stream after this. We step aside, we'll take a break. When we come back, PACAF Esports Championship 2026 continues from Japan. And we are back again for the PACAF Esports Championship for 2026 in Japan. My name is Corin. With me is Proper. Got one more series here for you between Korea and between the Pacific Islands. Now, Andy, if you watched any of the broadcasts here today, or you've seen everything that has gone along the lines of what has happened, Japan looked good until they didn't against Pacific Islands, but the team that they looked good against was Korea. So now Korea, who already had to go against a tough challenge in Japan, now has to go against an even tougher giant of the Pacific Islands, which I don't think we expected to be the toughest giant here in the tournament, but that has been proven wrong to us, and they have proven that they are the team to beat here this weekend.
Until proven otherwise yet again, yes, I'm willing to wager that Pacific Islands are definitely the number one team, at least on the day. We know Call of Duty is a day-to-day esport. Can even be a series-to-series esport. We have seen Team Korea before. In our opening series, they got milly-whopped by Team Japan. They did just come off of a 3-0 win versus Team Alaska, so they got that going for them. It could be a momentum thing. That
absolutely could be. Well, speaking of rosters, let's talk about Korea, as they are going to be the first ones that we take a look at in a deep dive into real quick. We'll highlight some of the players that we saw earlier on in the day that we had a standouts inside of that series. One way that I saw it was Ice-T. He was performing well in all three of the modes despite the outcome of the games. It felt like he was the one lead blocking in the overloads a lot of the times. We saw him very much involved inside of the search and destroy when they were able to take a few of the rounds that they won, and realistically in the hard point, he was just kind of a solid rock where I saw him out on rotation multiple times. So he's been playing the game the right way throughout the entirety of the tournament today. I'm looking to him to be an impact player.
Yeah, you just don't want Big Mike to have to give up a lot of his power positions. Where Big Mike finds success is anchoring things down with an AR, overwatching a lot of his SMGs get in towards the mix, but we did see a lot of different chances for him to try to force the play to have his team work their way back in towards a lot of these objectives, whether you're talking about like Scar Overload or even the Scar Hardpoint that we saw versus Team Japan. You just want him to be able to feel more comfortable anchoring out these positions and waiting for his reinforcements to come around.
Yeah, absolutely. Y2K and Mossy also rounding this out. Worth noting, as we said beforehand, when we looked at this Team Korea roster earlier before, Y2K, first time competing. We saw him in the first series. I wonder how he'll respond on the second one that we get to see from him today. We'll flip sides here, and now we'll take a look over at the team that we just saw come off a win against Team Japan in the previous matchup, that of course being Team Pacific Islands. And I don't think this team really needs introduction. If you were here beforehand, you saw the absolute belt that they put down in 3 of the 4 maps that they played, led by the hands of, at least it was Breadwinner in a lot of those matches, but a Green Red, Seaskirk, iWeb. There's really not a missing link on this roster, Andy.
No, there really isn't. You got Seaskirt and Breadwinner. They are returning players from the second place PACAF team just last year. Green Red coming back or coming over from Delaware over into Dover Air Base. What was that? From the Conus area. And then Wept, much like we were talking about from the opposite side for Y2K, it's actually his first year as far as AFG is concerned. Won a 1v1 as icy as ever to be able to get 2 in the opening round of the Raid Search and Destroy versus what was supposed to be the number 1 team and 3/4 of your previous PACAF champions. This roster, especially in the respawns, just made Japan look absolutely silly.
Yeah, they did. We had an interview with Seaskirk afterwards, said the team was vibing, they were flowing, and that the communications were on point. Said the one thing they wanted to focus on, of course, though, was the overload and making sure that they can keep everything in front of them and not get too overwhelmed in the mode where they did lose at least that one map to Japan. We'll take a look at our best of 5 map set in the series in front of us here in just a moment, but we will be starting things out, of course, with that hardpoint we were talking about beforehand, Andy. This is a mode that, for the most part, the Pacific Island roster has not looked touchable in whatsoever. There's been moments where they look bleedable, but other than that, really nothing much else to it. They can bleed a little bit, but they're not going to die.
Gonna have a really tough time of that. Will Team Korea trying to make what is now the juggernaut bleed of the Pacific Islands, because I mean the opening map set is going to be an absolute blitzkrieg, and regardless of how well or how well it did not go versus Team Alaska, we're starting off on a Blackheart hardpoint, man. Yeah. Like, I think that this is where things are going to really be tested to be able to see what Team Korea do look like. Again, now this is going to be their third series of the day. The same could be said for the Pacific Islands. Blackheart hardpoint is a fickle mistress, and she does not appreciate when you try to hesitate at all.
No, she does not. But I will say, she does like it when you play the backside spawns and then you can get out on long and then start cutting down everybody from over on P3. And then you can really start getting that map to be mixy, going right inside of your favor. Inside of the middle of the map, though, that is where things are going to start off. And of course, we know the one thing that Pacific Islands love to do, it is get in your face and become a problem. The one person that, of course, we have pointed out to do that time and time again on this roster is none other then, of course, I wept, as he has been the SMG to be, I guess, reckoned with in some capacity. I don't feel like they're going to not only give much pressure away to the Korea side, but I feel like we are going to see iWept kind of just jumping along the walls there, playing up on the top side of the inner vents there. And, of course, on Rotisserie in the middle, that is going to be a jungle gym for him. He's going to have a blast.
Oh, absolutely. The best 5 map set, of course, being on that Blackheart hardpoint just to start things off. We got a guaranteed den search and destroy, and then followed by a den control, as well as our guaranteed first 3. And then if we have to go the distance, we got a Colossus hardpoint and then an exposure search and destroy, excuse me. So a lot of good mix as far as this map mode combination is concerned. Scar Overload taken out. I don't know if that was Pacific Islands' choice or not, but that was the one that they did lose 2-8. Though C-Skirt was very transparent with us during the interview, saying, look, it's Overload, and you've never played it before. You would understand this one sentiment that when you are playing off of your back foot, you're playing in a deficit. Like, it is one of the hardest game modes that we've ever had in Call of Duty's history to try to claw your way back from. So, yeah, I definitely agree to that point. But we got a lot of good bang out maps as far as this first 3 is concerned. And if the pace will continue to be held up, my money's going to be going over towards the Pacific Islands, man. I got them taking this in a 3-0.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, too. The last time I picked the 3-0 was the last series, and I was proven wrong very, very quickly. This Pacific Island roster has grown on me. It wasn't even the 3 maps that it took to get there. It was one singular map, and it was that exposure hardpoint where I just saw there was so much, and you pointed on it many times throughout that series. I know you don't want to beat the horse anymore, but I'm going to do it for you. Look, it was just how much they controlled the map, how much they were able to inflict their presence along through it, and it was the dictation that they had through the communication that allowed them to do and set that up. So I'm taking the Pacific Islands in a 3-0 as well. 1 for 1 on the day, or I guess 1 and 1 on the day, not 1 for 1 on the day. Hopefully we go for 2 for 1. That'd be nice. I'd enjoy that. But look, I mean, who's keeping count? I guess with the bottom ticker.
Prod is, yeah.
Prod's keeping count. But all things considered, taking a look at this Blackheart, I'm gonna be honest. I have a bit of a kind of like a love-hate relationship with how I feel like this map is going to go for this. Because on the one hand, you kind of mentioned it's going to be that bang out. It's going to get mixy. It's going to be everybody kind of fighting. It's going to be a lot of gunfights, a lot of engagements. The problem is with Korea, the biggest problem that they had when they played up against Japan earlier was not being able to play too well together as a team on some of the pushes that they were trying to make. There was a lot of individual gunfights that were being made and glimpses of stuff that we saw come together that was good, but that didn't turn into chaining 1 to 2, not even the hard points, just chaining 1 good moment to 2 good moments, then 2 to 3 good moments. It was the individual plays that kind of broke them down after a little bit, and it seemed like the pacing, some wanted to push the pace, others wanted to play a little bit slower, and so when you have that push and pull going on with your roster, you're not going to be able to execute the way that you want to as a full team, and that is where the Pacific Islands is going to be able to take you time and time again. So expect, if they don't have the P2 spawns, expect 4 to go all the way around P4. They're going to break that spawn instantaneously. If you want another one over on P5, expect those back P3 spawns to be held down and a ton of time to go your way. If the guns aren't hot for Korea early out of the gates, it's going to be a struggle fest.
I mean, you said it wonderfully. Like, Blackheart is one of the few maps that we do have within our map set that does actually benefit and call for deathballing. Like, if you... When in doubt, like if you don't want to hit a route or you hesitate ever so slightly, just double up with your teammate, sometimes triple, if not quad up, and just try to brute force your way forward in towards a lot of these different situations. Because if the one person can find damage and you can somehow escape, not giving a lot of team damage towards the backside of your teammate, you're probably going to be putting yourself in a situation to maybe be able to break that hard point, if not be able to flip a lot of these different situations. But if there's one thing to definitely take away from Team Korea, you're absolutely right to say that. I think to even push it that much further is that they were really struggling just to try to keep pace with Team Japan. Pacific Islands on the opposite side, they had no problem with that whatsoever. These guys were finding multi-kills after multi-kills. Gonna be a real test to see if Team Korea can hang.
Yep, it absolutely will be. Well, like as we said, I guess we highlighted a few players on Y2K and Ice-T as well. One player that we haven't really mentioned most of is Mossy from the first series. Realistically, one of the older players playing inside of the tournament here today, but he was actually providing a lot of really strong and solid effort, specifically in that search and destroy. There was a lot of moments where he was either last alive or just kind of put in a position where he was watching a rotational flank or maybe holding down a lane that needed to be picked up in the S&Ds. And I really think that was something that was strong and that was a really good look. I think the one downside, though, that I saw from Mossy, again, was just kind of a slower pace of play. If he's able to kind of gun up with the young guns like Y2K and maybe around like Ice-T, I think this team can really start to do something special.
Only time will tell in the eliminations that are soon to follow as well. It's Blackheart Hardpoint, and this is your first iteration, and seeing this, just know there's going to be a lot of engagements by the event. I'm expecting like maybe a 40 bomb, maybe 2 coming through from the Pacific Island boys. Expecting Ice-T and Mossy to be able to have themselves a good bounce back series as well. You pointed out Mossy. Well, you started off 4-0. Ain't too bad.
I'm gonna be honest, and Connor, we always talk about like, oh, on paper this team should win. It's all about matchups. Right now, the matchups, they're kind of gunning right now. You got Mossy and Big Mike playing in the time. They've gotten 32 seconds for free off of P1. Mossy's on 5 in a row at 26. I asked him to, hey, go out and slay. It's exactly what he's doing. Sure, there's a break back in for the final 11 seconds, but they got the rotation out the P2 spawns. Team Korea out the gates. Have at it, boys.
Yeah, Mossy has to play his life, though. He would love to be able to preserve that streak, though. Blackheart, very difficult to find value with Hellstorm missiles, given that you need to be in the right positions to be able to execute off of keeping everybody running for their lives. He dies off of his 6th life attempt. Don't think that he got enough score off the 26 seconds of OBJ time to be able to get himself that Hellstorm missile. Here comes that push around the back. Ooh, Big Mike gonna be the next up. I see the 3rd, and well, that should finally end up at least influencing the spawns, at least for a moment. That wasn't until the trade comes through, and then, well, Seaskirt just spawns right back up.
Yeah, they just had that protected spawn right next to the crane, so it was just kind of an unfortunate timing. You only have one in the back, and you can't really do anything. You're gonna get those flips out over by P5, and then you're gonna have to play through it long. The good news is that regardless of how close the spawns were in the back, they were able to still scrape significant time off of it because of how spread out the Pacific Islands roster was around the backside of P2. So this is great time after an initial break that came in from Team Korea. This has been a really, really impactful hardpoint start here so far. I don't think I expected this.
I don't think anybody did. That would include the Pacific Islands as well. We rotate all the way across the map for P3. You see Ice-T just concedes the space over towards the front end of time, just trying to anchor out the spawns on the backside of this area. He will be able to at least get his teammates to spawn up near him, but all that space that came through from the front meant that it's lacking in numbers, but lacking on one side means that you got Breadwinner trying to push over towards the opposite, but trades will keep it interesting.
Oh! Almost there. The 180 almost works into complete succession. But instead it's Mossy who has to back off through the spawn side. Is able to get one for his money. Tries to fly out to the second. Green Gred, though, will sit in the backside. 9 and 4 for himself. Actually been a slow start from Breadwinner, but I'd like to see that he's pulled out the SMG and now he's starting to play at range where he had the AR out in the early portions of the game. I-Wept inside of Dubs. Now Breadwinner looking to push in through P4. They know they've got one set up here, but that's a great double chow. No standing a chance there for Mossy. This might spawn them back over by P3, and it absolutely does. What a break for the spawns there from Team Pacific Islands.
Green Gred still spawns in the backside of P3. So he's going to have himself a little bit of a pinch. He's not seeing anything. There's one player inside of Dubs. Breadwinner is going to try to take the gunfight inside of P2, and he smokes Mossy. So that completely clears away from the flank. He's got assistance over inside of Crane in the HP advantage versus Ice-T. So I-Wept. 12 and 7. He's up on that force breeze. He's going to be trying to push for a little bit more. Stunned up. He dies. 3 in the feet.
Oh, and they're going to get the spawn out off of that. I wasn't sure if those 4 players that had pushed all the way forward were going to be enough to fully influence the spawns, but they absolutely were. They had a good block set up, and Breadwinner was the one that was trying to be out on the push forward, but once he died, they had to spend everybody back over to P4 because there was an onslaught of Team Korea players pushing through the front of the hard point. Good news is, if you're a Pacific Islands fan, you get the break back almost instantaneously. Only 10 seconds went the way of red, so now you're going to be able to hold the back 15. It's all about the P5 rotation, and you've got split spawns out in the back.
Already trying to play her forward new. Mike is going to isolate himself. Green Gred had at least an inkling to know which barrel to be looking at, but plays for the trade instead. Semtex is going to unearth him from that previous position, but it's all a battle for the spawns before trying to fight for the new time. And I mean, you can see Team Korea always playing for the time first, Alex. It's the only reason why they've realistically been maintaining a lead. They're about to get it again.
Yeah, well, as soon as they grab it back, it flips again. Pacific Islands right back in it. Long range shots straight to the heady. Gonna just play his life, throw a couple of shoulders around, might play for a wall bounce here, just gonna back all the way off, and now it's a slide challenge out. Is able to find the first good shots onto the second. Should be a trade there from the teammate, as it will be Big Mike just laying down. So now they're gonna know that the deep spawns are all the way back out by P2. Mossy's gonna throw a stun and a nade over the top to weaken him up. Problem is, there's a trophy system directly at the feet of the players on side of the hard point. Gunfights being won by the Pacific Islands. This is kind of be more expected out of them in terms of a flow pace, and iWept, how about 4 in a row, looking for a potential streak opportunity.
Yeah, another quad coming through for iWept, double positive, 20 and 10. C-Skirt, Breadwinner, Green Gret, they're all just about positive. The only one that's not is Breadwinner, but it's -2. Who cares, man? These guys are humming. The slaying discrepancy is realistically not too far gone when you're looking at the grand scheme of things. I mean, yeah, Big Mike is certainly lacking, but it's just about a 10-point game. Breadwinner's going to be able to find 2, and this could be the turning point for these boys to really start activating.
Yeah, it was great stuff from Green Gret and Breadwinner to double chow up inside of P1. Y2K on the outside, going to toss a nade in. So it's going to back him off from dubs for a moment. C-Skirt will still be there, flanking their back end, now going to cause some chaos for this team at the Pacific Islands. But the problem is Team Korea is not winning the gunfights in the front door. Yeah, you got a couple inside of dubs, you got a few that are pushing in, and the flank came through. But when you're not winning the gunfights anywhere else on the map, it's not going to matter if the flank is there. Even if you get 1 for it, you're still going to be in the blend.
Breadwinner was weak. I don't know how he still converted that to 7th in a row. That probably puts himself just right on the precipice of getting himself that Hellstorm missile, which again, yeah, there it is. He's already earned it. So it's a very influential score streak to have for yourself here on Blackheart, especially when you think of the rotation from 2 to 3. Y2K finds the sun on the backside of Crane. Gives away his red dot. He's got teammates around P4. Breadwinner, though, thought he's had himself another double, but he comes up ever so short. Split spawn's starting to occur as Team Pacific Islands are racking up the time.
Snap left. Flank around the back. Doesn't get the read on the right-hand player. That's Mossy. Now has to trade it out, and that's all 4 dead. So what a fly-through in the back of the spawns. You get all the way through P4, you come out on top of the trade battle. Now you have to look back to middle map at P1 where Green Gret is there, but Y2K, he's not slowing down. He's just going to keep the pace flying forward, wants to make sure they can't push out. This is going to make the spawns a little bit more chaotic, though. It's going to cause a split spawn out on the opposite side. And for the back 20 seconds of time here, you got a 1v1 for it. It's going to go the way of Team Korea.
You got about 50 points as your advantage right now, and if you are looking at this from the Pacific Islands perspective, you can keep throwing numbers at the old time, and any sort of trades that you find over towards old means that they're going to be late over towards new, but nobody was immediately anchoring towards the back. Don't worry, Breadwinner's got it up front, and now you can just get C-Skirt just to watch this very long angle. Just about every angle being held, Green Gret gets caught with some pretty bad COD timing that actually exposes the back area of the Jenny here on P3. And now if you're Team Korea, you just got to start flying. You got the numbers. Don't give them an opportunity for a multi-kill.
No, but the spawns are still going to be out, though, because of the route that Green Gret made. So the opportunity that was actually allowed to sneak through because he turned away inside a square turns to a benefit the next time through off the spawn. So now Mossy and the crew are going to have to fight this from the front once again. In through square, the first couple of kills go their way, but it's a double trade back. Now it's Big Mike who's here. That's all 4 dead. Now all across the map, you have to look to iWept, who's playing on the lower side of Dubs, waiting for the reinforcements with 38 HP. Not going to be able to throw any sort of tax or nades inside. No intel or information to get anybody weak. It's still back and forth, a double that goes one way.
Yeah, but a very good P3 coming through from Team Korea off of what was a very influential P1 to P2. That 70-point lead now just drops down to about 30 as we're going back across the map over past the oil rig coming through. Look at the spread across to the left side of the mini-map right now. Team Pacific Islands, they're not missing anything, but where they are lacking is where all the hate is coming from.
And the Pacific Islands, this is where they gained the most time throughout the entirety of this hard point so far. I believe they have themselves about a differential of like 60 to 10 at this point in time, including the first 20 seconds that have ticked off there. So there's a lot of positives that have come from the left side of the map, and you can see why. It is trade after trade all the way in the back. C-Skirt and Breadwinner have been able to play their lives to perfection. Big Mike is still here playing for the contest, and this is good time here if you're Korea. You're making sure that they can't get anything off of it, but you're playing for the scraps yet again. 20 seconds is all going to come to a break on the next side of rotations, and this is, of course, if the Pacific Islands don't even try to contest for the back 15, which they absolutely do.
Yeah, I mean, like that back 20 seconds like you were talking about, Alex, like that's the difference in between being down by a whole hard point comparatively to being only down by 30. So pick your poison here. Got to try to find an influential break, middle of the map. Even inside the new time, hip fire is godlike for Breadwinner. 32 and 22. Finds himself the 4th in a row for his 23rd life.
and they are just putting them on a mixtape looking for the victory lap.
And Grigor was just pushed up middle. He actually influenced the spawns enough to where Team Korea had spawned behind them, but the 2 players that came off spawn were actually just like chasing around P3 trying to find an opening, so it didn't work out. Back over towards the point though, it's pretty much one final push here from Ice-T as it's a double challenge back into the hill, and now if you're the ARs, you can just play over the front. Pistol shots will keep them at bay. Y2K will hop in for the contestation. 1 player left alive, and that'll do it here in map 1. Credit where credit's due to Team Korea. They put up a hell of a fight against the Pacific Islands, but it was too much to tame. Blackheart goes to the Island Boys.
Yeah, very competitive through the first set, keep in mind you. I mean, for whether it was intentional or not, like Team Korea, we're doing a great job of just trying to manipulate the back spawns, always trying to play for the future. But, I mean, you know as well as I do, man, like you give up way too much time just to try to play for spawns. We're talking about 30 seconds on Blackheart. It's a very long time for a team fight to fight for spawns. You're probably better off just trying to flood from the front. And that's what we're always talking about when it comes down to Blackheart HP, man. You got to be able to recognize that it is a death ball map. And as disgusting as that may be, like you do have to try to brute force your way through the front without a cataclysmic amount of team damage. Otherwise, you're probably going to be setting yourself up for further failure. But it's this half of another dozen at this point. Like you either waste time trying to get the back spawns or you waste time just trying to bulldoze your way from the front.
Yep.
Either way, you still lost.
I'll be honest, the break percentages were actually quite high for both of these 2 teams. It was the hold percentages that were a little weird. It seemed like the first team that it got out of rotation almost never won the significant portion of time. It just kind of felt like both teams had a game plan of like once they got the hold set up, they wanted to push out, but I think they just got a little bit overzealous in some of the ways that they wanted to push out, and the blocks in the back either were just kind of there and wasted because they weren't taking any gunfights, or the first person that had pushed up died, and then everybody tried to overcompensate to pick up the lane that the person that was pushed out had died in. So I think there was some good for it. I think that if you're going to have somebody play on an island and they're going to be the one to kind of slow down and thwart that first push, you just need to make sure you maintain pace in the back, because if you don't hold that block, well, then that person pushing out is just making a bad play every time if that's not communicated. So I think those were some of the issues for both teams inside of the hardpoint, not just like Korea, not just the Pacific Islands. Both teams had that issue at times, and especially on a map like Blackheart, where those blocks, although they are important, you can very easily influence the spawns if you push even halfway across the map.
Yeah, because it's not exactly a massive map. I want to say that you could probably fit about like 4 Blackhearts and 1 Arklov Peak. And if you know, you know. But like, so I think it's one of those things that like you will slowly lose yourself on the map, because you find yourself that 2, you find yourself that 3rd. You're like, oh, I'm just going to start flying to find that 4th to be able to work for that Hellstorm. And when you start doing so, you're going to set your team up for unfortunate failure. But hey, Pacific Islands, they get the job done. They lead 1-0 in the series now, as they set themselves up for a den search and destroy. And if there's one thing that we know for certainty, if Breadwinner's on the map, he might have the sniper rifle.
I hope so. He was kind of popping with it when we saw him inside of the S&D on Raid the previous series. And as you said beforehand, he is not afraid to challenge anything, even with a pistol in a round.
No.
He pushed up through middle map after he got the snipe, was like, all right, well, hey, if you want to challenge me from the staircase, go ahead. I'm still going to gun you to the ground. And I'm pretty sure he put some body shots in on a couple when we got into that den later on the hard point. So looking ahead for this series, of course, we talk about this S&D that's coming up next. And on this den, it is all about making sure that you do not allow an offensive team to slip through the A site unchecked. You can kind of put a check down on, you can play a bang out over at B, but if somebody gets through top blue window, if you don't have middle map picked up, or you're able to get all the way around through the A side, it gets a little bit chilly.
I'm in a little bit of TK situation, so it's seeming like we're going to be resetting this lobby, but yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that it's one of those things, especially for Search and Destroy, you're going to be looking at it from the sniper rifles perspective. Like, if you're looking at it from like all the way upwards of like the CDL level, like you get like the duality of sniper rifles, like Exceed plays it on both sides of the bomb. Dashy will only play it on one side of the bomb, typically over towards that offensive side, because getting that first pick very, very quickly on lockers going over towards Dojo, like that opens up that bomb site immediately.
Yep.
But if you miss out on that snipe, that means you're probably going to get flanked from couches very, very quickly. So it's like a do if you want to, but do not if you're willing to put yourself in that very inauspicious situation. So very excited to be able to see what these 2 snipers will end up doing from either side of the bomb on either for either team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for pacing for Korea, that was actually probably some of the best I've seen against the Pacific Islands on a black card. Although it is a bit mixy, I didn't expect the gunfights to be won as readily. And going into an S&D where you're going to have to play with them at that same kind of tenacity, there's going to be a level of intensity that you want on that B site immediately as you get there, because you're going to have that bang out most of the rounds. Like, yeah, you're going to get that A push here and there. You're going to be able to find that success. But when you're playing the B site, if you're not willing to send one player inside, like Mossy, for example, was playing extremely well with the SMG. We had called on them in the beginning to do that. If you're not sending one inside of 10, willing to take that gunfight, willing to say, hey, I'm not going to respect your chow, I'm going to take it directly to you, you're losing that site every single time. If you're not willing to send somebody directly through middle map with an AR to say, hey, I'm going to chow you top blue and there's nothing you can do to stop me, you're going to probably lose the round. Because if you lose everything and you lose the pressure that you have there, you're just not going to be guaranteed any rounds here. Again, it is all a game of making sure that you're taking that first challenge. You don't have to commit to it every single time, but you have to at least show face and show presence.
I'll have to see what the nades and tax are at least offering as well, because those are just as important as being able to find those opening picks. A lot of nades are going to be thrown over towards Light and Bricks. Yeah, Mike saw at least 2 nades just hurled his way, but nobody had any sort of B-site control. The bomb's going over towards it.
And there we go. That's that first kill that we were talking about directly through middle map. That's what I wanted to see out of Team Korea. Snipe out here from Breadwinner, not able to find it, but the pistol challenge immediately afterwards. We said he would do it. Y2K though, an immediate kill that goes and puts them up 3 versus 2 man advantage now for Team Korea as they push back onto the site as Ice-T's on the prowl.
And looking to flip the map entirely though. Oh, Green Gred just holds that. Waiting for the chow. Team kill not going to be there. I thought for sure Green Gred was going to be hanging around, but he then instead plays it absolutely perfect, and then he goes for the double dip in the challenge, which rarely ever works. So if you're taking that challenge standing up and the player's just sprinting up that stairs, it's almost a pseudo stair glitch. But Green Gred finds 3 in the round, an egregious second, but then repeaks over here for the third. Was red screen and everything. He almost died.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure if both of them had saw each other or not when Ice-T had shouldered from the outside there. But regardless, just another round where Pacific Islands just it was like against Japan. They just somehow find a way to win against 3v2s, 4v3s, situations where they get blooded immediately. And that's just, again, all credit in the world to Green Gred for playing his life there in the back. And yeah, he baited his teammates, but it worked.
Sometimes that's realistically all you have to do, you know what I'm saying? So,
Exactly.
like you could bait me all day, Alex, but so long you better find that second kill. That's all I'm gonna say, man.
50-50.
First and second blood are already coming through for Team Korea, looking like a perfect and a flawless round as Ice-T finds the second.
Okay. we waffled for about 10 seconds there and the round was gone before we could even get back to the action. That was insane.
Black Ops 7, baby.
Oh, I expected that to be like a Colossus, not a Den. On Den, usually you expect, at least maybe a 2v4 rat back or something like that. No, they just all flew forward, but it was Big Mike and the boys of Team Korea were able to put a stop to the shenanigans on the Island boys this time through. So now we're in a 1-1 stance. First few rounds have actually gone better against the Pacific Islands than it was against Team Japan.
Boys are just late night shooters, I'm telling you. Or late afternoon shooters as it may be over there. 4-1 for now, Ice-T finding those 2. Both iWept and Breadwinner sitting on goose eggs. And it's immediate, just cobble control coming through the middle of the map. Ice-T gonna hang around for a little while longer, drop himself a little bit of a dead nade. A nice peek coming through from iWept. They knew they had Ice-T dead to rights. Bomb should be planted here. Meantime, Team Pacific are just playing with their food, and they allow for a trade to come in.
Yeah, you're not going to lose that gunfight twice at middle map. Or at least you'd hope not. As you got 2 back in Dojo, playing their lives together. Bomb is going to go down on B. So 45 seconds is going to be the timer here for the retake. C-Skirt, 1 pump, will allow it. Goes back over towards 10. Mossy on the opposite side, looking to push in with Big Mike. Good shots for the first. That's an opening engagement. 3v2.
iWept completely went unnoticed behind enemy lines, and hey, they were not going to expect them to be right there. I think that he might have hopped up, or either way, he went through lights because there was another player, and it looked super weird on the mini map that started challenging out from red. They lost the gunfight to the player that was playing their post plant on the offense over by P1, and then by that point,
Yeah, Wep's already behind enemy lines. You see the bombs being planted towards Arch. You're just assuming at that point he's probably backed in until you look at who you're playing up against, and it's Wept, and that man loves himself a good route. 3 in that previous.
Crazy call, just a dead sprint around the back there through Tojo on the timing, but he gets it. Webb now going to push himself into 10 after Breadwinner is able to opening on the engagement. He gets a second one on Ice-T as well. If you're going to chow the heady, you got to chow it together. One's got to slide out or something. Instead, you are just going to be fed into the factory. It is cannon fodder for the Pacific Islands roster at the moment. Breadwinner will continue it forward. He said, you know what? I got 2 in the round. Give me a third one. That's 3 rounds too.
Yeah, they're a little angry after losing that previous round, huh? Just a little upsetty, Spaghetti. That's fine. Just start sprinting at him. Golly.
That's all it takes.
I swear, like, I Wept, like, spawned it, and he was like, nope, still on the flank. Like, no, that was the last round, man. It's the last round. You know what? Never mind. You got it. That's an insane sprint just to completely smoke the first. Had cover there for the second, and then the third was running with their tail tucked between their legs. A combined 7 between Wept and Bread. They were literally on goose eggs not even a round ago.
On the outer. Oh, Y2K. That feels like something that you have to walk away with something there, and you don't get out the door because you backed into the door frame. So just a misstep of the left stick doesn't allow them to back up. And dude, what? It was what?
Black Ops 7. It's just like, especially for the defensive side, you have the luxury to quickly wrap back over towards this bomb site, cover mid-map, and try to get themselves in a situation like, say somebody's marking on that crazy flank, but like, if you're the offense and you're committing towards red off the rip like that, you best hope that your nades land any sort of early damage so that way you can try to fly in and find those first picks, because there is rarely, and I mean rarely, an opportunity for you to exit.
Well, this time it'll be the opposition team, Korea. We'll have to just fly it over towards A. First one's going to be out the window here in just a short moment. Actually takes the outer route instead. Green Grid doesn't realize that he's there, but Ice-T, you got to make the play if you're going to go ahead and fly the forward on the map with the rest of your team here behind you. You finally are able to get one. Could have all came crashing down if Breadwinner was there just a half second sooner. They're going to get cooked out over on the right side. Nothing found forward. Mossy finds the second for Team Korea, 4v2.
And here's one of those rare opportunities that you're able to find the exit because you did go 1 for 1, but they're waiting for Breadwinner. Here he goes. He's going to start making that play a little bit further forward. Doesn't fully clear all the rooftops, but Y2K doesn't finish his food, but it's all right. He was dead to rights anyway. But that's just one of those opportunities that we're talking about. Like, you rush over towards the AS&D, and even if, like, you don't find the elimination, you were able to find at least the initial, and I love that call. I've always been a big fan of the pump fake, man. And I'm not talking about playing football. But like, you're able to, like, to find that first blood. You get so much util out from the opposition, and then you just leave. You rip the core to the magic conch cell, and you do nothing. It's exactly what you need sometimes, and it just keeps the defense forever guessing and allows Team Korea to bring this deficit back down to 2.
Top side we go. B-bomb, triple hit from the offensive team in the Pacific Islands. We saw this work to great success. Ice-T, you just have to back off. You know that one's a middle map, and somehow, with 3 players chasing you, you're able to not only get one, but get out with your life. No tradable position there. 4 versus 3 now. And you have to wrap back through your spawn if you're Green Gred, because there's no way that you don't expect the flank to come through. But is the timing going to be good enough? He just spots the feed out, and they're going to be able to turn around, but will it be enough? Ice-T's able to find one, turns around, and he's got Green Gred directly in front of him. 1 versus 3.
Finds the first, but the problem is the bomb is dropped right on BS&D. Baits out the kill cam. Stun does not connect on the Gred, rather. Oh, catches really good timing there for the exit. He's even ready for the third as well, but still, that would have been immaculate. But yeah, I really have to wonder, like, with him standing on top of what would technically be the B portal, there in Overload, did he fully see him? I mean, surely he saw the ankles. No way he saw the nameplate. It's a great way of taking a gunfight like that, but it left his team on the flank just in ruins to be able to get that immediate reaction to deal with the player around the flank. It's like, no, he's behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you. And even if it came through, just in a moment's too late, allows Team Korea to put 2 up in a row.
This is not an expected route that I was thinking here. It is all four up middle, and Green Grid doesn't spot anything with the grenade and backs all the way off, but I think he knows that one's pushing up middle. Ice-T's already there, but he's got a double body with him. It's a 2-play on each side of the site for the defensive teams, but Y2K is pushed all the way up through. Ice-T's able to get through top blue. Oh my god!
No aim assist, by the way. Absolutely no aim assist. Ripped.
So you remember what we talked about, like Breadwinner and like the sniper rifle and how it was on raid and like he's pretty good with it, like yeah, he's pretty good with it.
Yo, run that back from his POV, please. Somebody open a theater after this for me. I want to see that. My god. Oh, that was nuts. Like you
No,
know
sir,
a
it
snipe
was
is
Brad.
bad when like you like from the opposite point of view see it and you're like, what? That's how you know someone's dead. That's how you know.
Yeah, it's just like you go back and relook at it. It's like, are we sure about that? It's like, no, he put a 50 cal bullet right through your chest, young man. All right, here we go. For a 2-0 lead in the series, Pacific Island's gonna go for an A rush. IWEP's on an island play just to try to catch any timings from behind. Premature shots. That's gonna cause a lot of doubt, though. Oh, yo!
Somewhere Kate Carroll is going now. The wall bounce is a gimmick, bro. Nice. It's a movement mechanic that makes this game insane. 3 versus 2. Team Korea has the numbers. I'm just surprised that IWEP was able to get unchecked up through middle. I thought surely his name tag had been seen from top blue. Cali, Ice-T gets the one. Pistol shots in from Green Grid. Oh, gave himself an opportunity on the second. But they will live to fight another round. There is superstition.
Round number 10. I'm so spooked by that wall bounce. Like bro, how did he get that wall bounce? Like, wait, like how like I'm thinking like just from like the human perspective, like how he got his feet up on such a tight-knit area with so much velocity. It's just impressive, honestly. Like, we're beyond super soldiers. Like, that's Terminator level of scary right there. Round 10. Offense for Team Korea. Gonna go over towards B. There's a lot of pressure for C-Skirt, and that stun's gonna slow things up. That's a lot of good info.
Tell you what, Y2K, he is not afraid to chow this out. And through the smoke, oh, that is 2 hard gunfights. Not only do you have to fight the tree, you have to fight the no aim assist through the smoke. And somehow you take down both opponents and the opposition at the same time. 4v3 IWEB, but good God.
No one should ever take that chow, but he does. He just does. Watch player number 2, Breadwinner. He might try to push all the way through couches. Mossy with the bomb is watching the flanking. He might try to make the call list, try to wrap over towards A. IWEB's going to find one on the exit as well. Every single time that you lurk around, you're just allowing more map to be taken away. But Mossy, he's going to have to make the godlike play. He's going to plant for A and wait for Mike to make the play for the pinch.
And it was crazy because Green Red had just gotten out of red. Checking back over on A. Wrapped to his teammates over at B, but that might be the play that saves the round for them. Weakened up inside of couches. They'll back off to the spawn. One's inside of the garage. They are completely time wasting on the opposite side.
Oh my God.
And Mossy's playing the corner on the opposite end. 30 seconds left here in the round. Very winnable. But is it going to get checked out here? IWEP looking for it. Wants to slide out and absolutely will do just that. Mossy falls at the exact same time as Big Mike. And unfortunately, the comeback that was on the cards for Team Korea will fall just short of a round 11 opportunity. A 3v2 retake over on the A site will give the Pacific Island boys a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 series.
And that's just one of those situations where, like, you feel like you've made all of the correct plays. Like, Mike's over there just wasting everybody's time just to delay numbers to go back over towards the bomb site. You're hoping that they're in the post plant. The one player of Mossy was going to be able to play his life. But, I mean, when you plant the bomb in such an obvious position like that, you're almost hoping that it was planted for, like, desk. Or maybe it was planted for Mike to play for that timing to hop on top of the railing. The Hercules spot, I believe it's called now on Den. But, like, regardless, it's one of those things that you put yourself in a 1-for-1 corner, and you're stuck in a 1v2 because Big Mike was clearly outnumbered. That he couldn't take that 1v2 unless he was able to convert a multi-kill just like that. But regardless, man, it's just a very easy read to decipher. No round 11, but a 2-0 lead for the Pacific Islands. But Team Korea are giving hands right now. I'm telling you that much, man.
They absolutely are. And I'll be honest, if I'm Seaskirk, I'm going over to my teammates. I'm going, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Handshakes all around. A 1-8 performance for a round win where you're able to still win it by 2 there. I mean, that's just great stuff. I think his teammates had like a 26 combined between the two of them. Add him on there, get a nice little 27. Good stuff, boys, out of the Pacific Island region. That being said, we have gone through 2 maps at this point. It is another 2-0 lead that we are seeing from Pacific Islands. And Andy, I'll be honest, the predictions are going quite nicely right now for the two of us. This is a nice turn of pace after the last series.
Yep. I mean, I wasn't going to be able to at least catch you or take the lead from you. I'm at least going to be able to keep it within 1 and keep it a little bit of respectable like by the end of the day. But
is that the play for me to just pick the same thing as you every single time and then just hope you go first and then just like keep it at 1-0?
That's crazy. That's an insane level of gaslighting that I did not need at about 2 a.m. on a Wednesday.
Dude, whatever it takes to win, brother. Whatever it takes.
That's true.
Call me
That's
Sally.
true. Word to Thanos, man. But like, hey, it's one of those things, dude. Like, I think that the Pacific Island team, that like their communication's so good that like they can really play off of what they're doing, but also at the same time, like in the individual prowess, they're also able to convert like a lot of these random 1v2s, like what you're seeing from IWEP. Like he's forcing timings in a lot of different areas on the map that candidly are almost never there.
Yeah. No, it is very true. And like it's going to continue to keep happening as well throughout the rest of the series. I don't see that slowing down on the overload one bit. But as we get ready for that overload here in just a moment, I believe we're going to step aside real quick. We're going to take a break. When we come back, map 3, an opportunity not only to close out the day, but to close out the series here for the Pacific Island roster. Keep it locked in. The 2026 wow, PACAF Esports Championship continues after this. Welcome back to the PACAF Esports Championship. Corn and Proper here with you, sticking it with you throughout the night. We got what potential final match here, but it could be a series extender with what we saw from the Overload last time for the Pacific Island roster against Team Japan. Team Korea has looked really, really good opposed to their first matchup. I think you and I both kind of looked at this saying, okay, well, against Team Japan, Korea didn't really play all that great. There were a few glimpses of moments here, but as the days progressed, the guns have gotten warmer. I think maybe the jitters have gotten out the window. They're getting a bit more comfortable falling into place. And I think matchup-wise, against this Island roster, it has actually looked quite a considerable amount better.
Yeah, and maybe this could be something of a consideration. Like maybe Japan is truly godlike as far as Overload is concerned, because on Scar Overload earlier versus Team Korea, they smoked them 8-1, but same could be said when Pacific Islands attempted to challenge Japan on the Scar Overload themselves. They lost 8-2. It could be a Scar thing, man, but it's Den at the end of the day. And this is a map mode combination that can get away from you super fast. We even heard it from Seaskirk earlier after his interview win, after taking down Team Japan, is like, when you get put on the back foot, it's really hard to try to combat and back from. And I think that Den Overload just kind of like heightens that experience. Like Scar Overload, like at least gives you a chance to fight back out from a lot of these different tough situations. Den Overload just does not. Like you can do it on both sides of the map.
No, you really can. And you and I both know if you're trying to attack the P2 side of the map, where we're currently looking at for Team Korea, if that ball spawns top side, north side of your mini map right there, at or on the roof plat, it's almost impossible to get that push in through P2. You gotta wrap that out to middle, and that takes a considerable amount of time. However, Breadwinner will be the first one to open up the engagement inside of middle map. They're just going to wrap this directly in through P2. They're sprinting out the back door. Everybody was set up over by P3, expecting the challenge to come from there. There's only one player in the back spawn right now, but luckily Ice-T is able to come around, and Big Mike was able to secure 2, so that has been shut down and thwarted. As much as the P2 side is not great for the offensive side pushing P2, of course, it is much easier to push all the way through the servers.
Shout out Big Mike, just anchoring things out like almost like he was playing Den Hardpoint, but still. I think the ball was going to attempt to try to wrap back out to maybe go over towards the P3 side of the map, but then just dies goes Big Mike. Ice-T trying to clean up over by Lights, going 1-for-1. Seaskirt, he's going to be the next player up with the spawns going to come through over to the backside of the railings once again. The Breadwinner's just going to have to hold on, wait for his reinforcements to get a couple kills.
Oh, but Green Greg gets 2. This is going to open up couches once again. So if they want to wrap this out left, they can. But instead, they're just going to push directly in through P2. It was iWept who was able to find 1. And Seaskirk will keep pairing up. They know where the spawns are going to be. They have them fully trapped. However, the spawns that are coming in are going to be directly on where that ball spawn is. So if Green Greg gets overwhelmed here, which it doesn't seem like he's going to, that could have been an easy map flip. Instead, this might just be a rally back over to the point. They've got 3 players stacked over on B already. Yeah, good luck trying to flip that one out, bud.
Yeah, I mean, spawn trap over here, spawn trap over there. Seaskirk now up to 5 in a row. The device is going to spawn all the way over by the rooftop side. Now you got Breadwinner. He spawns up, and he's just looking to deal with it. Ice-T trying to move the ball forward, but dies in tandem as Green Greg just trying to find more space on the backside of P2. Mossy's still weak from that previous engagement. He's still able to find 2. Pinch around the backside, though. Seaskirk goes 1-for-1. The device being carried by Breadwinner, he's going to win in a possible gunfight with a pistol, so I think he's just going to hold on while his teammates are working across the map.
And they didn't even think about picking up couches there either. Everybody was so focused on the one ball carrier into the garage instead of trusting the teammates. They all tried to challenge forward. Oh my god, Breadwinner almost had it out there. It has 2 different streaks to work with. Obviously, only one going to be able to be used in contention, but it just is an attestation to how big he went there with the pistol after being able to bring it all the way in from P2 from their spawn side. Now on the P2 push, though, on the outer side of the plats, it's Greengrad who's got a flank in through couches. You've got a 2-1 gunfight that goes the way of the Pacific Island roster. And now as you push around the right-hand side, Mossy's inside of couches. He just has to play passive here. There's really nowhere he can push.
And just wait for the respawn. If you can, it's going to go all the way back over towards the P3 side, or the P2 side, excuse me. That seems to be the play. Just try to play for a little bit more kills. Don't want to be devastated by trying to play not only for the ball, but doing it with only just like 1 pistol out. But Greengrad, he plays for the timing on a Y2K, finds that pick, and he gets the comps from his teammates, especially with Seaskirk over by mid-cut. You just keep pushing this. Keep playing for the kills. We got numbers.
They got 3 down in the back. It's going to be relatively close spawns, but I don't think they're going to be able to be all that close. Yeah, it's going to be by tower. So, yes, they get the device pushed up a little bit, but it was all the way lost out on the roof side. They should be able to push this one through, barring a few shots that come in. That's going to be 3 caps to the side of Pacific Island. Now you have to look to the spawn side here once more. 1:30 left in the round. Ball spawning up in middle. Collapse in the pinch coming in through couches, but Green Grad is here once again. It's a two-piece party for him every time we hop on his POV. It's 4 dead, and this should be a rally, potentially the 4th and the final one in this first half.
11-7, 13-5, 14-7, 9-7 out of IWEP. You got to pick it up here, buddy, because everybody's over at double digits. There's the halftime score being reached for the Pacific Islands, and I think it's just a scar overload thing, man.
I think it might be. Up aboard with Breadwinner. Maybe not the same amount of engagements that he had against Team Japan in that opening assault and the overload on Scar, where he played like 34. He was like 20-14 after the first round had ended. But I mean, hey, 20, you'll take that. 15-5 every day of the week. Pretty much a smoke show through and through. That's the harder side of the map to score on here, at least theoretically. 14-7, 12-7 to pair with that 15-5 from Breadwinner. 7 spree combined here for the Pacific Islands going into the second half of this overload and in towards middle map. You got Big Mike looking to challenge on that right side. Hetty a bit apprehensive. They're respecting the challenge. Ice-T gonna push his way forward. Saw one in P1 but didn't expect the challenge over the top. Had no help from his ARs. They are all pushed around over on the P3 side. You might be kissing this one goodbye if the teams get pushed up through red.
It's just terrifying because like now they're actually on the good side too. Like they reached the score limit from the bad side. Now they could just continue to run things down inside of Dojo. Yeah, he got Bread. He's over by Dragon. Everybody's going to be spawning over by Weapons. The next device is spawning over by P3. And all of Team Korea just got to either fight through mid-map, or they got to fight through their spawn where Green Grad is sitting here on a 6th spree with a Hellstorm missile already lapped.
Pretty sure some Goblins have 2 streaks to use as well here. Pretty sure there's one. Yeah, Breadwinner. And I think Green Grad also has the Hellstorm too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be almost an impossible situation to back yourself out from. Already down 6. It's spawning all the way on the opposite end here. Now you have to push in through P2 unless you want to wrap this all the way out. And that's going to take so much time to do just that. Somehow Green Grad is still alive. Mossy has yet to die. He finally will get the side of P2. But from the couches, the push once again on from Team Korea. It is 3 to go down. So maybe this is your opportunity to get one on the board.
Yep, play number 5's all the way in towards the back. Green Grad got to find a multi-kill. He finds himself 2, but he can't find the 3rd in time. Team Korea finally get themselves on the board, but they still trail by 5. It still feels so insurmountable being on this side. They lose all their numbers inside of couches. Would have been the only opportunity maybe for a rally, but Massi's might try to do it the hard way.
Okay. Start. And around the pole, you get caught trying to just kind of run it down and get back over to P3 and get some space on the map. Y2. As the device trying to run out, he's waiting for that flank to come in. It needs to be quick from Ice-T. He's got the first one. Breadwinner has to be forced to turn around. Now it's the pistol opportunity to challenge, but the snap immediately gets there. Mossy traded out, but there's reinforcements now as the spawns were close for the Pacific Islands. Now they can just push this all the way in through Dojo. They've only got 2 there that they have to work with.
Got 1 player off the spawn, that's Breadwinner. I like this out of Seaskirk. Just play for the angle outside of lights, but his other 2 teammates not off the respawn, just start rushing all the way through Dojo. Seaskirk finds himself 2. Last player up would be Breadwinner. All 4 sent back over towards spawn. Might be wise to let the device just respawn and let Big Mike try to play for this timing. It's being watched by IWEP. All the way to the backside of couches. Device will respawn as we scramble over by P3. 3 for 1.
Up in middle though, Big Mike. Oh, second opportunity was there for him. Green Grad doesn't grab it immediately. It's a little bit of a hiccup. Could cost them some time on this push here. Pistol challenge in the back. Mossy's able to find one in through red. You would have liked that hit to come a little bit faster in through the spawns and then try to be able to find that last player instead. It's the spawns up that are going to be close there and an opportunity to flip this back on the map. I don't know if I love this wrap top side of the map. This is exactly where Pacific Islands are spawning and they have to be able to notice that.
It's exactly where you don't want to be running the device either if you're on this side of the map either. Yeah, and as one-dimensional as it is, here comes the 7th score, minute 50 left. Try as you might, play for the trades. It's 7-1 as Team Pacific Islands are looking to do the victory lap.
Yeah, you had just cleared out Dojo. You got to push that through Dojo, get it back bottom P3 side. If you're not willing to do that or you can't do that, don't give them free opportunity to score all the way up top. But in through middle map, you have the flank now coming through. It's 3 dead. Seaskirk is all the way pushed through. That's going to be a final 4th one, and now it's all about clearing the spawn out. Can you get there quick enough? Green Red up top going to hop up. It's unfortunate that the movement wasn't able to tech him his way onto the point. And so this is just about stopping the bleeding right now. If you are Team Korea, Breadwinner in the back and IWEP now looking to push his way forward. He'll back off. Y2K there on a lane. Can you get a couple more gunfights in through the front to at least give yourself a second score? The answer is no. Now you have the lead blocker pushed up and Breadwinner. One more should be able to secure this all the way. They're just going to sprint this thing in. It's 8-1, and it's a 3-0 win for Team Pacific Islands. They will stay undefeated on the day, and they will be the team leading the round robin.
What an insane turn of events. After losing the Scar Overload earlier, taking both the hard points versus Japan, knocking him down a peg, they take the day 3-0, the only flawless team, because, hey, that's how a 14 round robin works on a day one. Unbelievable. The way that they were able to not only shut up a lot of people that were sitting there saying, was like, yeah, you know, I mean, like, they're good. They were the runners up last time, but Black Ops 7 is absolutely their game. 32-14 out of Breadwinner. I don't feel like there's ever a point in time where there's an objective on the map that this guy is not everywhere he needs to be. Like, he's always finding such good damage, and if he's not finding the eliminations, he's getting the assists for his team to be able to get that elimination.
He is genuinely an insane player. I cannot lie to you. I know we talked about Green Gret a ton earlier in the first series that they played, coming over from CONAF, being able to actually impose his will here in the PACAF region. But like, I'll be so completely honest. This team looks so good. And try as they might have Team Korea, it's just like when they get the ball rolling, it's that first sequence of 2 to 3 kills, maybe a 4 down. After that, when that momentum kicks in, I don't know if it's somebody on the team going, dude, we're the best, or if it's just like a burst of energy that they get across the team. But it's ridiculous how fast they're able to flip the switch, even if they're down. It's genuinely insane.
Never a single advantage that they felt distant, I'll tell you that much. Pacific Islands, just, they're so gritty, man. Like, even in, like, the respawns versus Team Japan, where, like, they were shooting back. This for opening series, Team Korea were absolutely firing on all cylinders. Like, Ice-T, Mossy, Y2, they all had a pretty damn good map number 1, but, like, you give these guys an inch, they'll turn it into a Japan-sized Walmart. I don't even know if they have those over there, but, like, I'll be honest, man. Like, it's absolutely absurd with how many multi-kills and how many timings. Like, this guy in particular, IWEP was able to find off these flanks. How many multi-kills Breadwinner was able to find just while you were already staring at him. Like, you can get the first 2 bullets and Breadwinner don't give a dang. He's still going to convert a multi-kill.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if they have Walmarts over in Japan or not. I know they have Don Quixote. I'd love to go to a Don Quixote. Pretty sure it's like a bargain mart there. And like they have like a jingle and you go there like 3 a.m. There's like a duck. And like they just play the song over and over again. And it feels like overstimulation on every capacity at 3 in the morning with all the lights and everything in the city. But that just sounds like a great time.
You got to go to Japan so bad. Like, you need
Trust
it.
me, one day we'll get there. One day.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, we got an interview with Green Gret for the final time here tonight. Let's take in Green Gret, I guess today, over there. I keep thinking everything here. Is that egocentric Americans talking again? I don't know. We'll find out. But Green Gret, welcome to the party, brother. You were flying on the map. You are disgusting. How were you guys able to keep composed in some of the moments against not only Team Japan, but when Team Korea started to kind of throw some punches back at you guys?
Well, we really don't aren't able to practice often just because our time schedule, and then all of us work different shifts. But the times that we have practice, we have tweaked out, and then we're like, all right, let's just play our game. Let's just call out what we're holding and what we're doing, and just play as a team. Because individually, I think we all have pretty good gunning.
Lovely to hear. Hey, Green Gret, first of all, welcome to the PACAF region, buddy. From all the way up in Dover over to Hickam. Now you find yourself here in Yokota, Japan. Tell me, just from your perspective, playing both in the CONUS region and now going over to PACAF, what's the biggest difference that you've noticed as far as the competition is concerned, man?
Competition in PACAF is interesting just because since we went to regionals, I feel like a lot of people don't want to play because there's a stacked team, and it makes it difficult to actually get other people to play. And then with CONUS are participating, and there's a lot of good competition in CONUS.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, there's a reason why we put a lot of emphasis as far as what CONUS have to offer. There's only one team that is available to, and you have to win out all of PACAF if you want to make it to the DAF finals this time in July, my friend. How confident are you that after the 3-1 win versus Team Japan, it's about to be y'all?
Oh, I feel confident. Like, we've scrimmed against Japan multiple times, and it's on their host. So, like, we're pulling 160. So, like, got to take it with a grain of salt, but now we're all on even ping on the same setup. So, there's no ping cheese.
I guess I'll kind of ask about like that as well. Like, if you guys are able to win out of PACAF here, and you guys are able to get to that DEF Esports World Championship, how confident are you going up against some of the, I guess, rivals that you've made over in the CONUS region for the last few years in a tournament style where it's only the top 6?
There's only 2 teams I'm worried about in CONUS, and that's, of course, Jake's team and then Hale's team. They're pretty gross, so... But besides that, I feel like we're a pretty good competition everywhere else.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, that's good. Hey, congratulations on the win. You guys are 2-0 on the day. Last question I guess I'll ask you before you dump out of here is, for the rest of the round robins in the tournament going forward, are you going to lose another map?
I hope not. I was hoping we finished 3-0 throughout the whole day, but we couldn't do that, so pretty disappointing.
Is Scar going to be instant veto for you guys against Japan next time?
I hope so, because if we're not standing, I don't know what we're doing.
All right, brother. Well, congratulations. Welcome over to the PACAF region. It's been great watching you throughout the entirety of the day. We'll look forward to seeing you on the rest of the broadcast throughout the rest of this week, all right?
Appreciate it. Y'all take care.
You as well, man. Take it easy.
See ya.
Alrighty. Well, Andy, that was a good time. That was a good bit of fun. I enjoyed all 3 of the matches that we got to see today. We got a lot of great talent that we were able to see on the broadcast here. I'm actually kind of excited to see the Alaskan team, hopefully tomorrow, if we're able to get that on, because I very much do want to see what that team, although they've only just recently formed, like, 4 days ago, and they're kind of like a last-minute fill-in. I still kind of want to see, like, what do they bring to the table? I haven't been able to see a lot of that stuff yet, so... If we were able to see them tomorrow, I'm actually going to be quite excited, because that'll be the final team out of the 4 regions here inside of this PACAF Esports Championship on the main broadcast. That said, let's kind of just recap that and kind of put a final stamp on that last series real quick. I think we kind of beat everything out of it, but for the Pacific Island boys, I think we got that from the interview pretty much down pat. They feel confident. They feel really good. They feel incredible. We got our schedule up on the screen here, so I guess we'll just skip that for right now. Of course, as we saw all today, we had Team Japan on twice, we had Team Pacific Islands on twice, and we got to see Team Korea on twice as well. Tomorrow, we will focus hard on Team Alaska, as we'll get to see them in match 1, 2, and 3 against all 3 of the teams that we saw on the matchup today. We are going to start an hour earlier tomorrow, so it'll be 10 a.m. Japanese Standard Time. For us in the United States, Eastern Standard Time, I believe that is going to be around 9 p.m. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So that'll be our broadcast schedule for tomorrow as well.
Yep, and again, the focus on Team Alaska. They just lost to Team Japan on the side stream. Have not taken a single map. Keep in mind, like, Team Alaska is a team that found out not only were they going to be playing in PACAF, but they were PACAF finals, that they were also a team that just formed about 4 days ago, if not just about to be 5. So, like, this is the only practice that they do have. All 4 teams will be making the playoff bracket. It just depends on the seeding. Obviously, you don't want to be the number 4 seed, because as it stands right now as the number 4 seed, you got to face against, like, Greengrad and Breadwinner and everybody else that has been kind of putting B2A on the rest of the day. So, like, not where you really want to be. So VOD's got to get hit, bots got to get shot, and you got to put your best boots forward, because tomorrow, especially for Team Alaska, the real tournament begins.
It absolutely does. Well, hey, Team Korea, I believe they are 1-2 on the day after beating Team Alaska. 0-3 for the roster of Team Alaska, 2-1 for Team Japan, and 3-0 for the Team Pacific Islands. We will see another round of round robin tomorrow in the evening here in the United States, in the morning over in Japan. That being said, well, for myself, for Andy, for the production staff, and of course everybody here at the PACAF Esports Championship, once again a huge shout out, of course, to the 374th Force State Support Squadron, as well as the Yokota Esports site, for being able to be on site and supporting this tournament this week. That being said, we will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Japanese Standard Time, or 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for the continuation of the PACAF Esports Championship in 2026.